Let's go, baby. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. That was quick. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you ever miss anything, we recap every single day. But today is going to be an interesting one. It is the final day of the fiscal year, and honestly, the markets and the politics are coming in here with a little bit of hope. So, excuse me. So let's see what is about to happen. It is going to be very, very interesting. But stuff with the government shutdown, it looks like there's a little bit more hope this morning. They are going to vote on it. We are going to hear from Jerome Powell and Janet Yellen, this time in front of the House instead of the Senate. So we're going to get a lot of that here today. And then we also are getting some earnings and getting ready for the rest of the new year, baby. Or new year or old, I don't even know now. I'm telling you, the new year is beginning, man. This is sad, man. This is sad. September has flown by. It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet, but I feel good. I don't know why, but I feel good, and I'm in a cult. I woke up and drive everything. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Good morning. How are you? Oh, how are you? Bibo, new Chinese year. It's a new year every day. New year resolution, just that my chest five remains to the sun. Oh, indeed. Good morning. Trader Joe, Marcelina, Malcolm, Marina of Racing, my NASCAR driver, baby. JDN, Hussein, good morning, Hussein. Lori, oh, Lori grinding. She here in the morning every day. Jaria, I see that name a lot. Hey, man, good morning, Mr. Morales. Oh, Kyle, good morning. Gus, Nazi Wolf, Regina, Mike Day, Carissa, Jeffrey. Oh, good morning, Bob the Builder. Can he fix it? 13 months. Yes, he can. Let's go, baby. Good morning. Afternoon, Robbie. Okay, I like it. Robbie he's looking ahead. He's looking ahead. Amen. Amen. We ready. I hope you're ready. I mean, even if you're, I'll tell you something. I went on the real estate call yesterday, and one thing I told them, even if you're not ready, just go. I'm telling you, what is ready? You know what I'm saying? I hope you're ready, but I just hope you got to be in the game. You don't got to necessarily be ready, but you got to be in the game. You know what I'm saying? You just got to be in the game. That's it. That's the way I look at it. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded. I hope you are in the game, and I hope you are ready for a very exciting day. Oh, the father never plans if he waits for protection. Tell him, baby. Woo! Amen, amen. So let's see what we got here. The Senate will vote today to extend the government shutdown spending until December 3rd after lawmakers have agreed on a deal that is likely to avert a shutdown at midnight. Deal making is continuing on President Biden's economic agenda before the House votes on a $550 billion infrastructure bill. Progressive Democrats said they'll vote against it without guarantees on a larger $3.5 trillion package, and House passed measure to suspend the debt ceiling is certain to fail in the Senate. Futures rose as government spending deal and central bank assurance about transitionary inflation boosted optimism. The dollar weakened as treasuries edged down, oil slipped, and gold nudged up. Cryptos advanced. Evergrande shares fell as two holders of a dollar note with a coupon due yesterday said they had not received payments. Separately, the developer paid the first installment on a wealth management product due in September. So we brought that one up yesterday. Literally, Evergrande, a little bit more situation over there, but it's not getting talked about the same way it was last week, but that one is developing. So we will see a lot of underlying factors. Again, credit defaults, swaps, different stuff like that will show us probably by the end of the day, assuming there's no news, but we'll see. Crispin O'Day's flagship hedge fund returned more than 100% this year. A person familiar said that rebound comes after 5 annual losses in the last 6 years. David Rogers is having a dream run at Castle Hook Partners, a hedge fund backed by investors including Stan Druckenmiller. Fund is up 120 since April 2020. What most worries Kathy Wood, Muhammad El-Erian, and Scott Meanard over the next 5 to 10 years? Deflation, inequality, and cybersecurity top their list. That's the big take for today. KKR is targeting the ultra-rich with a global push to lure investment from wealth managers, private banks, and family offices. Hired Blackstone executive Andrew Cox and Mark Tucker for HSBC Alternative. About 30 people delivering its products to rich individuals. Initial jobless claim filings disappointed for a third week, rising to 362 from 351. Consensus was for a decline to 330, so continuing claims edged down, but it's not as much as expected, so that's a bad jobs report. So we'll see here. Again, that's not the jobs report, but again, factor in jobs data relative to what the Fed said last week. Corporate, Merck will buy Acceleron. We had that a lot. Bed Bath & Beyond tumbled after cutting its full-year forecast. Other home decor stocks dropped. H&M's revenue growth decelerated on high shipping costs and global supply chain disruptions, while Boohoo lowered its full-year sales, profit, and forecast. Lordstown Motors is close to an agreement to sell its Ohio plant to Foxconn after owning it less than 2 years, people familiar said. Uber paused services in Brussels in what is called an unprecedented joint action with its drivers against a ban on using smartphones when driving. Wow, that's great. Uber? They're trying to ban smartphones while driving, and then apparently that would hit Uber. I did not hear about that one. I guess that's why it's called news, but that's interesting. Stagflation indicator. I hope you watched the watch list yesterday. I mean, you got a good theory. You got a good theory in the watch list yesterday. I hope you got it. How they supposed to work? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's like, oh, that's crazy. Several OPEC members struggled to ramp up production in September to keep up with higher quotas, complicating a group's ability to boost supply in the fourth quarter. A possible workaround is for members with ample capacity to borrow the underutilized quotas. Citi expects an oil market deficit of 1.5 million barrels a day over the next 6 months. Investors aren't yet convinced that the 5 to 30-year yield curve will rebound after its turbocharged flattening. Long-end rates have climbed, but positioning data suggests that some investors are holding on to long positions, and crucially, moves at the front end have been more aggressive as traders amped up bets on the pace of Fed tightening that has left the curve by and large in limbo. Very interesting if the yield curve come back. I look at that thing a lot, but I didn't think it'd be an issue as of yet. So keep your eye on that one. But today, 9:45, you're going to get the M&I Chicago PMI. 10 a.m., you're going to get the House panel with Fed Treasury's COVID response. That's Janet Yellen and Jerome Powell. Fed Williams at 10 a.m., Fed Bostic at 11, 11:30, Fed Harker, 12:30, Fed Evans, 1:05, Fed Bullard. And I think that's going to be it. Fed Dolly at 2:30, and then Mexico and Colombia have interest rate decisions, but a lot of Fed talk today. Fed 1 million a minute bond spree continues. So at the current pace of bonds, the Fed has been buying $1.05 million of bonds every single minute since the pandemic started. The Fed is scrambling. Let's see. The House committee is investigating the January 6th Capitol attack, issued a second round of subpoenas for witnesses. The 11 summons focused on a group called Women for America First that organized rallies in support of Donald Trump. U.S. and EU officials discussed ways to address the global chip shortage without racing to provide subsidies, pushing to do everything alone and having companies shop for subsidies between the EU and U.S. made little sense, with the only beneficiary being China. Central bank roundup. Mexico will probably hike its rates. Brazil is set to unveil quarterly inflation report. Colombia may also raise its overnight lending rate. German consumer prices are rising at the fastest pace in almost 3 decades, fueled by supply bottlenecks and a series of temporary pressures accompanying the recovery. Inflation sped up to 4.1 in September. Other nations are reporting a similar trend. France, Italy, and Spain were among those, with inflation rates far above 2%. UK GDP grew 5.5 in the second quarter from the first, beating consensus and no revision of the initial estimate of 4.8. The PBOC urged financial institutions to help local governments stabilize the housing market. Governor Yi Yang chaired a meeting and attended by bank and securities officials, the housing ministry, and executives from 24 banks. So even like news yesterday on Singapore owns the country owns a lot of Evergrande debt, and this was one of the headlines accompanied with it. The Bank of China encouraged them to support the market. Evergrande's real estate unit resumed construction at about 20 projects in Guangdong. Its deal to sell a 20% stake in Shenzhen Bank is the first step towards solving its liquidity crisis, S&P said. China's official manufacturing PMI dipped to a weaker than expected 49.6 in September through the services beat, as did Caxton, which nudged higher to 50. Someone is betting oil will soar to a record $200 a barrel. Brent 200 calls for December 22 cracked 1,300 times today. Yesterday. The $130,000 wager is tiny, but it reflects the fact that a growing number of option traders are betting that an energy crunch this winter may see prices rip higher. Somebody bet $200 oil. That's insane. European natural gas and power prices jumped to records, signaling supply shortage will only get worse as the winter season starts tomorrow. Asian LNG also climbed a new high. U.S. gas futures advanced while WTI declined. Iron ore and precious metals rose. Deals Advent-backed Olaplex upsized its IPO. Oh, that's a shampoo maker. Yeah, they upsized that. Elliott builds a sizable stake in Toshiba. Financial Times reports that the firm now holds just under 5%. Software firm Cinch will pay $925 million in cash to issue 51 million new shares to acquire a new business, Pathwire. Excuse me. Japan plans to sell $8.9 billion postal giant. Singapore's Mapletree buys U.S. logistic assets for $3 billion. Virgin Galactic soared pre-market. FAA said it could resume flights to the brink of space. Company changes policies after its capsule deviated from the approved flight path on July 11th. FAA grounded it on September 2nd. H&M wants to grab products musicians sell to fans. It will offer run merchandise stores for performers globally through its newfound creator studio. Patreon invests in originally programming as it plans IPO. Goldman's Goodman to join Mavic as APAC equity markets ahead. Apple treasurer, keeper of $200 billion, retires after 35 years. VW's Trayton abruptly replaces CEO and CFO in management turmoil. Hilltop files debt jobs with Piper Sandler. Citigroup hires J.P. Morgan Besson to oversee financial planning. Honda sees its future in air taxis, rockets, and moon robots. Wall Street links to Pennsylvania pension fund probe by SEC. Virgin Money to shut a fifth of branches as lender shifts online. What time is it? Merck to buy Acceleron. Goldman to join Maven APAC. We already went over that. Walgreens said to take over Evolent. Merck again. AlphaSense raised 180. Microsoft rated a new buy at Accountability Research. Price target 345. French maritime giant pushes harder into freight with 777s. Walmart, you're getting an ESG and human capital discussion today. They have some sort of meeting. The Kanye West Gap Yeezy hoodie sold out within 90 minutes or something. I think that's it. Let's get the locks up there. Let's get the locks again. A lot of news, but not really. Again, the focus is very clear here today. And I hope you are ready for the new and improved fiscal year, my friend. The new and improved fiscal year. Hold on, my headrest messed up. Oh. Shout out to Chad, baby. No the baby news. No the baby news. No the baby news. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You got a couple of pre-market movers here. ADA downgraded from buy at Citi. Stocks dropping there. Micus Therapeutics fold rise 6% after it's upgraded to overweight from neutral at JP Morgan. Bed Bath & Beyond plunges 2.5% after slashing full-year forecast and net sales. Broadwind BWEN gains 5.3 after winning more than $12 million in new wind tower orders. CarMax KMX drops 7.9 after reporting EPS below estimates. And then their, what was it? Their guidance was fine, I think. CTEK, CTEK jumps 32% after a company announced it was awarded a new contract by federal credit unions. Foot Locker shares fall 2.5. B of A reinstated coverage. And then they're citing earnings risk from supply issues at Nike and other suppliers. Fox Corp, FOXA, is upgraded to buy from neutral. Stock's barely up. JRSH is down 8.9 after offering price for 1 million shares. Was a little bit lower than where it's at now. KSS is downgraded 2 notches at Bank of America to underperform. Shares are down 6.9. So that's Kohl's. That's a big one. That's a big one. PRGO rises 14 after reporting a settlement in a tax dispute with Ireland. The stock was raised to buy from hold at Jefferies over the favorable resolution. Snowflake jumps 2.6. Infrastructure company is upgraded to buy from neutral at BTIG. TDH, PTES falls 27 as for enters a security agreement with investors for a direct placement. USWS slumps 19 after providing an update on strategic information. And then Space rises 8.6 after getting reinstated, baby. Woo! Our work is cut out for us, baby. Our work is cut out for us. Do you feel it? I hope you do, man. I hope you feel it. I hope you feel today. Today's going to be an exciting one. Even we got to close out this week. It's Friday Junior, baby. It's Friday Junior, and I hope you know that you live in the greatest country in the world, ladies and gentlemen. So here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and have made it possible to have the opportunities that we have. All of us could change our life in a heartbeat here, and the amount of freedom you possess is amazing. So it's always something to be grateful for, and then also the people behind it. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the exact same way I do. I want to give a huge and special shout out to all the veterans, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you're doing. We love and appreciate you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there, baby. God bless you and thank you as well, too. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Side of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Wow. Wow, let's go. Let's go. The Jets have been sent. The Jets have been sent. I hope you're locked in. Oh, man, we got the Jets. God bless you, baby. God bless you. That's it. So, what do we got? We got about 1 minute left here, right on the dot. So make sure you guys like the video. Drop that thumbs up there, but make sure you love yourself. It's a beautiful morning. Shout out to you for waking up this early. People are still sleeping, but call out the plays. It's going to be an exciting day. Get ready. I'm going to be looking at TBT, JD, Facebook, NVIDIA, Uber, KMX, KSS, and Perigo. That's what I got on my list. I'm going to throw some UNG up there. And we'll be good to go. But call out any place, source that information, and then we'll go from there, baby. We'll go from there. Let's see how exciting this morning really is going to be. I'm excited. I'm excited. Feeling blessed. It's about to open. 5, 4, 3. Oh, a little early. Round 1. Fight. That Uber news did not affect it. Crypto up 6 to 7. Again, there's a couple of runners. And Perigo, why isn't that moving? What the heck? Kohl's is down 10 from that downgrade. Why isn't Perigo loading? Yeah, there you go. Perigo's up 17. Why is everything, my thing's being really, really slow right now? Hold on. Let me see. Netflix, BBBY down 25%. There's a lot of big movers this morning. Like a lot of big movers. Again, you can see that Perigo right there. Parago's a slow mover. Let's see. Coles. Family crazy. A lot of people, it's another, it reminds me of like CEI on that one. It's just like another 50-cent stock or one of those cheap stocks that's been getting hype lately here. But if you want that on your radar, you take a gander at that one. Let's get it, Chad. AMG, UNG. UNG was down pre-market, I think. I don't know how it, oh, there you go. It's up. I was like, I don't know how it was down pre-market with the Europe stuff. Yeah. Parago's moving up on that settlement, but it's a slow mover. Where is it? You say BA, Big Red, AMC falling. I mean, SPY's barely up. It's just it's slightly higher than where we were yesterday at the very least. The NASDAQ is at least holding up here. NASDAQ says, is that 14,600? Walmart popping, JP Morgan, Big Red. Remember, Netflix, it's the Squid Game. Bro, Squid Game might become Netflix's most popular show ever. It's actually wild. But they made a lot of money off that one. They got a viral hit. A viral hit on their hands. Have I watched? Yeah, I watched it. It's a really, really good show. Most popular original series, yeah. But it's up there. I mean, Netflix is 52-week highs, I believe. JP Morgan on the low. There's that Boeing. Coles is bouncing. Watch TLT. TLT's down a quarter. If that gets any worse, that could mean something. Why is JP Morgan might go red here? SPY's coming up 0.5%. Again, watch bonds. There's Boeing down 0.5%. Cole, the option chains look dead today. Is that just me? I don't know if my option chains are loading or not, but it seems like every chain is just dead. But I'm seeing prices, but I'm not seeing activity. Airbnb, Asan, Amazon. Sana is up. Snap 1.48. Airbnb still red today. Very interesting. Famine. UNG chain clapped. Are they down more than 30%? I'm surprised UNG. I mean, again, it was red this morning. Or pre-market. Where is it? CI big pop. Baba legging up. Nah, yeah, the plays, they're down 30% still. The ones, remember, we bought that at the high, though. So we bought that literally at the tippy top. So those aren't too bad. I said even on the watch list, even by the end of the week, I want to see where that that natural gas play is. BBY bloody. Airbnb just went up. NQ popping. Yeah, BBY's down 30%. DVAX on the low. United Steel on the high. Squares on the high, too. TLT lead. They kind of look the same way. Just like yesterday where it looked like the SPY was a little bit more zoomed in. But just watch out because it's going to move, essentially. I mean, you saw the movements that we got through the middle of the day and then by European close. So the bond moves and how it correlates to the market. I mean, I think we're still in that warm-up mode here. NASDAQ all bullish. Yeah, almost 1%. Probably one of the best days that it's had here in a while. Yeah, Baba's going up. Natural gas holding up. Baba, AMD. JD up 2. Amazon's up 0.5%. Came right back to where it was for earnings. Netflix still going. Those leaps are up. So remember, I had that old leap. This thing I went down on this one for a while. I bought it at the beginning of the year, a leap. So even though they're at all-time highs, it's just barely breaking positive now. But that's a big level for Netflix. MO dump, like dump, like dump truck. Oh damn, Micro Altria got a dump truck. Yeah, I said back to a key level. Actually, it's very, very important. Roblox makes you want to cry. Oh, 0.5%? 0.5%? Ah, we good, man. We good. I thought it was going to be like 5%. Roku, rocketing, Z, 52-week low. Let's see. Big Tech. Apple's up great, 1%. OGZP. So, again, we'll see. I mean, what time is it right now? 9:30. I think in 30 minutes you're going to get Powell and Yellen. So, we'll see. Again, just watch the bonds. I mean, if bonds could go positive here, that we'll see. I mean, the market is green right now. Again, tech especially. Nvidia's there on the high, too. Oh, Parago sold off heavy. Coal was the downgrade today. They're falling off now. Overstock down 1.8. Datadog. I feel like I haven't heard that name in a while. I feel like Datadog lost its bite. Is that the correct adjective? Data Kelp. Oh, Data Kelp. I know this question. It's still up there. Yeah, it's holding up good. SPY's coming down, though. Watch out here with bonds. Again, it's SPY, Dow, pretty chill. I guess the Dow's close to going red. We'll watch if there's any sort of flip-flop here, but NASDAQ is doing very, very good. NCLH down 2. Space, yeah, they got reinstated. Or they got the approval by the FDA. So SPY red. I'm watching just as it relates to TLT. Tesla flat. Back to break even. I'm surprised, actually. There you go. More bond movement. Where are the Tibetis? I think TBTs are moving up. Roblox today will be red. Roblox big red. Enough now. Now we was 0.5% last time. Okay, there you go. That was like 0.5% in one candle. There you go. Now we could be like, man, why is Roblox doing so bad recently? We'll go with tech stock for 200. I think, but I mean, I feel like it's just holding up here though. I think it could be worse. Netflix all-time high. SPY coming down. One share of PFE for my daughter's lawn term. Let's go, baby. Mr. Purcell. Run it. Shout out to lawn term. You get everybody a lawn term. Amen. It is. It's move with yields. Yeah, that's what I mean by tech stock. Again, a lot of things have, came down. I mean, if we're going to look at Roblox, I mean, I was just looking at it here too, though. But like Amazon, I mean, imagine they were at 3,500 2 weeks ago at the beginning of the month. Tech coming down hard. Not so much. Again, we're going to see it's going to move around a lot. If you remember yesterday, Dow's about to go red right now, believe it or not. But we saw this sort of flip-flop. So tech just lost 0.25% there off the index. But just keep your eye out for it because there might be a flip-flop by the end of the day, essentially. SE is running up. They're up 3.5. That's actually a big move for them. 2K on BBB earnings, $10 into 200. Good work, baby. Good work. And preserve the bag. Protect him. Protect him. Amazon's still coming down. Facebook butter, $2. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a pretty decent big move. My boys 3 and 10 have that long term. Let's go. Amen. Amen. Happy Friday, Junior. So I'm talking about. Long term, nothing excited. What happened? MO, I'm not too sure, especially considering them being a value play. Kind of interesting to see. There's bonds one more time, but SPY is not going with it. Again, slight outpacing. It's not too bad relative to the last few days, even though the bond move, usually 0.25% would be pretty bad, but comparative to the moves we've seen the last couple days, you want to watch it. And if you didn't watch the watch list yesterday, one of the things we're either looking for a break back above this level, or it's going to hold on and stall out for the next day or so, which would kind of allow the market and dollar to catch up. Or if we see velocity on the downside, I mean, it looks like we won't be taking any breaks. So those are your three options. It may seem obvious, but how it trades will tell us a lot about what the market's really fearing. It's Thursday, Friday Junior, baby. Friday Junior. Good time to be alive. Microsoft. Hey, yo, and shout out to you, man. You guys woke up, okay? 6:42 a.m. in America, in California. You know that? There's still like 30 or 40% of the world or in America is still not awake. So I hope you feel glad about that you're ahead. Early bird gets the worm, or early worm gets the bird. Whichever way you want to look at it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shout out. Thank you. I didn't, no one's ever shouted me out for waking up early. I'm sure you guys could say the same thing. So now, wow, thank you. That's amazing. I feel great about that. Wow, I feel great about that. That's good. Woke up in charge, baby. And NVIDIA partnership that came out earlier today. I mean, they're doing good. The chip makers are doing very, very good, especially coming off of that shitty Micron. I'm pretty surprised. How do I have so much energy? I don't think I have that much energy. I'm just living, man. Just living. Allergies, no allergies today. I feel like it depends. Well, we'll wait till, Yellen is going to speak today. So, I mean, my allergies flare up. I'm very sensitive to that bullshit, That's the old Will Smith joke from iRobot. But we'll see how my allergies are during that when she tries to explain to me why monitoring my bank account is a good idea for everybody. I'll be like, this is crazy. This is crazy. We got Bradley Frizzle. Okay, I almost broke my computer. Hard. Oh, man. Holy shit, Bradley Frizzle. God bless you, my friend. And thank you for the opportunity to bask in the peach. Thank you for the tradition that you have brought here to Chattadonia. For all Chattadonians are honored. Honored to be in the presence of the peach. The real peach. The authentic peach. It's tradition! What movie is that from? That's a classic one. It's tradition! It's either Matilda or... which one is it? That's someone... we're going to need that one. M.O. puking. Yeah, 2.9. It's tradition. Fiddler? I feel like I don't even know what that is. BP on the low. Hold on. A lot of things are moving right there. Look at the low ticker, BP. Check some of the oil names. It looks like BP's getting clapped. It doesn't look like a big move, but the chart did not look good at all. TLT is still coming down now, so it's slightly picking up here, but notice SPY has not gone down with it. Excellent put premium. Yeah, it's weird how it's moving. Chicago CMI or the MNI business index. Core PCE came out at 6.1. Dog, what? Personal consumption was 12%. Estimate was 11.9. The core PCA was in the morning, but the Chicago thing came in at 64.7 versus 65. I didn't see the core PCE. That came out in the morning. Bruh. Y'all lying to me. Bro, that's crazy. The estimate was even this high. I didn't know that. Is this new to me? Bro, PCE, core PCE at 6%. And then I don't know if you heard that sound clip from Powell yesterday, but he was even saying that it was inflation was a little bit more stubborn this time around. What does this mean is that, you haven't seen a 6% core PCE literally since the 80s. Again, and if you want to go back 70s, just like we had the first time. I mean, remember when I was showing you guys the wave of inflation? So remember that first wave in the 70s, core PCE went up to 4.8. Then it shot up to 5.7 and then came down. But then once it broke above 6, that's where it went from 6 to 12. But you could see literally there's only been one other time, pretty much one historical generation that has witnessed a PCE above 6. That's crazy. I didn't know that came out there. And remember, that's what the Fed looks at. So that confirms my theory, if anything, to a degree. If you really think about it, core PCE is the metric that they're looking at to gauge inflation. So if that's going up at that level, I think it highlights why Powell wants to taper, I think. That's crazy. PCE stands for, or CP, PCE stands for personal consumption expenditures. So it's pretty much, there's two ways to look at it, and you can see it's pretty much what people are paying for, is what businesses are paying for prices. It's also monitoring like consumer inflation in a weird way. There's two levels to it. We had a lesson on it, but the biggest thing from PCE or even CPE is it's used by the Fed a lot more, and people, it's a different metric, kind of highlighting the extent to prices going up. It's not as if the price just goes up on the retail front. That's what people got to realize, because now when the prices are on CPI or anything like that, it's just showing you consumer prices. It doesn't show you how much the manufacturers are paying and suppliers and everything else. So that's where it shows you a more comprehensive view of the economic situation as it's related to pricing. Neo, XPEV. VD up $5 or 5%? $5. I was like, damn. I read it as 5%. Abbott Labs investing $45 to help identify and treat in malnutrition. Okay. Dolphin Industrial buys 2-building Las Vegas industrial park. B of A reinstates Foot Locker, underperform. Google is the most searched word on Bing. That's pretty funny. Go up 7. H&M to restart their divvies. Tesla's popping right there. So again, Neo, XPEV, a lot of the EV stocks just had a move right there. Spies trying to come back up here to where we were. I don't know, where's VWAP? No, we're bouncing above VWAP right now. Both the GFS and ECMWF continue to forecast 14-day gas-weighted degree days that are at 5-year lows. Drive triple-digit storage injections over the next 2 weeks. Yeah, that's related to the European crisis. The European oil crisis, and there's also an energy crisis in China. SPY and Tesla are ripping up right now. Some decent-sized moves right there. Why did you buy TBT? Because I think bond yields are going to come back up as inflation worries increase again. So again, if you really look at it, here's the chart, TLT and bonds. As inflation worries picked up, TLT goes down. So, right, imagine at this point everything was inflated, people were worried about it. TLT was in the gutter, and then come June of this year, after Kathy Wood's speech, and then everybody buying the dip, everyone's like, nah, inflation's not going in. This is the worst it'll get. It's transitory. Nah, man, it's fine. You know what I'm saying? So then it went up, but now I feel like 3-4 months later, everyone's going to get a reality check on inflation, and now as inflation expectations increase, the bond yield should rise, and TLT should go down, and TBT should go up. Maybe the market is delayed. It could be. I mean, market is like a big ship, so any sort of input or change in direction is going to happen slow. So imagine trying to bust a U-turn on a cruise ship. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. You know, be like, hey, yo, turn the Titanic around. You can't do that. It's hard. There's damn iceberg. How did you not see a damn iceberg, bro? You know what I'm saying? It's just hard to turn that big boat in time. So imagine the economy and data and the market. It's akin to that, to said big boat. China is shutting down. Yes. Again, I mean, I brought that up on Monday. Now there's like little stuff coming in between there. That's like coming up now, like the different reports and data on it. So we will see what happens. Pelosi says House still plans to vote on infrastructure today. Ooh, I don't know what she's gonna do. Any smart money on Viacom. I was at the report yesterday. I think today is like I said, after today, the odds of the Viacom buyout start to drop. Because I know Miss Redstone or whatever, she was talking about fiscal year. So at the Billionaire Boys Club that they had this year. So we'll see. Vote no for infrastructure. I mean, the infrastructure is not bad. I mean, I think it's just we'll see. I mean, again, do you guys realize the craziest part? I mean, I'm talking about this TLT play. I'm talking about inflation. We're talking about stagflation, things coming back to life. I didn't realize this till yesterday, really. But all of this, like inflationary, everything you've seen with prices is not including $3.5 trillion or more. Excuse me. I think it's 13 trillion total, or no? I think it's 3, and we're seeing the result of 5 trillion already enacted, part and part. But think about that. So anything that they are actually fighting over now has zero money supply effect as of today. So think about that. That's insane. That's why I was like, wow. No, there is more money in the system. There has been over the last, 6 months? I mean, here's the indicator. I could show you. We brought this up even yesterday. But we input money into, you could see it. It's obvious in America. I mean, you could see what happens here. Let me show you. Consumer. This is what we call the personal savings gauge. So if you notice something, look at the last couple years, specifically in 2020. Notice America was just below 10% savings. So literally, it's 9%. What is it? It corresponds to the ratio of personal income saved to personal net disposable income during a period of time. So we usually have a lower personal savings. So what happened here? We jumped up to Americans had 35% personal savings. Why did it shoot up? That was because of COVID and all the unemployment benefits. And then what do you see happen? People spend the damn money. And then coming towards the end of the year, you had that second, that stimulus, the one with Trump. And then when Biden came in, you got the second one. So you see it get pulled back up. And what just happened? Now we're back to that 10% because people spend the damn money. So it's not as if people are saving it. So the money has already been introduced to the system, and you saw its waves. It's literally just like inflation waves, but reversed. So you see them you saw the money has been injected. That's $5 trillion that I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying I'm giving all of these things on inflation, and we're even looking at the negotiations, but I'm even looking at stagflation and what the economic numbers are showing us. I'm saying none of this includes $3.5 trillion. So if those bills actually, that's the best part about the what's it called play, this TBT play that I like, is that it covers any debt ceiling risk, but at the same time, it's like if they do pass any of that stuff, it gets dramatically worse. Because then what's going to happen if you pass that bill? Personal savings should shoot through the roof for another 6 months and then come back down, but it buys that time. Do you hear them? I use way too many abbreviations. Honestly, man, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't even know what an abbreviation is. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm talking, like, if I was writing a paper, I feel in, like, MLA format, but, like, I have no idea what that means in, like, a talking sense. You know? No, I have zero idea what that means. The Citadel Robin Hood leak? Oh, dude, that's dirty. As dirty. Ken Griffith lied. And then it's like abbreviations is like, yeah, I don't know, man. MLA, dude, y'all. Anyways, but what ended up happening, that is a big, it's by a big red candle right there. Bro, where's Yellen? They're swearing in Yellen right now, I think. Yeah, but it's like one of the like presidents of Robinhood sold out his AMC right before. Pretty surprising. Spy, yeah, a little bit of our cheek laid there. Again, bonds are coming up, so it's kind of reversing. It was looking a little bit more precarious down there. And then put it into writing. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's funny. I mean, no one cares about it at the time. I mean, you saw it. That's why I get bothered when, you know, some people be like, why don't you like this politician? Why don't you like that? Because, I mean, you saw what happened. You saw them when the issue was popular and could garner attention and votes. They say something about it. They don't make any change. And then when the fact of the matter comes out 6 months later, I mean, people are outraged on Twitter. You're never going to hear the government talk about this ever again. So, I mean, it's just it's disappointing. And that's why, too, I hope, you know, advocating certain changes because of that situation. Now you see how we're going to get more in the future because of GameStop. We're going to get more legislation, more limitations, more regulation on trading and limitations. But at the same time, the real issue is never going to get addressed on it. And those, like I'm saying, you're never going to have that talked about. LC's going to talk about it. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if there's a way to get publicity and get attention, people are going to do it. But what has been the overall impact and changed on it? I mean, at the end of the day, it's just not, you know, that's the sad part. We're getting ready for Powell and Yellen. They're lining up here. What was the TBT play? Honestly, I would watch yesterday's watch list. I probably gave like a 5 to 7 minute explanation on the whole play, explaining it, why I like it, what my, you know, how do I think it's going to hit, the probability I think it's going to hit, all of that. I mean, I go into pretty good detail on it. So that's the second link in the description. Well, confirmed TBT. Stuff like the data, stuff like PCE, jobs report coming into Powell, and then even the bonds, or if we start seeing stuff with all the other currencies and all that too, it all will blend together. Or if there's just a clear divergence or a clear signal, inflation is really, really rising, and then the market is delayed. Nah, MO, I haven't looked at MO, but I mean, we saw it get clapped today. Mortgage rates surge, topping 3% for the first time since June. Interesting. SPY's coming back down here. You're entering the low of the day. Very interesting, especially with the move compared to TLT. EDR, I like EDR a lot. That the acquisition they made is fire. So they bought OpenBet or whatever it is, right? But the thing is, EDR provides data to DraftKings and all the other sports bettors. So EDR owns the company that provides live streaming sports data to DraftKings, and then EDR just bought a sports betting company. EDR. So EDR supplies DraftKings essentially, and then EDR is getting into the business of DraftKings. So it could hurt DraftKings, but it does have I think it does have a pretty big effect there. I believe TBT when I saw the Dollar Tree go to 53. Working on long term. I only got Uber shares. Should I keep buying Uber to increase? Find another stock. I mean, you could balance it out. You know, we started with like 3 stocks, and that's the idea. It's good to build up a position. So go with whatever you feel like, you know. And then if Uber has ran up a lot from when you buy it, it wouldn't hurt to buy another stock. You know, if you only have 1 stock, you got a little bit more wiggle room. Like we said, just don't go over like 12 stocks in a year. You like MO for deposit here? When's the ex-dividend on it? It could. I could definitely consider it. I want that. I wanted that Abivi. I don't want to hear Powell or Yellen today. First, it's the abbreviations. Now you don't want to hear Powell or Yellen. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. I just don't think we're going to be friends. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I love Powell. And Yellen, I love it too, honestly. I've watched her for almost 10 years now at this point. But I'm just saying, like, that's like going to like a chicken wing club and being like, I don't like chicken wings. Then what the hell? What do you mean? Well, what are we supposed to do then? I can't hear anything. Do you guys hear it? SPY right below VWAP. PCE again. I'm shocked at that, dude. 6, and that was the estimate. Core PCE. That's quarter over quarter. But still, 6.1. TBT's moving up a little bit. But that's your 6.1 compared to everything else. But yeah, I like EDR too. Oh, there. Okay, yeah, there is audio. I was just like, what?
The committee will come to order.
Do I like EDR more than DraftKings? No.
The chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. As a reminder, I ask all members participating remotely to keep themselves muted when they are not being recognized. The staff have been instructed not to mute members except where a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. If you are participating remotely today, please keep your camera on. And if you choose to attend a different remote proceeding, please turn your camera off. As a reminder to all members,
this one is a
we will conclude today's hearing at 12:15 p.m. Members who
Ooh.
are unable to
Oh, so
ask
it's gonna be
questions
2 hours long,
March,
but this is in front of the House. Last time was in front of the Senate.
Yellen and Chair Powell will be given priority to ask their questions today.
Well, we'll see. I'll keep it muted till they start like talking. Congress Max. Yeah, I turned it down for a little bit. This is just the COVID relief. It's just gonna be what you got on Monday or Tuesday. Today's Thursday. I forgot which date that was. But the last time we heard from him this week, it's gonna be very, very similar to that one. With a lot more, you're gonna sprinkle in a couple social issues here, a couple environmental issues here, throw in a little bit of debt ceiling talk, and then they're gonna ask him about everything else. Everything else related to inflation, spending. I mean, the thing significant is what we get out of it. I mean, last time, Yellen slipped up. She said 4% inflation. The rest of a lot of the analysts got a really big idea of inflation last time. So, whether you guys, it may sound boring, but I mean, there was a real reaction last time. So I really like it coming around this time again, especially with everything we're talking about. SPY, new low. New low. GC. Apple gave up 1%. Oh, man. Dow is already red, too, now. Dow's been red. S&P is about to go red. You have 0.1%, but NASDAQ gave up. NASDAQ's holding decent. BA did something. They're dropping harder. Again, they were up 4% yesterday, so just keep that in mind with Boeing. You know how they move. Spawn new low of the day. Oh, there's Yellen. All right.
My legislation.
Oh, no. What the fuck? Oh, bro, I thought she was talking. That was creepy. What the hell is she doing? Can we rewind that, please? Bro, what is she doing?
The expediting and
Hold on. Bro, look at this.
Rental Assistance Program. My legislation, the expediting.
I don't want to do this,
they
man.
were prematurely shut down by former Secretary Mnuchin. These facilities played a vital role in stabilizing.
So again, this is they're going back all the way from a pandemic, and then they're talking about what got them here. This is a question on how they handled the money essentially. Boeing. And then Micron's finally red. That's good. Philip Morris on the low. Low ticker's getting active, but you're still holding up. Dow Jones is barely red. Weird that it's the last day of the fiscal year. It's crazy. I mean, it's October. That's it. Tomorrow, it's October. Y'all don't feel me. That's crazy. October is tomorrow. Tomorrow is October. Just think about that for a second. That's a new month. And then that's it. 10 out of 12. You like Yellen, but you don't support her $100 transaction. Yeah, I mean, if you remember when Yellen got elected, I liked her in the beginning. I just, again, I like to judge people based off of performance. I mean, I do have my first impressions, and my first impression of Yellen was she was going to be good. I thought Yellen was going to be very neutral. I thought she was going to bring in her experience with just the past job that she's held as the Federal Reserve Chair. I felt like she just had so much experience that she could have brought in, and that she could have been very, she could have brought a lot, but then she just turned a little too it just turned a little just like radical, some of the stuff that she started advocating, and then she started kind of overreaching in her role. It seems like. So based off of the last almost year now, I liked her in the beginning, but now I'm kind of it quickly turned sour. It's not like I don't like her, to be fair, but I'm just very I'm like I think she's more. I don't even know what to describe it as. And from Nora, why do people advocate to remove the Fed? Is it good or bad? Because a lot of people believe that the Fed is this like insidious, or I don't know if that's the word. They think it's this overarching scary group that exercises control and facilitates bad market environments, and that they just profit off everybody.
Chairman Powell, your decisive action helped prevent the worst of the economic impacts of COVID.
All right,
You
let's
were
hear.
thoughtful, deliberate, and transparent. The antithesis, I would say, of dangerous. And to think otherwise is frankly reckless and unmoored from reality. Anyone who would say that, frankly, I appreciate their courage to speak their truth. Chairman Powell, our country will be better off with your continued leadership at the Federal Reserve. Secretary Yellen, your experience as Fed chair and steady hand throughout the financial crisis, and then as your term as chair of the Fed, made you a natural pick for the Treasury Department, and I'm glad you're in your seat. So that's why I'm sorry you're in such a bad situation given this administration's strategy. Bad strategy and worse fiscal plan from a Democrat-run Washington will have consequences, I believe. Consumer prices continue to rise, businesses can't find workers, and the government, because of overspending, will not be able to pay its bills in a little more than 2 weeks. So what's the plan? All I've heard from Democrats this year is a plan to spend more money. $2 trillion in March, more than $5 trillion now, and $5 trillion was a compromise, I want to remind you. Bernie Sanders and the Progressives wanted a $6 trillion reconciliation package. And President Biden proposed a $6 trillion budget in June, but Democrats couldn't agree on that either. So here we are. To be clear, the Biden administration's Treasury Department can't even keep track of the $46 billion of rental assistance. So how are the American people supposed to trust Democrats with another $5.5 trillion? This isn't a plan. Frankly, it's a heist. The Democrat-run Washington tax and spend policies will only increase prices more for consumers. And they're using you, Madam Secretary, and your credibility to sell this bad agenda. Over the last several weeks, you've called on Congress to address the debt limit. I couldn't agree more. Yesterday, the House passed a debt ceiling bill that is doomed in the Senate. It was political theater, and they know it, we know it, and the American people, in fact, know it as well. It's theater designed to distract Americans from the fact that Democrats have no idea how to govern. They've known this deadline was coming. They knew it the day they took control of the Senate. They knew it the day that President Biden was sworn into office, and they knew it the day that the Treasury Secretary was confirmed. The Democrats have been in charge of our country for nearly a year, and they did nothing to prepare for this moment. Well, except spend more money and bring the date forward by which we have to address the debt ceiling. And I want to be clear, the U.S. government is run and controlled by Democrats. It is defined by dysfunction, incompetence, and fiscal irresponsibility. Late in the game, asking Republicans to bail out your agenda so you can pass more spending is frankly absurd. This is no way to run the country. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member McHenry. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we must raise the debt ceiling. Raising the debt ceiling does not authorize new spending. Raising the debt ceiling allows the United States to pay its existing debts. Congress has raised or suspended the debt ceiling on a bipartisan basis 78 times since 1960. There are no secret weapons in the Treasury's arsenal that will save us from default if this body fails to act responsibly and swiftly. Madam Chair, we've passed a CARES Act and other pandemic relief legislation. Let us come together again and stand behind the debts of our nation with the full faith and credit of the United States of America. We must raise the debt ceiling. I yield back.
I now want to welcome our distinguished witnesses today, who I believe need little introduction to members of the committee. First, I want to welcome the Honorable Janet Yellen, Secretary of the United States Department of the Treasury, who has served in that role since her confirmation in January of this year. Our other distinguished witness today is the Honorable Jerome Powell, the Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, and who has served in that role since February of 2018. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. You will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. You should be able to see a timer on the screen in front of you that will indicate how much time you have left in your testimony. Secretary Yellen, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Thank you. Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to testify today. We're in the midst of a fragile but rapid recovery from the pandemic-induced recession. While our economy continues to expand and recapture a substantial share of the jobs lost during 2020, significant challenges from the Delta variant continue to suppress the speed of recovery and present substantial barriers to a vibrant economy. Still, I remain optimistic about the medium-term trajectory of our economy, and I expect we will return to full employment next year. A rebound like this was never a foregone conclusion. In fact, the American recovery is stronger than those of other wealthy nations. One key factor for our overperformance is the policy choices that Congress has made over the past 18 months. Those choices include the passage of the CARES Act, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, and the American Rescue Plan. Treasury, as you know, was tasked with administering a large portion of the relief dollars in those bills. And when we last met, our department was busy standing up programs to help individual families, state governments, and organizations of every size in between. While we still have much more work to do, we have made significant progress, and I wanted to give you an update. Let's start with families. In July, our department started sending the monthly expanded child tax credit payments to the families of nearly 60 million children across the country. To date, $46 billion in payments have been made, and we're already seeing the impact. Analysis by the Census Bureau found that after the first payments in July, food insecurity among families with children dropped 24%. As for state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, COVID-19 decimated their budgets. There were mass layoffs, and to end the health and economic emergencies, we knew that communities would need funding to hire educators to bring kids back to school, for example, or frontline workers to administer the vaccine. The American Rescue Plan included $350 billion to that end, and those dollars are indeed helping the machinery of local governments get up and running. States and localities can rely on relief money that's available instead of resorting to painful budget cuts. Congress rightly designed the state and local program with flexibility in mind. I think many of us knew the recovery could run up against some unforeseen challenges, and we wanted communities to be able to devote resources where and when they saw fit. I want to note that this flexibility is paying off now, especially with the spread of the Delta variant. Harris County, Texas, for instance, has used this funding to boost its immunization rate, offering $100 to each person who gets their first vaccine dose. For the relief dollars not yet out the door, Treasury is doing everything it can to expedite their delivery. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program is one example. Prior to the pandemic, there was essentially no national infrastructure to get money from government coffers to renters and landlords. Building that infrastructure has been a massive undertaking for states, localities, and tribes. The program is scaling up quickly, with 1.4 million payments made to help struggling renters keep a roof over their heads. Still, too much of the money remains bottlenecked at the state and local levels. That's why our Treasury team has worked to eliminate every piece of red tape possible in order to ensure more payments can get to renters and landlords. But states and localities must also work to remove barriers that can speed up distribution of rental assistance funds. I'll end my remarks there, except to say this. It is imperative that Congress address the debt limit. If not, our current estimate is that Treasury will likely exhaust its extraordinary measures by October 18th. At that point, we expect Treasury would be left with very limited resources that would be depleted quickly. America would default for the first time in history. The full faith and credit of the United States would be impaired, and our country would likely face a financial crisis and economic recession as a result. We must address this issue to honor commitments made by this and prior Congresses, including those made to address the health and economic impact of the pandemic. It's necessary to avert a catastrophic event for our economy. Representatives, the debt ceiling has been raised or suspended 78 times since 1960, almost always on a bipartisan basis. My hope is that we can work together to do so again and to build a stronger American economy for future generations. Thank you, and I'm pleased to take your questions.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. Chair Powell, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and other members of the committee for the opportunity to discuss the measures we have taken to address the hardship wrought by the pandemic. Since we last met, the economy has continued to strengthen. Real GDP rose at a robust pace in the first half of the year, and growth is widely expected to continue at a strong pace in the second half. The sectors most adversely affected by the pandemic have improved in recent months, but the rise in COVID-19 cases has slowed the recovery. Household spending rose at an especially rapid pace over the first half of the year, but flattened out in July and August as spending softened in COVID-sensitive sectors. Additionally, in some industries, near-term supply constraints are restraining activity. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have continued to improve. Demand for labor is very strong, and job gains averaged 750,000 per month over the past 3 months. In August, however, gains slowed markedly, with the slowdown concentrated in sectors most sensitive to the pandemic. The unemployment rate was 5.2% in August, and this figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as participation in the labor market has not moved up from the low rates that have prevailed for most of the past year. Factors related to the pandemic appear to be weighing on employment growth. These factors should diminish with progress on containing the virus. The economic downturn has not fallen equally on all Americans, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been the hardest hit. In particular, despite progress, joblessness continues to fall disproportionately on lower wage workers in the service sector and on African Americans and Hispanics. Inflation is elevated and will likely remain so in coming months before moderating. As the economy continues to reopen, we are seeing upward pressure on prices, particularly due to supply bottlenecks in some sectors. These effects have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, but they will abate, and as they do, inflation is expected to drop back toward our longer-run 2% goal. The process of reopening the economy is unprecedented. As it continues, bottlenecks, hiring difficulties, and other constraints could again prove to be greater and more enduring than anticipated, posing upside risks to inflation. If sustained higher inflation were to become a serious concern, we would certainly respond and use our tools to ensure levels that are consistent with our goal. The path of the economy continues to depend on the course of the virus, and risks to the outlook remain. The Delta variant has led to a surge in cases, causing human suffering and slowing the recovery. Continued progress on vaccinations would support a return to more normal economic conditions. The Fed's policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices, along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. In response to the crisis, we took broad and forceful measures to support the flow of credit and to promote the stability of the financial system. Our actions taken together helped unlock more than $2 trillion of funding to support businesses large and small, nonprofits, and state and local governments between April and December of 2020. This helped keep organizations from shuttering and put employers in a better position to keep workers on and to hire them back as the recovery continues. These programs have served as a backstop to key credit markets and helped to restore the flow of credit from private lenders. We have deployed them to an unprecedented extent. Our emergency lending tools require the approval of the Treasury and are available only in unusual and exigent circumstances, such as those brought on by this crisis. Many of these programs were supported by CARES Act funding. Those facilities provided essential support through a very difficult year and are now closed. The Fed completed its sales of assets from the secondary market corporate credit facility on August 31. We were able to wind down the facility rapidly and efficiently with no adverse impact on credit conditions. We also recently closed the PPPLF to new lending and are managing the pay down of assets in our other CARES Act facilities as they wind down. We continue to analyze their efficacy and to review the lessons learned. The Fed's actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We will do all we can to support the economy for as long as it takes. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Powell. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Secretary Yellen, your department reports that as of August 21, $7.7 billion in emergency rental assistance had been allocated to households, assisting approximately 2 million renters. Although spending has increased over the past several months, I think we're all concerned that the pace of delivery of this critical assistance is not happening quickly enough. Can you talk about the challenges you have faced after taking oversight of ERA-1 from the Trump administration? What do you believe are the most significant improvements to the program guidance you have made? And what impact have you seen?
Well, thank you for that question. This is a critically important program that Treasury has been very focused on expediting the delivery of these rental assistance funds to those who need it. As I mentioned in my opening statement, getting these funds out has involved creating a national infrastructure where none existed before. And that's been a very difficult and slow process. Treasury has done everything possible to facilitate getting these programs up and running around the country. In particular, we have tried to give states and localities flexibility to administer the program in ways that are appropriate for different communities, to reduce the paperwork requirements while also making sure that we have accountability and transparency we've provided technical assistance and working to provide more technical assistance, and I do think we're seeing a payoff. As I mentioned, we've had 1.4 million renters helped by this assistance, and the pace at which it's flowing out is increasing. Also, I would note that the Act requires Treasury to begin to reallocate funds on September 30th from those localities that are either are not effective in getting assistance out or have less need for the funds, and to reallocate them to those that are more effective and have demonstrated need.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to thank you and your team for working with me on H.R. 5196, the Expediting Assistance to Renters and Landlords Act, which would make it easier for both renters and landlords to apply for assistance and provide for the deeper involvement of Treasury to support grantees to get the funds out the door. Are there particular provisions that you think would aid Treasury's efforts to make the rental assistance program more successful? You've given us quite a bit of information about what you've been involved with. Is there anything else you'd like to share?
Well, Chairwoman Waters, we're very supportive of your efforts to try to put in effect changes that would expedite the delivery and effectiveness of this program, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. I think we've offered substantial technical assistance and absolutely want to work with you to make sure this program is as effective as possible.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, who is the ranking member of the committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. Chairman Powell, I know it's the policy of the Federal Reserve to not comment on fiscal policy, but fiscal policy does impact the Fed's economic projection, does it not?
Yes, it does. We make assumptions about fiscal policy, and then once it's enacted, we would put that into our models.
Okay, but your public models are a statement about current law rather than proposed policy. Is that largely correct?
Well, when we don't really publish a forecast as the Federal Reserve. Individual participants publish their forecasts in the Summary of Economic Projections, but that would include their personal assessments of likely fiscal actions.
Okay. So about these fiscal actions. Secretary Yellen, I said this in my opening statement, and I'll say this to both of you again. I am grateful as an American that you both are in the seats that you're in right now, because we're in a special circumstance here in the fall of this year. It was a foreseeable, slow-moving disaster, but here we are. But your credibility of your relative agencies and the credibility of you two individuals is of substance right now and very important to us as an American government. So, Secretary Yellen, you said in July, right before the debt limit was reinstated, the CBO said Treasury would probably run out of cash sometime in the first quarter of next year, or the fiscal year, most likely in October or November. Secretary Yellen, you began exercising Treasury's authority to take extraordinary measures to prevent a default back in August. Is that correct?
Yes. The debt limit, this suspension expired on August 1st, and we began using extraordinary measures to remain under the debt ceiling.
But those extraordinary measures are just a Band-Aid for a period of time, right?
Well, as I indicated, we expect them to be exhausted on October 18th.
Okay. And it would be a disaster if we did not.
It would be a catastrophe if Congress failed to raise the debt ceiling.
Okay. So here's the deal for Republicans. Democrats control the House and the Senate and the White House. And since January 20th, the approach of this Congress is that they do not need Republican votes to do anything. That's been the approach. And now they want the political cover in the midst of this massive amount of new spending to have Republicans raise the debt ceiling. That's really the request. So here's my question to you, Secretary Yellen. For the seat you sit in, do you care whether or not the debt limit is raised with Republican votes, or do you just care if it's raised?
I think it's important that this be done on a bipartisan basis. I think it should be bipartisan in recognition of the fact that both Republican administrations and Congresses and Democratic ones have run budget deficits for most of the post-war period, with only a few years serving as an exception. And that requires, on a regular basis, raising the debt ceiling. It is not about, the need to do so has nothing to do with future spending or tax plans that haven't been enacted.
So in the circumstance,
it's necessary to pay our bills.
I understand,
and
Secretary Yellen.
That's something that
Secretary
Republicans
Yellen.
and Democrats need to share that responsibility.
Secretary Yellen, as I said to you on the phone last week, I've been a part of every single debt ceiling increase for the last decade, every fiscal consequence of Congress, and some of them have been very bad, but I've tried to make things better. I've been a part of the solution for the last decade. And the call that I received from you last week was the first outreach I've had from this administration to do something on a bipartisan basis. And you called me to raise the debt ceiling. Not with a plan, not for a fiscal plan, not for my buy-in, but simply for my vote. And that, to me, speaks volumes. Now, I'm grateful for the outreach from you, but it speaks to the larger issue for the administration. And I don't envy the position you're in. I don't. Because the bad strategy from this White House and the leadership of this House and the Senate is showing they don't want Republican votes. We did bipartisan bills last Congress, and in the midst of COVID, bipartisan bills, major bipartisan bills. We can work together in a responsible manner, but to ask for my vote the week before it comes up in the House is it's not in keeping with the realities of the situation. Well, we have the tools, we have the votes to get this thing done through Congress. It's just a question of who votes for it.
I would like to point out that in 2017, when the White House and both houses of Congress were controlled by Republicans and a reconciliation bill was in progress that led to the 2017 tax cuts, the debt ceiling was raised, and it was done in a bipartisan basis.
In 11 and 13, I voted for a bill that President Obama signed. So I'm willing to participate in a bipartisan way. It's just a question of who votes for it in the circumstances of $7 trillion of new spending this year.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I got to just say initially, I'm kind of shocked at the ranking member, McHenry, saying that because he wasn't asked for a vote or something, it's going to determine whether or not American people, Democrats and Republicans, will suffer if we don't raise this debt ceiling. And I've been here for 22 years, between whether it's Democratic or Republican administrations. And each time, when it came to the credit of the United States in our economy, it didn't make a difference to me whether or not the administration was Democratic or Republican, or whether or not someone called me to ask me for my vote. I'm here to try to do the best thing for the American people, not play politics. And when it comes to the credit for the United States and the economy moving on, it's not about who's the president or who called and asked me for a vote. It's about doing the right thing for the American people, Democrats and Republicans, and moving up this debt to making sure that we don't default on our debts is essential to that. And it's essential to our responsibility as members of Congress, and not to say, oh, nobody called me for a vote. That's simply not our responsibility. Now, Madam Secretary, there are consequences if we don't pass and increase the debt ceiling. I mean, like the increase in the cost of borrowing for a home or a car or through one's credit cards, of which folks will say on the other side, I don't have to deal with that, but then it's going to be, play politics with it. So I was wondering, as we are recovering from this economy, what setbacks will a default on debt cost American households, be they Democratic, Republican, independent, non-voters? What cost would it cost us?
Well, I think it would be catastrophic for the economy and for individual families. Nearly 50 million seniors could stop receiving Social Security payments or see them delayed. Our troops would not know when they would get their next paycheck. We have 30 million families who rely on the monthly child tax credit, and they would not receive that relief, at least on time. And as we saw in 2011, when the debt ceiling was raised at the absolute last minute, and investor and consumer confidence was shaken in the run-up, we saw a marked increase in interest rates, a marked drop in the stock market, and when U.S. interest rates go up and the credit rating of the United States was downgraded, that means higher interest payments for everyone who has a loan, whether it's a small business, a homeowner with a mortgage, a credit card payment. Anyone who borrows would see higher interest costs of their debt.
We must raise the debt ceiling for the benefit of the American people. I don't care what party they're from. Let me go to Chairman Powell. Now, the Fed is rightfully focused on controlling inflation while boosting employment with the aim of guiding our economy back to its pre-pandemic normal. And at the European Central Forum, you mentioned that it's urgent for the Fed to resolve the tension between these two policy goals, since taming prices by raising interest rates would weaken our labor market. As the Fed considers its monetary policy, how will you manage the trade-offs between controlling prices and ensuring full employment, and how do you plan to resolve the tension between the two that you spoke on Wednesday?
That's the very difficult situation we find ourselves in. Almost all of the time, inflation is low when unemployment is high, and so interest rates work on both problems now. So right now we're far away from, we think, away from full employment. So that gives us an incentive to keep accommodative policy strong, to keep accommodative policy in place. Inflation is well above target, and we have an expectation that high inflation will abate because we think the factors that are causing it are temporary and tied to the pandemic and the reopening of the economy. And what we say is we just have to balance the two, but I would say our expectation is that inflation will come down and we won't ultimately face that difficult trade-off of having the two goals in tension.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And Secretary Yellen, thank you for finally taking the time to appear before this committee. I know that the ranking member has formally requested your presence at least twice within the last few months with no response. Last week, Treasury released the latest data on its emergency rental assistance programs. As you know, $46 billion was made available to supposedly help COVID-impacted low-income families pay off their back rent and to help make mom-and-pop property owners whole in Missouri's 2nd Congressional District and beyond. After more than 9 months and an entire summer of Republicans pushing Treasury, your own data still shows more than 83% of your funds remain unspent, while millions of renters and property owners remain stuck in limbo. It certainly doesn't sound, ma'am, like it has been a, in your words, expedited program. Now, I have a series of yes and no questions. And because my time is limited, I would appreciate and will insist upon a simple yes or no, ma'am. First, Madam Secretary, do you consider Treasury's emergency rental assistance program to be a success? Yes or no?
Yes.
Amazing. Are you aware that in December of 2020, when Congress appropriated the first $25 billion for emergency rental assistance program, funds were to be used by December of 2021. Yes or no?
I do not recall.
Yes.
Do you know why Congress set that initial deadline?
I do not recall.
Make sure that funds get to those who
Right.
are in need.
To get it out the door to renters and landlords ASAP. Madam Secretary, are you aware that just this past March, Democrats extended the time frame for emergency rental assistance program to the years 2022 and, are you ready for this, 2025 for the two respective programs? Yes or no?
Yes, there's
I don't recall.
significant need, and it will continue.
In
and I think that was
2025,
appropriate.
ma'am, I continue. Does extending the program's deadline incentivize grantees to get funds out by extending this? Does it incentivize grantees to get funds out the door, yes or no?
I don't
We're
recall.
doing everything we can, and the states and
Well,
localities
it's not fast
are
enough.
to get it out the door. As I indicated in my opening statement, or in response to a previous question, the infrastructure to do this had to be built, and the pace at which
There was
money is
plenty
getting
of
out
time
the
for
door
the
is
infrastructure to be
increasing.
set. Our Fed programs, our PPP programs, all of those expeditiously got money to people who needed them. This is a complete and abject failure.
I'm sorry,
Secretary
this
Yellen,
was-
I want to read a quote to you from a Treasury official to journalists on September 24th, and I quote, "To simply take the amount of money that has gone out in the first 5 or 6 months and then compare that to what was allocated for 4 or 5 years is just a meaningless number." Meaningless number. Secretary Yellen is getting money out the door as soon as possible. A meaningless gauge, particularly when we are talking about a pandemic-related eviction crisis, yes or no?
Our objective is to get the money out.
Well,
the
it hasn't
door, as
gotten
I-
out the door.
I'm
83% of it is still sitting
I'm sorry,
in the Treasury coffers.
1.4 million.
Ma'am, because my constituents in St. Louis and I do not find it meaningless when we are talking about emergency assistance meant to keep individuals and families in their homes today during a pandemic, not years and years later out to 2025. Moving on. Chairman Powell, with spiking energy prices and bottlenecks in supply chains around the world, there are concerns that there is a rise in inflation may not be as transitory as you originally predicted. Given our current economic situation and the fact that Democrats want to pass trillions and trillions more in spending, what makes you believe we will not see more sustained higher inflation, especially when we've seen significant consumer price increases, et cetera, et cetera?
So as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we do think that inflation will remain elevated before these supply side bottlenecks are resolved, and we think that it will then move back down toward our goal.
Time frame?
Well,
I honestly
these are
think
not
that's
things that
a
we
giveaway
control. We
right
don't
there.
control
Not very
the supply of
transitory, sir.
semiconductors,
It
for
seems
example.
pretty dug in.
I would say that this is a function of supply side bottlenecks over which we have no control. But I would say that we do expect in the first half of next year to see some relief, depending on the bottleneck in question, and inflation should move down over the course of
Not a time to be
2022.
spending trillions and trillions of dollars. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Small Business, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Secretary Yellen, I would like to pick up with what Chair Waters was.
Ms.
asking.
Velasquez, we can't hear you.
Bro, that last one was that was a lot of energy. That was a lot of I felt like
You
Yellen
seem to be unmuted, but the sound is not coming through
that
very well.
static from that lady towards Yellen, that was, woo. But how are they've only given a million renters that money? I feel
No,
like a
we
million's
can't
not a
hear
lot.
you.
That's what I was thinking during all of that.
Would you
Look at
try it
that.
again,
Look, they got the
please?
little Zoom shot clock. I love it. I love it. Yeah, they're still figuring this
You
out.
hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman. Secretary Yellen, I would like to pick up with what Chair Waters
I turned it down.
was
She clapped you a
asking
little bit.
on Iraq. Can you please explain the type of resistance the Treasury Department continues to face from some state and local governments? How is the Treasury Department trying to expedite this funding to tenants and landlords who need it the most despite these challenges?
Well, in cases where states and other grantees launch their programs late, they faced an array of complications. The most significant involved obtaining the necessary authorizations from a grantee's governing body, and there were procurement
SPY is now
challenges that
red and
arise
going down further.
when
Dow down
grantees,
0.5%
have
almost.
to
NASDAQ still
engage
holding up.
outside, partners and contractors. We've received a lot of feedback indicating that the guidance that Treasury has released really does give state and local programs the tools they need to move forward expeditiously. And I'd also note that we've been partnering with HUD to send out technical experts who can help grantees accelerate their programs and help them document best practices.
Thank you. So early on, New York was one of the lowest performing states in distributing ERA funding. But significant progress has been made, and the state now ranks first nationally with more than $1.2 billion in payments made or obligated. Unfortunately, more assistance is needed. So the Treasury Department is required to start reallocating excess first-round funds at the end of September. Can you tell us how this process will unfold?
Well, thank you for that question. Our objective will be to maximize the number of eligible households that are served by ensuring that the resources of the program are appropriately aligned with each grantee's needs and ability to deliver reassistance. And reallocation will be really critical in achieving that objective. Our framework, we will identify localities that have excess funds. We'll use clear expenditure benchmarks that increase over time. We will strive to keep reallocated funds within the same state when it's possible, and afford a venue for voluntary reallocation among grantees.
Thank you. Thank you. Under the American Rescue Plan, Secretary Yellen, Democrats reauthorized the state small business credit initiative, providing $10 billion in federal funds to support up to $100 billion in new loans and initiatives for small businesses through state, territory, tribal, and local governments. Under the program, potential grantees must submit a completed application by February. How is the Treasury Department conducting outreach and working with local governments to ensure completed applications are submitted on a timely basis?
Well, thank you. This is a very important program. Our staff have contacted each state individually to follow up on the application notice, see if there are questions or if help is needed. We've set up webinars. We're assisting in program design, in helping to develop programs, and with respect to tribal governments, we've been conducting extensive outreach.
Thank you. And Chair Powell, would you agree with what Secretary Yellen is saying regarding raising the debt limit, the debt ceiling?
Yes, I think it's essential the debt ceiling be raised in a timely fashion so we can pay our bills, and I think the consequences of that failure to do so would be potentially severe.
Thank you. Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Yellen, do you believe that President Biden's reconciliation package proposal, the one with the $3.5 trillion in total spending, will cost zero and be fully paid for?
Yes, I do. We have a full program that the president has proposed to raise revenue.
We're like
that
a quarter
would,
point from one of the
cover
key levels here,
costs
so
of the
watch out.
program.
Could get interesting.
That
SPY still red.
In the president's
NASDAQ
budget,
only
of
thing green.
course, there are changes under consideration as this goes through Congress, but there are a host of revenue raisers, and I do believe it will be actually deficit reducing beyond the first 10 years of the program.
Okay, thank you. I mean, yesterday, Speaker Pelosi claimed the same thing, that the Democrats' reconciliation proposal would cost zero, that it would be paid for. President Biden said the same thing in a tweet earlier. So call me skeptical, but given the record of the Democrats in Congress here on runaway spending, I just don't believe it. And I'm not the only one. The Washington Post called President Biden's claim that the bill would be budget neutral misleading and gave it a score of 2 Pinocchios. We're passing bills out of committee, I understand, without even CBO scores, Congressional Budget Office scores, so we don't really know, and that we've not done that before. That's a change in our policy. The truth is we're spending an alarming rate in this country. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began last year, the federal government has spent more than $5.3 trillion on relief. That's roughly $16,000 for every American. Our ballooning debt is not some abstract problem. Out of control spending proposed by Biden and being rubber stamped here in Congress will leave a mess that our children and grandchildren have to clean up and pay for. There's decisions we make today, 20 or 30 years from now, our children and grandchildren have to pay this money back. So I'd like to move to a different aspect of the package. One of the attempted paid fors in the package that's alarming to me is tax increases. It will make our economy less competitive. So again, to Secretary Yellen, my question is, the proposed corporate tax rate in the House reconciliation bill is 26.5%. This actually moves us higher than communist China's corporate tax rate of 25%. We're going to have a higher tax rate than a country that has been taking our jobs and is communist ideology. Can you explain why raising our corporate tax rate above China's is a good idea, if you think it is? And do you think this would hurt our competitiveness with China and around the world?
Our companies are the most competitive and profitable in the world. The effective tax rate that they pay is very low, and recent studies suggest that among advanced countries, the United States has an effective tax rate that is among the lowest of countries around the world. We can certainly afford to take the corporate tax rate up to 26.5% as in House Ways and Means without negatively impacting firms' performance. And we propose to do that in the context of an international agreement that received the support of over 130 countries worldwide to establish global minimum tax rates that will apply to other countries' firms. Right now, the United States is the only country with a global minimum tax rate on its multinational corporations. We propose to raise that, but at the same time, other countries will raise theirs much more. And that means that the competitiveness of American firms will be enhanced, and we will be reducing the incentives that exist in our tax law right now to export jobs and profits.
Thank you. I don't know how much time I have left, but thank you, Secretary Yellen. Well, one thing we've learned over the last several years is we need to take the threat from China more seriously here in America, making America less competitive. And despite what you said, raising our corporate tax rate makes us less competitive. And our economic adversaries like China, it's too high of a cost for all this spending. Running up these massive debts that our children will have to pay back for this spending is just not right. So despite what we're hearing and what many are saying, this reconciliation package will be expensive in terms of dollars and frankly to the future of our competitiveness in this country. Racking up this debt, and I just fear we're going to pay for this for years to come. So thank you, Madam Chair. Back to balance.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses today. Certainly, as I've been listening, a lot of descriptive words were used, everything from dysfunctional to meaningless to irrational. Well, I could think of a lot of other words that I could use, but certainly those words are appropriate to describe what Democrats inherited from the last administration, whether that's the irresponsibleness of the past administration, whether it's all the debt that was occurred because of the Trump administration. I think those words are appropriate, just Madam Chair, by my colleagues, were very misdirected, in my opinion. You should look at your own house and home before throwing stones, and especially when they're not appropriate. Now, with that said, to our two witnesses who've been very responsive, I say thank you. And let me get in quickly to my first question on the Federal Reserve. Certainly, you know, Mr. Chair, we've had a lot of conversations about diversity. I want to thank you for responding and continuing to increase your diversity. But as you know, recently there's been two Federal Reserve presidents who have left, quit, retired, bottom line, immediately leaving or gone from the Bank of Dallas and Boston. So my question is, you know where I'm going with this. I would certainly be hopeful that we could increase our numbers in diversity beyond Raphael Bostic by asking that we use the Beatty rule, pattern after the Rooney rule, to do as we did with the Atlanta Federal Reserve president and make sure in that interview process we have a African American or female. Do you have any comments on that?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. I can absolutely guarantee you that we will work hard in both of those processes to find and give a fair shot to diverse candidates for those two jobs, as we do. And it'll be a big focus of both of those processes.
Thank you. Secretary Yellen, you will recall back in 2016, Secretary Lew made his historic announcement that Harriet Tubman would be the face on a $20 bill. I sent you a letter in July, early July, along with my colleague, Congressman Katko, requesting the committee to move forward with the Obama administration's plan to put her on the face of the 20. I understand your staffs have been in discussion on this issue, and am hoping to get a high-level overview and to ask you if there's any comment you can make on this.
Well, thank you for that question, Representative Beatty. We believe it is very important that our notes reflect the history and diversity of our country, and I couldn't possibly think of a better way to honor Harriet Tubman's legacy and her courage in fighting for the freedom of enslaved people and women's right to vote than seeing her on the $20 bill. Issuing notes, as you know, is a very lengthy process. It involves collaboration among a number of different agencies, and it's necessary to design new security and counterfeit features. And unfortunately, that means the lead time to redesign new bills and ensure their security is long. When Secretary
I'm
Liu
gonna
announced,
go to my rental. Madam Secretary, I'm gonna go to my rental question because the clock is down and we will follow up with your staff. Just prior to the new administration coming into office, the former administration rushed the regulations and questions for the rental assistance program.
Not a
Those,
recommendation.
regulations were
Do
so
not trade it. I made a play. I grabbed United Steel calls. Just falls in line with some of the inflation stuff we're talking, and then that China headline, and then kind of tied into the energy crisis. But I only spent like $150 or less than that. November calls. Do not trade that. You will lose money.
Secretary Yellen, isn't it true that the secretary under the new administration had to spend weeks going back and redoing all of that to make sure that the funds could actually be distributed?
That's correct.
Thank you. I want that to go on the record. Some of my colleagues wanted to drill down and make our Secretary Yu answering those questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I thank our witnesses and our colleagues. I appreciate this hearing. Chairman Powell, you have extensive private sector experience, and of course, as Chairman of the Federal Reserve, you have a role in bank regulation. In your experience, do banks or lenders increase lines of credit unconditionally? Isn't there some level of underwriting involved? Wouldn't banks have problems with their regulators if they did no underwriting for a line of credit?
Yes, no, of course, they're very careful in the lending they do.
Well, I submit that it's perfectly rational for Congress to expect something in exchange for an increased line of credit. The plan presented is atrocious. It will never balance. It doesn't even propose to balance in 15, 20, 30, 100 years. There's no plan to quit bankrupting America, Madam Secretary. Now, thankfully, under the Federal Reserve's leadership and 13.3 authority, we had some facilities in place to prevent real financial calamity. So recently, the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy held a hearing to discuss the Federal Reserve's lending facilities under Section 13.3 and how those facilities were utilized prior to and since the passage of the CARES Act. Some of my colleagues, I fear, don't understand even how some of the products like bonds or margin calls work, as they've criticized programs where there is literally no buy side in the market. And of course, the Federal Reserve stepped in to create a buy side and support the markets. I've heard colleagues say, well, there were only 2 loans under the municipal liquidity facility, for example, while there were hundreds of loans, hundreds of billions of dollars of credit extended. How important are the 13.3 provisions to the financial stability of our country?
They're very important, but they're reserved for real economic emergencies, financial emergencies. And as you point out, they functioned, I think, very well in the crisis as backstops. That we put them in place and the private capital markets started working. And really, that's success. That's what success looks like.
Do you think 13.3 should ever be used for a political goal or something to fulfill a dual mandate rather than an emergency?
Actually, no, I don't. I think the current institutional arrangements are very good. I think we need the approval of the Treasury Secretary. Realistically, we work with Treasury.
They're trying to find a workaround to the debt ceiling right there.
Very specific circumstances, unusual and exigent circumstances. There are a number of tests in the law, and I think it's an arrangement that works.
Thank you, Chairman. Recently, Federal Reserve Governor Michelle Bowman gave a speech in which she discussed the evolution and enhancement of bank supervision, particularly during the COVID pandemic. And in that speech, she stated that the Fed avoided overreacting and instead approached supervision in a more measured way that allowed banks the flexibility to work with their customers. There are a range of topics she's addressed and others have with bank regulation. I'll just share this from her paper. She says, the goal of this initiative is to ensure our supervisory approaches accommodate a much broader range of activities while ensuring we don't create an unlevel playing field with unfair advantages or unfair disadvantages for some types of firms versus others. And for that reason, I'm working on a bill that would study the evolution of consumer finance and the viability of updating our prudential regulatory structure through consolidation of bank supervisors. Of course, there's some level of coordination the Fed does, but could either of you give an opinion on a scenario where the United States consolidates banking supervision?
That's something we'd have to look at. I know it does something that does tend to get looked at over intervals, and it hasn't happened. I think each institution has a different role in our society. I know we have more bank regulators in other countries, but we do seem to work pretty well together.
Thanks for that. Secretary Yellen, obviously there are a lot of provisions and a large void in the digital asset space. In your opinion, what is a digital asset for purposes of tax reporting?
For purposes of tax reporting, I believe the IRS is will issue detailed regulations that will answer that question for the purposes of tax reporting.
Thank you. Our law hasn't really kept up with this, and frankly, it's led to regulation by enforcement, of course, with the SEC and a host of others. But, I appreciated when you were chair of the Fed, the Faster Payments Initiative that got launched. A lot of this involves payments, but so much in the digital asset space isn't a currency or a payment system. There are a gazillion use cases, and I'd be ashamed to see the regulatory framework curtail that. And I look forward to seeing fintech flourish in the future. I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ranking Member McHenry. Chairman Powell, Floridians unfortunately have seen firsthand the impact of climate change, and the impact only becoming worse as we experience more severe and frequent hurricanes and risks of rising sea level. I'm glad to see greater attention given to how we can better assess and manage climate-related risks. It is my understanding many financial institutions conduct scenarios analysis to assess credit, market liquidity, and operate risks related to transition risks, physical risks like hurricane flooding, wildfires, and drought. Mr. Powell, is scenario analysis a good tool in assessing climate-related financial risk? Could you please discuss the difference between scenario analysis and stress testing? What other tools does the Federal Reserve have to assess climate-related risk, financial risk?
Thank you. So our role, of course, is to make sure that the financial institutions we regulate and supervise understand and can manage their risks, including the risks from climate change, the financial risks from climate change. Scenario analysis is almost certainly going to be one of the principal tools for doing exactly that. And it's very different from the stress test. Scenario analysis at this point is about institutions really understanding what these risks will be, how they will develop over time, what are the channels through which they will develop. And it's sort of early days in understanding how those risks will interact with the economy and with the financial system. Scenario analysis is meant to help do that. And we at the Fed are working on developing a program of scenario analysis. Many of the large institutions are doing so, as I mentioned, quite different from stress tests, which have consequences for distributions and that kind of thing. I think overall, we see our job, as I mentioned, as making sure that these financial institutions understand the risks and can manage them, and that's just a lot of basic supervisory tools, understanding what they're doing, and have the processes in place and the analytical tools in place and the focus, and that's what we'll be doing.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Yellen, I am concerned that small business, particularly within the communities of color, will have lasting economic damage coming out of this pandemic. The American Rescue Plan extended assistance to small business by authorizing a $10 billion program called the State Small Business Credit Initiative, with $2.5 billion of these funds set aside for minority-owned business. The Florida Department of Economic Opportunity is waiting for the Treasury to release applications, requirements, and program guidance. When can we expect the guidance to be released? And can we share our Treasury plan to ensure that the assistance goes to small business that will be highly impacted by the pandemic?
It's the state's small business credit initiative is an extremely important program, and we are in the process of implementing it. We will absolutely make sure that it reaches small businesses that have been very severely affected by the pandemic, and certainly in underserved areas and communities of color. I think you know that Congress required that Treasury provide funds to states based on the extent of job losses that had been suffered, and it sets aside significant funds for businesses that are owned by socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. So we will make this funding available and provide technical assistance, working with communities to make sure that it's used as intended.
Okay, thank you very much, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairwoman and thank the witnesses. You know, the federal government's spending, and I'm not even talking about debt, but just the spending here, it's expected to reach record highs this year, 2021, and Democrats are trying to dump trillions of what I believe is very reckless spending into an already inflationary economy. So as a percentage of GDP, our public debt has reached 125%.
Facebook is changing some ad targeting stuff.
Secretary
The
Yellen,
news is coming out now. I don't know
briefly,
the effect,
do you
though.
believe that there is a level of debt that is unsustainable in our economy? And if so, what is that number? And you can share that with me either in dollars or as a percentage of GDP.
Well, I believe that the debt held by the public relative to GDP is around 105%. And that's a number that is higher than we have had during most of the post-war period in the United States, but it is not a number that I think is fiscally irresponsible or unsustainable. Interest
Madam
rates,
Secretary, do you have a number that is the threshold that is irresponsible, either in percentage or in dollars?
well, one way that I would judge that is by looking at the interest burden, the real interest burden on the debt. That really is the burden, a better measure of the burden it places on our economy. And this year, that interest burden has actually been negative. Interest rates have been exceptionally low. This dates back to before the financial crisis in 2008, and most economists believe that there are deep structural reasons why low interest rates are likely to continue, even if nominal interest rates move back toward more normal levels. That interest burden
just because I want to be
low.
aware of the time constraints, thank you, Ms. Secretary. If the interest rate was zero, what is irresponsible in percentage or dollars?
Well, I think that if the real interest burden stays below
if it's as
historical
is,
norms, I'm sorry, if interest rates are zero?
if it's, let's say zero, let's say as is, pick one of those, and let's say what is irresponsible as a percentage or total dollars of debt?
Well, if interest rates are zero and negative in real terms, certainly we could have a substantially higher burden, although there are always risks pertaining to the path of interest rates that need to be taken account of.
I understand. Thank you. Let me shift gears a bit. In one of my recent telephone town halls, I asked a poll question to those who were able to join me. It said, have you or your family noticed a sharp rise in prices for food, gas, or electricity? And 94% of the respondents, and it was a good sample size, they said yes. Inflation is eating away at the buying power of every single North Carolinian. And bottom line, inflation is a tax on working Americans. So Chairman Powell, I know that you've called the inflation that we're dealing with transitory, and boy, I sure hope you're right. But what would you tell people back in my district, especially those on fixed incomes, when they are struggling to make ends meet right now? What would you tell them?
I would say that we are dealing with a very unusual event that's really part of the broader COVID event, that the economy is now reopening, that we're hitting supply-side bottlenecks. For example, it's hard to manufacture cars without semiconductors, which are in short supply, so car prices are going up, and lots of prices are being affected by supply-side constrictions. We expect that those will abate, that they'll lessen, and over time inflation will come back down. Exactly when that will happen is not possible to say, but I would say we should be seeing some relief in coming months and over the course of the first half of next year.
I hope you're right. The folks I talked to back in North Carolina are doubtful of that, but I do hope you're right. Chairman Powell, next question. So in a July hearing before this committee, you were asked about CBDC, or the central bank digital currencies, and their impact on stablecoin and other cryptocurrencies. And you stated, and I think I quote you correctly here, you wouldn't need stablecoins, you wouldn't need cryptocurrencies if you had a digital U.S. currency. So, Mr. Chairman, as a matter of policy, is it your intention to ban or limit the use of cryptocurrencies like we're seeing in China?
No, and I immediately realized I had misspoken there. I didn't mean that take the word cryptocurrency out of that sentence, and I would say it's fairly widely understood that central bank digital currencies could perform could make.
But no intention to ban.
Less.
No intention to ban.
No intention to ban them, but they're, the stable coins are like money market funds, they're like bank deposits, but they're to some extent outside the regulatory perimeter, and it's appropriate that they be regulated. Same activity, same regulation.
Powell is just quiet.
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who is also the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to our witnesses. We are truly fortunate to have you at the helm of steering us through some past and future crises. I want to talk about those, but before that, I want to just talk about manufactured crises, which I'd like to avoid. Congress, everybody on this call in some fashion has voted to approve our spending. Congress, everybody on this call in some fashion has voted to decide how much of that spending will be paid with tax revenues. And then somewhat uniquely, we give ourselves the authority to decide how much of the residual, which is paid with debt, we are going to pay for. It's political suicide. I am a co-sponsor and supporter of my friend, Mr. Foster's bill, H.R. 3305, to end the Default Act and take that tool away from Congress, because Congress has proven that we cannot be trusted with that responsibility. Secretary Yellen, without getting into the specifics of Mr. Foster's bill, would you support simply eliminating the debt ceiling so that we don't have to deal with this in the future and can focus on real crises?
Yes, I would, because I believe when Congress legislates expenditures and puts in place tax policy that determines taxes, those are the crucial decisions Congress is making. And if to finance those spending and tax decisions, it's necessary to issue additional debt, I believe it's very destructive to put the President and myself, the Treasury Secretary, in a situation where we might be unable to pay the bills that result from those past decisions.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear it, and we'll hopefully try to get that through Congress. Moving on to past crises, Chair Powell, I think all of us in all of our districts are hearing about labor market tightness, and I think a lot of people are explaining that labor market tightness to justify pre-existing political biases. As you know, and we've talked about, we saw unemployment go from 3.5% to almost 10% and back down to 5.2%, but I'm much more concerned that workforce participation went from 63 to 61 and has stayed low. Can you just explain for the committee briefly what is driving the reduction in workforce participation, and what, if anything, we can do to get that number back up to make sure that employers have access to folks who are ready and able to work?
I'd be glad to. So the two biggest parts of that are caretakers and retirees. So that makes up a lot of the shortfall from where we were with labor force participation before the pandemic crisis. And within caretakers, Some of that is going to be connected to schools not being opened or people who are afraid to go into an unvaccinated workplace and are afraid of COVID and things like that, and other reasons. So that's a part of that, and that should abate over time. In terms of the retiree piece, it's not clear about that. I would say the lore is that people don't come out of retirement, except I would say all during the last few years of the very long expansion that ended with the pandemic, we were constantly surprised to the upside on participation, including older people staying in the workforce longer. So I think my prior would be that we will get back a big chunk of the so-called retirees, and that we should be very open-minded about how much labor force participation can go up. The United States has low labor force participation compared to our advanced economy peers, and this is not something that has to be that way. It's not something that's good.
Well, thank you for that. Certainly when I talk to folks in the district, everybody kind of acknowledges that it's the boomers who retired who are creating a lot of their skills gap, and that's a harder challenge. Going back to you, Secretary Yellen, I think subsequent to your first FSOC hearing when you identified climate change as an emerging threat, President Biden issued an emergency order on climate financial risk, directing agencies, including yours, to analyze and mitigate risks that climate change poses to the financial system. In the little time we've got left, can you give us any updates on status, milestones, and deliverables that the Treasury Department has in response to that executive order?
Yes, we're in the process of completing the report, and we expect to issue it in late October or early November within the 180-day time frame. And what we'll be doing is looking at the work of individual regulators to incorporate climate change risks into their regulatory and supervisory activities, and describing some of the challenges that they face in carrying that out.
Well, thank you. I'm out of town. I will clear my calendar to allow some time to read that week, and I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for calling today's hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing. Secretary Yellen, if I could, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal dated September 15th. The headline is, Yellen, IRS pushed Democrats to require banks to report taxpayer annual account flows. And I want to read the first two paragraphs just briefly. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and IRS Commissioner Charles Reddick pressed lawmakers Wednesday to give the Internal Revenue Service more information about taxpayer bank accounts as the Biden administration tries to salvage its struggling tax compliance proposal. In letters to lawmakers, the administration officials again asked Congress to require banks to report annual inflows and outflows from bank accounts with at least $600 or at least $600 worth of transactions, a proposal aimed at letting the IRS target its audits more effectively.
Wait, it was any account with $600?
$460
I thought it was
billion
just
over a
transactions.
decade to cover the cost of Democrats' planned expansion of the social safety net and climate change policies, according to the administration. Those are the first two paragraphs of the story. That's an accurate reflection of what you've done, correct?
Yes, we have proposed both augmenting the resources of the IRS so that it can hire qualified auditors, and augmenting the information flow so that the IRS gets insight into opaque sources of income. And both together, we believe, can serve to greatly address the $7 trillion estimated tax gap that we'll see in this country.
And Madam Secretary, you would tell my
decade.
constituents that they should not have any privacy concerns about what you're trying to do.
Well, they should not, because this is a simple matter for banks that already file 1099 int forms
Madam
with
Secretary,
the IRS.
the IRS
give
leaked
two additional-
information about taxpayers to ProPublica that was published, their entire tax returns, their entire tax information. On the record, you tell my constituents and all the other members here, their constituents, that they should have no privacy concerns about banks reporting $600 or more in account value to the IRS.
What we've asked to have reported is the aggregate inflows and outflows from these accounts each year on an annual basis, 2 additional pieces of information, not transaction level data. And look, every wage earner in this country
This
has
says bank
wage
accounts of at least
income.
$600. Is that a correct statement?
Well, we want to make sure that this can't
That's
be
different from
gamed by
transactions.
expanding.
Those are values of $600.
There's
The Wall Street Journal is accurate, correct?
Excuse me?
The Wall Street Journal's report is
we
accurate,
did
correct?
we did propose that. I don't believe it's an invasion of privacy. And look, the IRS gets a great deal of information that it needs in order to make sure that taxpayers comply with the tax code. It receives individual information on wages and salaries that are received, on dividends, on transactions, on...
How did ProPublica receive this information from the IRS about the individual taxpayers?
Excuse me?
How did ProPublica publish and obtain the information from your agent, from the IRS, about taxpayer information?
Independent agencies and law enforcement are currently looking into that and attempting to figure out how that occurred. That is clearly a crime and an utterly unacceptable thing, and it will be prosecuted when it's understood. When
But
these
your
agencies have...
your proposal purports to give more information to the IRS, drilling down to accounts of $600.
We want to make sure that individuals can't game the system by opening multiple accounts in order to...
What about the
evade,
billionaires?
And that you give the IRS all this other information about individuals. Last question, Madam Secretary. Do you support a move to the Department of Treasury from Homeland Security of the United States Secret Service?
I haven't taken a view on that.
Thank you. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm appalled by the Republican gamesmanship around the debt limit. I heard a Republican colleague on this committee complain about not receiving a phone call from the administration or complain that we, the Democrats, are too partisan. The Republican argument seems to be the following, that since the Democrats have been mean to us, we are going to sabotage the full faith and credit of the United States to exact revenge against those who have slighted us. And that kind of pettiness has me wondering, are we in high school or the United States Congress? Now, it has to be said that the debt limit, raising the debt limit, would not authorize new spending. It would simply pay the debts of previous administrations, including the Trump administration. So the Republicans cannot pass $2 trillion worth of tax cuts and then refuse to pay back the debt that made those tax cuts possible in the first place. That, to me, is worse than fiscal responsibility. That's fiscal hypocrisy. And I support Congressman Foster's legislation abolishing the debt limit so that we're no longer at the whims of bruised egos slighted by unreturned phone calls. Suppose for a moment it is October 18th. The use of extraordinary measures is exhausted. What happens on October 19th?
We're simply in an impossible situation
Puts print.
in which it will be impossible for Treasury on that day or a few days thereafter, depending on we'll have very limited resources that will be run down quickly. We won't be able to pay all of the government's bills. The Treasury has been directed by Congress to pay all of the government's bills, to use the tax revenues that are available, and without that to issue debt. And the debt ceiling will make it impossible for us to do that.
And the damage could be irreparable.
Well, yes, and we got a taste of that in 2011 when the debt ceiling wasn't raised until the last minute. The fact that Congress might not raise the debt limit and call into question whether or not what is regarded as the safest asset in the world, dollar-denominated U.S. Treasury debt, will actually be repaid, is simply a catastrophic event.
I want to follow up on an exchange you had with Congressman Budd, who asked you about the debt to GDP ratio. The U.S. debt to GDP ratio is over 100%. What is Japan's debt to GDP ratio?
Excuse me?
What is Japan's debt to GDP ratio?
It's about 250%.
It's the highest in the world. Right?
Yes, it is.
And Japan is regarded as a successful economy.
It is, and Japan also has low interest rates and has not found.
And I agree with your premise that the cost of servicing debt is a more reliable measure of debt sustainability than the debt to GDP ratio. And if we were to breach the debt limit, as Republicans would have us do, it would actually raise the cost of borrowing. It would raise interest rate payments, which would make our debt burden less sustainable, not more.
That is absolutely correct. You know, it would be regarded as riskier. We might suffer, again, a credit downgrade, and coming out of that, we could expect to see higher interest rates on Treasury debt and on the debt that private individuals have, mortgage debt, credit card debt, auto loans, and everything else.
I want to quickly ask you about a Title IV loan under the CARES Act. During the Trump administration, the largest recipient of the Title IV national security loan was a trucking company, previously known as YRC Worldwide and presently known as Yellow Corporation. Do you think a nearly bankrupt trading company whose conduct is the subject of a DOJ lawsuit for overcharging should have received the national security loan from the Trump administration?
I'm afraid I don't know the details of that, and I'd be glad to have our staff get back to you on that.
And I want to be clear that this loan is the subject of scrutiny from the Bipartisan Congressional Oversight Commission and the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus. You said that at the end of September, the funding for the emergency rental assistance might be
You're like a quarter point away from the key level on the SPY, so watch out here.
I can't give you a dollar
Could get
estimate,
interesting.
but the objective would be to shift it to areas where there's need and proven success in getting it out.
And if the use of extraordinary measures is exhausted on October 18th, what does the Federal Reserve do on October 19th? What actions do you take in response, if any? And that'll be my final question.
I guess I would just say no one should assume that we can really do much to if there were to be a default on our obligations, no one should assume that the Fed or anyone else can fully shield the American people from the consequences of that.
My time has expired, so.
The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Hollingsworth, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, good morning. I'm going to ask most of my questions to Secretary Yellen. First and foremost, I want to associate myself with the comments that Mr. Kustoff made. I love serving on this committee. I have a great time working on the policies that emanate from this committee, but rarely does something that this committee do lead to questions in the grocery store.
We've now broke every level except the last Monday's
but
low.
I have to tell you, the proposal that has
So
been
this
put
could set
forth
the
about
sell-off even further.
expanding
This is
the
a very
amount of
crucial level now.
information that the IRS is going to get on private bank accounts has been something I've been asked about at parks, at grocery stores, at convenience stores around the district. This has people deeply afraid about the emergence of an apparatus that can be used against them. So I want to better understand with specificity what is being proposed, because what I saw in the proposal as circulated by Treasury was extremely generic and somewhat incongruent with what I heard today. You said to Mr. Kustoff that the only things that will be reported to the IRS under your proposal is the gross inflow and the gross outflow from that particular account in a given year. Is that accurate or inaccurate in what you have requested?
The proposal put forward by the administration requested a bit more information than that, but what is under consideration now in reconciliation would be limited to those two pieces of information. And this would be what you should tell people who ask you about this in the park is that right now, much of the audit time of the IRS is devoted to taxpayers that have relatively low incomes. And we know that the tax gap is something that comes from opaque sources of income and from high-income individuals.
So I need to tell my
The audit rates on individuals earning less than $400,000 would not increase. This would
Wait a minute.
audits
They're not worried about the audit rates. Reclaiming my time. They're not worried about the audit rates. They're worried about yielding their privacy.
Just chill, man. The audit rates are just, that's what you got to think about.
There is no transaction history.
Reclaiming my time to a federal government that has shown itself time and time again, mobilizing that information against individuals, against organizations, and against businesses, has shown itself incapable of protecting that data from breaches by nation states, from breaches, reclaiming my time. This is deeply concerning to them. So forgive me if I won't go back to them and say, don't worry, despite all evidence to the contrary about their past history, the federal government really means it this time when they say they're going to respect your privacy, when they intend to build firewalls around this enormous database of personal information to them. And, by the way, which you brought up, we're doing it for a really good purpose. We're doing it for a really good purpose. Forgive them if they don't believe that the government is showing up on their doorstep to ask about the inflows and outflows from their personal accounts at a very de minimis level, and that is going to be used for only their good purpose.
There is no transaction level data being that would be
Palantir,
reported
decent
to
size
the
red,
IRS.
check news.
Clarify what you mean by a bit more data then. When you said, I asked, is it just these two things? And you said, it's a bit more. What does a bit more mean?
The proposal by the administration that was originally put forward requested some additional information, particularly about businesses and partnerships.
Yeah.
But there is no transaction level data for individuals being considered by this Congress.
I want to point out.
Look, why is it okay that we have businesses report wage and salary income, or companies report dividends?
I think reclaiming my time.
Because it's not everything in their bank account.
Growing the amount of data that the federal government has proven itself incapable of handling correctly, or at some point ethically, to the IRS. I heard testimony 2 years ago about how China was able to apprehend many of the protesters in Hong Kong. The way that they did that was mining financial data, not by virtue of great law enforcement work and investigatory work, but instead by mining financial data about who was scanning their credit card in order to buy subway tickets to those particular locations. This worries Americans who are rightly concerned about a federal government that does not have their best interest at heart, but is telling them that for the greater good, they need to yield more privacy, more of their privacy, more of the things that they do in their personal accounts, because we might be able to close the tax gap for other people who are cheating. With that, I'll yield my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Iowa.
Yeah, there's
Ms.
about like a
Ashley,
2-point range
who
now
is
on the
also
SPY.
the
You were
vice chair
at the
of
lower
subcommittee
levels
on
from
housing,
Monday. So
community,
again, that's where you saw it from
development
432 to
and
430
insurance
flat.
is now
So
recognized
the
as
speed and
vice
velocity may pick up here, but it gets interesting from here.
Thank you, Madam
Willis
Chair.
Towers,
Thank you,
pop,
Secretary Yellen and
WLTW,
Chair
big
Powell
pop.
for being here. It's great to see you. Listen, we've heard a lot about inflation, of course, but I want to dig a little bit into this. Chair Powell, you recently mentioned that price increases are relatively concentrated in particular areas.
Starboard is taking a stake in Willis Towers.
That things like airlines and hotels, et cetera, industries that took a hit during COVID, because people weren't really traveling, this could be an issue there. However, I want to get into some other areas where we've seen price increases. One of the biggest areas is in cars, both new and used. And I wanted to touch base about this. Secretary Yellen, one of the key causes of the shortages and the prices of the increase in our cars is because of shortages of semiconductors and production issues. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. There have been significant semiconductor shortages, particularly affecting cars.
Thank you. And I hear regularly from businesses in my district about supply chain issues coming off of the pandemic. that are unfortunately holding back our companies. One recently told me that their sales are down $120 million, really because they're producing to supply chain. So, Chair Powell, we see that elsewhere too, with ships waiting offshore on both coasts, difficulties moving goods back and forth, et cetera. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Very correct. It's hard to see how long that will take, but it will resolve itself in time.
And that shows us also that the prices of shipping goods from China to the U.S. Has gone up, and I think that's gone up 400% from pre-pandemic. So that's going to, of course, add to the cost of anything we buy from China. So while we've got you two here, I guess what I'm wondering about are what are the solutions? Chair Powell, if we have issues with our ports or with the supply of semiconductors or other components, does it make much sense for the economy to pull back on investments in the bottlenecks, or would we do better to expand that capacity?
I think that's really a question for fiscal policy. I will say these are tangled supply chains right now, and it's a combination of a bunch of factors which should abate over time. But in terms of obviously investment in supply chains would make them more efficient over time.
Thank you. And so I want to point out here that most of the things we produce do require workers. And I spoke to you, Chair Powell, about this in February, but Secretary Yellen, you've of course studied labor markets throughout your career. So when we have constraints on our supply chain, does it make sense to limit the numbers of people able to work, or should we instead invest in policies like childcare that help get people into the workforce?
Well, absolutely. I think over the longer term, we've had a problem with declining labor force participation of prime age workers, and we're proposing paid leave, child care support, early childhood education, supports that would help expand labor force participation. In the short run, of course, dealing with the pandemic to make sure schools can operate on a normal schedule, get people back to work will help as well.
And then there are other countries around the world that obviously have some of these pieces put in place, like, better child care, early childhood education. In your studies with them, do you see economic growth coming as a result of putting these practices in place?
Yes, it's been an important source of growth in the United States and elsewhere. Once upon a time, the United States, just with respect to women's labor force participation, had about the highest in the world, and that's changed radically in recent decades as we have failed to expand and provide the level of support for female, especially for women's labor force participation. We've fallen behind other developed countries.
Absolutely, and thank you. So what I'm hearing, it sounds like to me that Democrats, what we're proposing is actually a solution to some of these inflation concerns, and that doing nothing will actually exacerbate issues and make it worse. I'm, for one, not in the business of telling people what they can't buy. What I'm hoping that we can do is find solutions like childcare, like paid family leave, like lowering the cost of prescription drugs to keep money in people's pockets so that we can stop artificially limiting the capacity of America's economy and get people back to work to help create more products and move products around our country. So things like childcare, paid leave, and other policies will actually help expand the workforce.
NASDAQ is now red
Thank
again.
You so much.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry, and I want to thank Chairman Powell and Secretary Yellen for being here today. I'm just going to dive right in. I do want to follow up on a couple of things that have been talked about quite a bit this morning. The debt limit, first of all. I feel like there's a lot of misinformation that circulates about this. So to be clear, if we suspend the debt limit, that's to allow for the enlargement of the debt. Yes, some of that for programs that have been in place historically, but much of that for that would likely facilitate new spending. And I learned a long time ago from my dad not to sign blank checks. And so it seems to me that if we suspend the debt limit, that's kind of like signing a blank check. And frankly, I'm not willing to participate in signing that blank check. If we had assurances that that increase would go simply to cover the current built-in costs of operating the government, then that might be a different discussion, but that's not the one we're having. And then, Secretary Yellen, I want to follow up just for a second about the IRS reporting for bank account information. And I wonder, in the administration's proposal, is there any allowance in that proposal to defray the costs that banks and financial institutions would incur from reporting, from the added reporting expenses of providing this additional information to the IRS?
I don't believe it was in the administration's proposal, but if appropriate, we would be glad to work with Congress on that to defray any expense.
Well, I certainly know that the existing reporting requirements that banks face is to be short on onerous and expensive, and of course, ultimately, their customers end up bearing that cost. I want to shift gears now. In May, the Treasury Department published an interim final rule to implement the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery fund. Although the guidance was much needed, I continued to hear from cities and county mayors across my district, many of whom are here in town today, across my district, asking for additional clarification and flexibility. I wrote a letter to you in July requesting this additional flexibility in the final rule. Secretary Yellen, can you tell us when we can expect this updated guidance and if there will be increased flexibility included?
We've tried to provide a great deal of flexibility in the guidance we've provided. There is an interim final rule that's in place, and states and localities can rely on it. It was out for comment. We have received a very large number of comments that we're working through carefully, and we'll work to produce a final rule. But
any foreshadowing of when that rule might be available?
Later this year, but the interim final rule is quite permissive in terms of flexibility, and
we look forward to seeing that. Reclaiming my time, Secretary Yellen. Earlier this month, the committee reported the chairwoman's partisan bill that will have the effect of slowing down, in my opinion, the distribution of emergency rental assistance funds, punish landlords, and expose taxpayers to fraud. Part of her bill would replace having grantees determine if a household was, in fact, an eligible low-income household, as Congress intended with the self-attestation that requires grantees to accept any attestation of the household as true. Secretary Yellen, are you concerned that requiring grantees to accept all self-attestations of applicants who want to get free rental assistance money will increase the likelihood of fraud?
We're working carefully with Chairwoman Waters and want to make sure that we get money out in the most effective and rapid way possible while maintaining adequate controls to prevent fraud and abuse.
And Secretary Yellen, we've had several hearings regarding the emergency rental assistance program that is dispersed through Treasury, and yet you haven't appeared at a single one. And for that matter, you failed to appear at the Small Business Committee hearing as well. So I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to my good friend, Mr. Lukemeyer, the ranking member of the Small Business Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Secretary Yellen. I'm also the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, as Mr. Rose indicated. And last December, Congress passed a bipartisan bill that required you to testify in front of the Small Business Committee on the Paycheck Protection Program. That deadline has now passed 157 days ago, and you're still not there. You have willfully refused to come before the committee and willfully refused to obey the law. So my question is very simple. Why can you, a cabinet member of the Biden administration, pick and choose which laws you choose to follow? Please close your binder and please respond off the cuff. Why can you pick and choose which laws that you respond to?
I have testified 11 times before Congress during
but never in front of the Small Business Committee, Madam Chair.
7 months. I have agreed to do so. We have not been able to find an appropriate date that works.
Chair,
I have offered to have
I
my
can show you a
deputy.
list of your
time has
folks that you've been able to
expired.
come in contact with.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is also the chair of the Task Force on Financial Technology, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, there it is.
It's a nice break, awkward break. This is good. This is good. I mean, I like it. Again, we haven't gotten too much stuff here. Again, a lot of undertones
Mr. Lynch?
of
Please
inflation,
turn your
and now a
microphone
lot more debt ceiling talks compared to yesterday.
Apologize to Ms. Adams.
Oh, what's up, Miss Adams? Okay. Oh, there it is.
First of all, as someone for the past 20 years has worked with both Republican and Democratic administrations to allow our government to meet our obligations to our senior citizens and Social Security, pay our troops, and pay our bills, I view this latest threat to default on our debt as a direct attack on the American people and on our government itself. Never has it been a good time to destroy the full faith and credit of the United States. And I fully support Mr. Foster's bill, House 3305, which would change the whole dynamic of raising the debt limit. I would like to ask you about the rollout of the CARES Act. And Madam Secretary, I know that was a joint program between Treasury and the SBA. As Chairwoman Waters pointed out, I chair the task force on FinTech. And while there were very little connections between most of the FinTech firms and the SBA prior to the pandemic, once we gave them about $330 billion in the second phase of the PPP program, the FinTechs engaged. They were able to put out, I think, 15% of the funding through FinTech lenders to people who needed it. Unfortunately, however, about 75% of the fraud that we detected was from that 15% that went out through FinTech lenders. And these were even some of our best. Cabbage, which previously had never handled an SBA loan. They were one of the companies that had difficulties. I'm just wondering if there were any lessons learned about that rollout. I know we were rushed. We were pushing to get, especially the first phase, the banks took care of their favorite customers. I understand that. And those were known entities. And then we in Congress encouraged a further reach out for the SBA for people who were not met and were not addressed in the initial phase. But are there any, we had the rushed aspect of it. There was also, I'm not sure what the API interface is between the SBA and these FinTech lenders. I know the relationships are new, but did we learn any lessons from that interaction in getting money out to people who need it through the FinTech companies and lenders that we used?
Well, certainly there are oversight and review processes that are taking place. I can get back to you. I don't have details on what we've found about FinTech lenders, and I guess the SBA is probably doing much of that review of the Paycheck Protection Program. But in every aspect of developing programs that have been assigned to Treasury, we've worked right from the outset with our offices of Inspector General and others to make sure that we have appropriate reporting and fraud control in place to minimize fraud in the programs and make sure that we have controls in place.
Okay. Chairman Powell, any thoughts on that, or would you rather take a pass?
I'll follow up and also see if we have anything on that for you. Of course, the PPP was administered by the SBA. We did the liquidity facility.
Okay.
I'd be happy to, in that part of it, be happy to check and come back to you.
That would be great. And Madam Secretary, would you again talk about what happens upon default and what that means for the American people?
It's a catastrophe. We can end up with, we're likely to end up with a financial crisis, surely a recession, and millions of individuals who are counting on checks from the government not receiving those in a timely fashion, and long-lasting consequences of higher interest rates for everybody who borrows.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Chairman Powell, Secretary Yellen, thank you for being with us here today. Out of the gates, Secretary Yellen, I'd just like to note that the proposal for bank account reporting that you do not believe to be an invasion of privacy, I'd just like to be on the record that I believe that this would be an invasion of privacy, and I remain concerned with it. I'd like to jump over to debt to GDP. In a previous question, you noted that crossing the threshold of 100% of debt to GDP in the United States, now roughly 105%, was not fiscally irresponsible. Is that correct? In a comment to Mr. Torres, he was examining.
Yes. I believe we're in a place where we can certainly bear the burden of the debt now and in the future.
And you believe that because we're currently in a low inflationary environment with low interest rates. Is that accurate?
That's right, but I'm assuming that interest rates, as the economy recovers, will move up to a more normal level in line with the forecasts of many professional forecasters.
And if in the event that the inflationary rate increased beyond that current forecast by the experts that you're speaking with, that would increase the burden on the debt, would that then become fiscally irresponsible to have a debt to GDP ratio over 100%?
Well, it depends what happens to real interest rates in the economy. If they were to rise significantly, that, of course, poses a risk that we need to take into account.
I think we should absolutely take it into account. I'm very concerned with the spending proposals from the Biden administration and the impact that would have in the event that we enter a more inflationary period where interest rates increase.
I want to make clear that the proposals from the Biden administration are neutral with respect to the debt path, that the projections that we have shown display essentially a level debt path over the next 10 years, and beyond 15 years, substantially reduce the outstanding debt to GDP ratio.
I remain very concerned about the debt path that the Biden administration is taking us on, and a whole array of spending proposals that we're seeing. Let me shift gears slightly over to you, Mr. Chairman Powell, if I can, and build on this topic as it relates to inflation. It's something I've spoken with you many times about, in particular in this committee in July, December of last year. And in those times you've suggested, and I think you've continued to state, the Fed's not ready to take action to head off inflation, yet we're continuing to see prices to increase. We saw consumer prices increase 5.4% year over year more recently, and continuing, and regardless of what the White House press team says, I think people are really seeing the impact of higher prices day in and day out. Now, I know that you've said many of these you believe to be transitory, that you think they'll come down, but here's my concern, is that individual and the public expectations are beginning to change as people truly see the price increases when they go to fill up their car with gas, when they go to a grocery store, when they go back to school shopping. In a recent poll, we saw 87% of Americans said they're concerned about inflation. A New York Fed report reported that consumers expect to see higher inflations over the medium term. And so could you provide a little color as to what you think how the Fed's going to respond to consumers expecting to see inflation?
Well, essentially what would need to happen for inflation to remain high year upon year upon year is we'd have to have a new inflation regime in which people began to enter their psychology, and they began to think that it was coming and expect that it was coming.
But don't we do with
psychology
don't we
is
see
the
that
answer?
In some of the Fed report
Listen to that.
showed that people are expecting inflation, or no?
Well, we don't measure these things precisely, but we do measure them a lot, and there are many, many different measures, and broadly speaking, those measures are at levels that are consistent with our 2% inflation goal, not for the near term.
Remind me about that, psychology and inflation regime.
That's the right issue. I mean, we monitor that very carefully, and to the extent we were to see expectations broadly drifting up and the regime changing, we would certainly use our tools to to make sure that inflation is consistent with our goal.
I appreciate you tracking this because I believe as Americans are looking at the runaway spending here in Washington, D.C., without a long-term plan to pay for it, that these expectations of inflation will continue to increase. And as the expectation plays out, as you noted, I think we'll see real inflation in the future having a significant impact on the debt burden that the debt to GDP ratio holds. Recognizing the time, I yield back. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. The
New
gentlewoman from North
inflation regime.
Carolina,
Keep that in mind.
Ms. Adams is now recognized for 5 minutes.
We're testing another low again. All indexes are red. Dow is actually down 1% too.
Please unmute.
And this is going to go on, I believe, for like no longer than like 30 minutes here. I think it's about to end. As you see, there's only a couple people
Thank you, Madam Chair.
left standing.
Secretary Yellen, Chairman Powell, thank you both for being here. I'd like to follow up on a question that Senator Brown posed to both of you on, I think, Tuesday. He raised an excellent point that no Black woman has ever served on the Fed's Board of Governors, and you both indicated that you want diverse viewpoints represented at the highest levels of our economic policy-making bodies. And last year, we had our own OMWI directors testify before us about their efforts to diversify your entities, but I'd like to hear directly from you both. What are you doing in your respective organizations to encourage appointment and hiring of Black and brown women at all levels of seniority? And have you considered recruiting on the campuses of HBCUs and other MSIs?
Well, I can start off and say that we have a very active program at all levels of the Treasury Department, including political appointments, at recruiting a diverse workforce and leadership. And I think if you look at the appointments that we've made or proposed, that we've made good on that commitment and continue to give it the highest priority. With respect to the Federal Reserve, I and others will provide advice on nominations to the president. Will be up to him to nominate individuals to serve at the Fed board, and we certainly will ensure that he has a diverse slate of candidates to consider in making these appointments.
Thank you. Mr. Powell?
We work very hard to recruit diverse talent, diverse people to the board, and we work very hard to keep and make sure that the people that we do succeed in recruiting have good opportunities, are included in opportunities to learn, and have as many opportunities as they can have so that they can have a career at the Fed. It's a very high profile focus for us.
Thank you. Secretary Yellen, it's always a pleasure to have you before us. In case you don't know, like you, I was a professor for over 40 years, and I tell folks all the time that I might not be in the classroom anymore, but I still enjoy educating those of us here in the Congress. And so if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it if you take us back to the classroom and help educate us a bit. So do you believe economic recovery is strong enough to handle the withdrawal of current pandemic relief efforts?
Well, I think the relief efforts have been very important in stimulating a strong recovery. And I mentioned in my opening remarks that we're outperforming, the United States is outperforming most other developed countries in the strength of our recovery due to those efforts that Congress has made. And there will be fiscal drag next year, namely, we had a good deal of impetus.
You're about to hit the lowest level of the Monday drop last week. This is very important.
Next year. Nevertheless, most forecasters and the administration believe that the recovery will continue and that private spending will be sufficient to have us pass the baton to it and keep the economy growing. We've proposed, we're in the middle of, as you know, of reconciliation, and the programs under consideration there are really spread out over 10 years, provide some modest stimulus in each of those years, but at a much lower level than the rescue plan are oriented towards structural issues in the U.S. economy.
Thank you. So now we know our mission here is to ensure that the economy continues to recover for all Americans. So if Congress fails to raise our statutory debt limit by mid-October, what would the effect be to the economy?
It will be devastating to the economy. We'll be unable to pay our bills for the first time in American history. It could provoke a financial crisis and a recession, and it will harm every American.
Thank you. You know, it's irresponsible, I believe, that my colleagues in both the House and Senate would risk our recovery from this pandemic for political points. So I'm glad that you hear I'm glad to hear that you agree, and I look forward to this body protecting all Americans by doing the right thing and raising this debt ceiling. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Secretary Yellen, Chair Powell, thank you for being here with us today. Just yesterday, Speaker Pelosi gave oxygen to the idea that President Biden has the ability to mint a $1 trillion commemorative coin made of platinum, deposit it in the Federal Reserve, and then use that to pay our bills. A number of other members have adamantly promoted this proposal, to include Congressman Nadler. And just Tuesday, my colleague across the aisle tweeted, #MintTheCoin. Chair Powell, please tell me you think this idea is as ridiculous as it sounds.
I really, that's not a question for me.
I had a feeling you would say that. I just wanted to start there.
He said that's not a question.
Please tell me that this
Damn,
is not
Powell.
a legitimate policy proposal and that this is not something that we're considering.
I believe that the only way to handle the debt ceiling is for Congress to raise it and show the world, the financial markets, and the public that we're a country that will pay our bills when we incur them.
I really appreciate that response, more than you can possibly know. Thank you so much. That cuts some of the next few things I was going to say short. We are not going to mint a $1 trillion coin. We're not really, these are not serious policy proposals. Speaking of serious policy proposals, I want to talk about what Congressman Kustoff and Congressman Hollingsworth touched on, the idea of, well, I guess it's changed, because as the Biden administration proposed it was originally all transaction histories of any account with more than $600 in or out of it. So you testified not 15 minutes ago that it now in reconciliation is not being considered. It is
all right, we're breaking all the levels. We might come down
balance.
straight to 429 here. It's the
I
velocity is
never
picking up
said
quick.
that the administration ever proposed collecting detailed transaction data from individuals. That is never anything that the Biden administration contemplated.
So you just said it's changed since the original proposal to what is now being considered. How did it change?
A few additional pieces of information were contemplated for businesses.
And those are no longer being, so it's getting better. It's moving in the right direction, because I've had a number of banks and credit unions reach out to me. It's remarkable. Generally, they do not agree. They are in agreement that this is a terrible proposal. So I know that we're trying to figure out how to pay for $5 trillion of spending, but this is not, just as mint the coin is not a serious policy proposal, this is not a serious policy proposal.
This is a very serious policy proposal. We have a $7 trillion estimated tax gap, that we have a great deal of tax avoidance by individuals and businesses, typically very high net worth, high income individuals and businesses that have opaque sources of income that are not paying the taxes that are due.
What does that have to do with $600 accounts? That's every single account of, what is it, 99% of Americans?
Well, listen, banks already report interest amounting to over $10 to the IRS on every account in the country. And this proposal involves 2 additional pieces of information that are not at the level of individual transactions. And this will help low-income individuals who now are disproportionately subject to audits by the IRS.
We had a hearing.
What this will do is let the IRS focus its
Reclaiming my
compliance
time, Madam
efforts
Secretary.
on those individuals
had a
who
hearing-
are avoiding paying the taxes
Claiming my
that
time.
are due.
Madam Secretary, please. We had a hearing just yesterday in this very room about
Dude,
the
she just got
underbanked and the
pissed.
unbanked. And one of the biggest concerns is about privacy. And so for us to make it far more challenging for people to trust the very system that we're hoping that people use, the banking system, the backbone of our economy, we're moving in the wrong direction here, and I appreciate that we have changed.
I feel
the
like this is
expectation from
Yellen's
the
like
original
baby
proposal to
policy.
now it's
Like
being
this is the
considered
one she really
reconciliation.
wants.
But the American people don't want this. They don't think it's reasonable, and I'll go ahead and this is what's going to happen. It's going to get pulled out because there's no support on from the American public, and it's just not going to happen. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Secretary Yellen and Chair Powell for their testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you're able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. This hearing is adjourned, and I thank our witnesses so very much for being here. We have the hard stop now.
Just look at Powell.
Right at
Just look at Powell.
12:15. We're on time.
Just look at Powell.
Thank you very much.
Just look at Powell. Just look at him. Look at this goat. Bro, all right. So a lot of stuff with inflation. We need to talk about what Powell said about inflation. It seems like Yellen, her pet project is that bank account thing, but I am so thankful that we actually have representatives in government who actually they feel the same way we do on that. At least they're listening to some people on that. But it is I want to know if you noticed. How many times did we hear from Powell during all of that? Both times. You remember I said this on Monday too. Do you guys remember? How many times did it seem like we heard from Powell there? Because I have a point with it. I have a point. I don't know. I don't want to. We're going to talk about the inflation regime, and what he said was very, very important. Oh, Yasser, time to taper, my guy. We turned him. There you go. 10% or less. All right. So now I want you to think back to when it was Munchkin and Powell. Right? Remember when Munchkin a couple years ago? Did we hear more from Munchkin or Powell during some of these events? Let's see. Let's see. I did like Munchkin. I was a Munchkin fan. So my theory here is that I don't know. I feel like Powell. It's hard for me to believe, and I think it's a market risk. But I think Powell may be on the way out in a weird way. I feel like they haven't been talking to him. They benched Powell and they put in Yellen. It seems like, but I feel like they didn't ask Powell as much as think about his impact and influence on everything. Maybe because I could argue the counter argument to that is simply because a lot of the issues right now are more politically motivated, and if anything, Yellen's position would make sense to hear from her. But that was the first part. And then the second, he said it. I don't know if you guys heard it. Powell even said by second half of next year is when they're expecting some of the supply chain bottlenecks. He said it depends on which one. So that's what got me worried initially. But then what he said, again, I'm just tying this into the TBT and the TLT theory here. Because he was just talking about, he said the inflation regime. He said they pretty much expect transitory inflation and they expect the inflation to come down. Yeah, he said first half, end of first half next year. That's what he said. So that was a little surprising because that literally means another 8 months, 9 months, this whole period you just saw another roundabout of that level of inflation there or higher prices. But what he was saying is that he said it will come back, but unless there is a regime shift, and now the reason he gave is psychological. So he said pretty much the only thing, and I would believe Jerome Powell here, and I'm kind of making my own conclusion from this, but it seems like if everybody starts getting worried about inflation again, just like we saw at the beginning of the year, that is what's going to cause our second wave here again, and that's why they're talking about the bills and all of that. But that is that was probably the biggest thing I got out of it was, again, the inflation stuff. But it seemed like this time around compared to Monday, the House focused a lot more on the passage of the debt ceiling and all of that stuff. I mean, it will be a catastrophe as the simple answer. So very interesting. That one was a lot quicker than last time, I feel like. So we still got the day. The SPY, everything went negative. Again, Dow is down 1.25%, which is huge. The NASDAQ was up 0.5%, even 0.75% at one point in the morning, and now it's down about 1/3%. And then S&P is down almost 1%. I mean, this thing really did butter here, but this is the point I'm bringing up. I mean, if you pull out the daily chart, not only are we below all the support levels now, the only other support level is the 200-day moving average, and that's down to 411 to keep in mind. But this is why I kept calling it out during the thing, because as we're breaking as we're breaking below these levels now, you're now about to hit a newer low than what we said on Monday. So it took a little bit more time, and it's been a little bit more calmer. You could probably see that reflected in the VIX and some of your put premiums. But this is going to be a key level. I think we're pretty much going to have to test it here. We might bounce up a little bit before that. Again, VWAP is still a little bit higher, but I would just say this is a crucial level. We still have about 3.5 hours left, and there's going to be you got a couple of the political updates here. So it looks like it's going to be a calmer day like yesterday, but we're really right on the cusp of momentum picking up. Again, I put out a stream alert. I said that stability, we should have stability given the events that we have today with all of the voting and all of that. The real move is going to happen probably end of the day today at close or even after hours, just given the nature of the politics. The shutdown is not averted just yet. That's why we were up in the morning. So we were up this morning off of, China did a little bit better there, but overall people, there was a glimmer of hope this morning that they were about to pull something out. So that was it, but it seems like throughout the day, and now after, again, every single time Yellen and Powell, I mean, it hasn't been a direct response in the market, but you watch the market come down. I mean, it seems like it's reacting to it, but not directly. But both times so far, the talks of inflation and debt ceiling, they're weighing in there. But I really encourage you not to underestimate what is going on with inflation. Again, and I don't know if I hope me talking about it doesn't shift the regime, but it seems like that's what it might come down to if people start picking up on it. We will see. But overall, it is going to be, like I'm saying, we had the open up this morning. There was some hope on that continued resolution to keep the government not shut down or to keep it open. The debt ceiling still looks like it's pretty far off, but we have these crucial votes here today. And that's why I think as time went on, as we got to hear more Powell, Yellen, inflation, and back and forth, it's kind of fading away here. And we already had the European close. So if you guys notice, right when Europe closed, that's pretty much we were well below the European close. It's kind of right where VWAP is. So the next level is breaking through or not, because if we don't break through here, we'll probably come back up to the VWAP here again at this level we've been at today. However, if we break through that level from about 10 days ago last Monday and then go lower, that'll bring the VWAP to a much lower regime, more or less, or at least lowest in the last 7 days. Like I could see it, maybe back here. I think the next, if 432, pretty much that was the first level. If that becomes support, that will not be that good. But it is going to be crazy. It is going to be crazy. Manskin says the top line for the bill, so that he wants them to cut it in half. But again, we'll see. I mean, there's going to be a lot of negotiations. How it's going to play out. The answer, Olapex is live. That's an IPO shampoo and shit. But I think the way it's going to play out is we won't know until literally the end of the day. Like, I just think there's been so much back and forth. There's been this, there's been that. Again, Nancy, I mean, I don't know how Nancy, I mean, I kind of like respect her ability to like be a politician. Like she parking lot, she politicking out there. I like it and I don't, but I'm saying like she's coming up with the craziest ideas, and that's what's pretty much keeping everything alive. And that's why I'm saying anything could happen, because I don't even, half of these ideas that they're coming up with, I couldn't even fathom it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how they're going to, like, so they're coming up with all these new ideas. So that's why I'm saying it's really going to come down to the wire here by midnight tonight Eastern time is really when we'll get to see. Do I think Powell's going to get renominated? I don't think so at this point, but even when I say that out loud, I feel like I have to fight it, if that makes sense. Like, it's not, I'm fighting internally within my soul, not because I like Powell, but it's just like, I feel like it would be very unwise to replace him. So I don't know, but they would have already announced his renomination or a new appointee by now. But it is still seeming like it seems like they wouldn't, but there's a lot of signs also pointing to Powell may not be here. So I'm leaning. I don't know which one. I still think it's uncertain, but I'm leaning towards Powell not coming back. But I don't know. But I don't know if that's like a real highly probable idea. Yeah, Olaplex IPO is up here. I don't know what the float is. If any of you guys have it, Olaplex. If inflation, no way. Well, you won't know. I mean, again, he's supposed to be. Remember, his term expires in February. Usually, they make the announcement by now. Usually, the announcement of whether or not he gets renominated or a new appointee, it should come out by now. So Olaplex is 73 million shares, so they need like 35 million or something in that first 10 minutes. So it's priced at 21. It came in at 25. When is Altria's ex-dividend? Because don't we get paid out on it soon? Let me see. Give me the long term. Give me the long term. Yeah, Uber temporarily suspends Brussels service. Yeah, the UK is trying to ban all cell phone use while driving. So imagine what that would do to delivery drivers and the Ubers. TBT, I mean, bonds hit a low, and they kind of led the market coming down, and then the market bounced, then TLT bounced back up. So that's why, again, you saw it here today. So TLT is now going green. It's going in the opposite direction, but I mean, I think the movements are showing a lot, but that this is a big support level. It's bounced every single time we've hit this level here. For I think this is 1.5 or a little bit higher. You're bouncing right off of it every single time. So it's going to take a lot to get there, but unless TLT goes up a lot, we will see. 10/12 is the payout date. Ultra is down 6% today. Whoa. What the hell? Bro, I swear it was just 1%. What happened during all of that? Yo. What? Oh, hell yeah, I could buy more on that now. I think I went negative on that. No, I'm still break even on the play. That's crazy. Same for PM and BTI. We've been telling, I didn't know it was 6%. I mean, I looked at it earlier when it was down like 2 or 3. I was like, all right, that's bad. But that's why people were asking if I was going to buy the dip. I mean, now, I think it becomes a lot better of a long-term pick there, but that is disgusting. IQO is patent. They don't even sell much of it. Oh, is that those electric cigarettes? Why is TLT rising? I think it's just bouncing off of a key level there and kind of just chilling out. This is what I said yesterday. Your path is either you bounce and get right back up to your range, and this was just an overreaction, or it's going to hold and then wait for the next move, or the velocity continues and you get more of that development. So I couldn't explain why. There's, I'm pointing to possible reasons, but I think how it's holding up here, I think this is normal in the sense of it. It is bringing down velocity, but this is a key level, and I think if a lot of things break from here, it gets wild. Could SPY bounce from here? It could. It still definitely could with the VWAP up here. I'm thinking it's just, again, this is a slow move. Imagine all of last week just to, this took 4 days to replicate what took us 1 day, right? And then we bounced right off of that. So these are just key levels here because, again, this will give you an idea of where the market's valuing things if they keep selling it lower or not. So it has the opportunity to, like I said, there's events today. And we have all the voting and all this other stuff lined up. So I think it could still hold up here. It's not like there's nothing that'll make it like really, really flush. People could panic. I think it's all about perception right here. But, there is enough reason to not like fully sell off with that same velocity as earlier this week or last week. Oh, dude, a little bit of Fibonacci. Drink some water. And ladies and gentlemen, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. Shout out to the chat, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you guys want a positive message? I don't know if I got one here. What positive message do I have today? Okay, I could give you one. I don't know if I've told you this one. Did I tell you this one? Let me see. Do you guys hear me? Spy's coming down right now. So if you see the spy coming down or if you hear me, hit that like button. This is how we communicate middle of the day here. I need to know who's still here, who can hear me. So we have 1,300 like resistance. All right, 10 people, hit the like button. So those 10 people, I know you hear me, man. That's it. What about the ladies? No, ladies could get involved too. That's fine. Hit the like button. I got a positive message. See, 100 people. 100 people, I know they hear me. I know you hear me right now. If you hear me, hit that like button. Amen. Look at that. 200 people hear me. 200 people hear me. Damn, that's crazy. Damn, let's go. Wow, almost 400 people. Oh, so you guys hear me. That's awesome. All right, listen. Since I know you're here, like I know you're here, I know you can hear me. You know what I'm saying? Like this, just like I know you're listening to this. So I hope you know. I gotta give you a reminder, man, and ladies. You are here for a purpose. That's the first part of it. But let me tell you a little parable, an ancient parable, and this is your message of the day. They say, if you don't feel good, you don't feel good about yourself, you don't feel good about life, go throw yourself into the ocean, and what you'll notice is that you will fight to keep swimming and stay above water, regardless of what you don't like. The point is, you don't want to hurt yourself. You're not worried about yourself. It's something inside of you that needs to change. That's the parable. That's the parable. So it's all about unleashing the lion on the inside and fighting what is inside of you, not the physical presence, if that makes sense. Y'all feel me? Y'all feel me on that? I hope that brightens your day to mean that, things are a lot better. Internal change, internal positivity, a different outlook. It could do a lot in your life. So put a smile on your face and believe, baby. You got some good things in here and get some positive, productive change. Amen? Amen. Amen. So look at that. I know 400 people got that. I'm excited for that. So Spy's coming down here. Watch out for that. And can I tell you something, too? I don't know if you guys noticed during that whole 2 hours of the Powell and everything, not one person was timed out or banned. So unless it was because of Nightbot, I cannot control that one. But I think it just goes to highlight, I want to say congratulations to all of you. And I hope you guys realize, that just shows that you don't need to. Oh, you did? That you exposed yourself. I didn't see. I know I didn't. I didn't see as many. And again, I said to kind of chill out yesterday, just because the point is, man. I hope you guys realize even this chat, as long as if you just ignore anything trying to like start a fight, trying to start an argument, or you know what I'm saying, and even if you don't call it out, like I know some people, you want to say like this and that, but I just don't even give it attention. I hope you guys realize it lets everybody speak their mind. It lets everybody have the freedom to participate, and it just just keep the ball moving, baby. So there's that. But we've been here for 3.5 hours, baby. We missed those push-ups. Get the body moving. Even though we're hitting a new low, sitting is the new smoking. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Get up, move around a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Get up and move around a little bit. It's good. Just relax the body. Do some push-ups. Okay, sitting is the new smoking. Just stand up. I was standing up during all of that. I had to stand up during that speech. Spy's bouncing right here, but let's go. Stand up. Just don't sit in the same place. The optometrist recommendation is stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. There you go. Drop the shoulders. Okay, relax the nerd neck. Fix the nerd neck. Some of y'all sitting there scrunched up. Just relax, man. Chest to the sun. Tuck the hips in. Flex the core. Boom. Don't sit crisscross applesauce in your chair, man. Why you doing that? I see you. You're sitting crisscross applesauce in a computer chair. Then there's another set of you. You sitting there with your right leg tucked in, kicking your nutsack, and then your left leg is like sticking out, and then you're like leaning towards your mouse or something. It's weird, man. I'm just saying that's not good posture for 7 hours a day. Okay, so we're just looking out for you. I want you to be here for a long time. I want you to get the long term, so fix that posture, all right? We got you. That's it. That's it. Now you can relax the jaw, too. You might have some jaw tension. Go like that. Breathe in. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, just like that. Look at that. Boom. Easy, baby. Easy. Easy. Market unchanged. Well, the key is, I mean, no, we're below the 100-day average. You know, I would encourage you to look. That's why I'm every single analysis I'm giving you here. When I'm even saying it could bounce, when I'm looking at these levels, I'm putting the full story together. Does that make sense? This isn't just about today. It's not about yesterday. It's literally read the prices, and this is telling you something compared to last week. You know, why is the market trading at a lower price? You know, string together some of these events, and it's telling you a continuous story. So keep that in mind. You know, that's where all of this is coming from, because now it's like, okay, you're watching more and more news, you're getting more development. If the market is willing to sell it below some of these prices, you know, you're getting an idea of the sentiment, not to mention some of those key support levels this year. I mean, I'm pretty shocked because it doesn't seem like it's like aggressive, but I feel like, I mean, how many of you are surprised? I mean, how many of you are surprised that the buy the dip finally broke? And how do you feel about it now too? That not only did it broke, it also became a resistance point here. I mean, are you surprised? How do you feel it? Because I feel like this is you would have got more of a bigger reaction, but I think some people are kind of calm about it. It's healthy, not at all. Shocked, there's going to be some blood. Sell the rip, feels good, not surprised. How do I feel? I bought the dip. Shit, just bought more. I'm calm, bound to happen. No panic yet. I'm surprised, sat for my loss. I'm looking at the 200-day. Because I knew exactly it would eventually happen. Okay, so a lot of that, everybody knew it was gonna happen there. All right, I guess so. So I think that makes sense then with why you're not getting, you're not getting that much velocity compared to last, 2 weeks ago. So it's very, very interesting, very interesting. But that's where I'm saying, the sentiment. I think it took a hit, but it's clearly not. It's not enough to like fully clap it. Got puts in QQQ. Psychology. Bro, that inflation. Powell literally said the only way we get an inflation regime is literally if psychology changes. As this whole crap is messy and the worst seems yet to come, having invested heavily and not much cash in hand, reason to be upset. Why? I mean, I think I understand the question, but I think I don't. But that's why I think that's a good question. Like, why? What would you be upset about right now if you invested, you're not holding that much cash, but you bought a lot of equities, and it seems like the worst has yet to come. And why would you be upset? It would be my question. And why I'm asking that is, or what that leads to is simply what is your goals essentially? What are your goals here? For me, like I've watched assets go up and down, even on the trading account here, I've taken a lot of losses on specifically stocks, like some of these plays that get exercised off of the put premium that turned into bad stock losses. And then I've bought, I have some Bitcoin and those other things that have came down, but my thing is it hasn't really bothered me because my whole philosophy from the beginning of the year has been this idea with inflation, and not only just viewing inflation as like an arbitrary term. Look at the state of the economy. Look at the state of even investing in consumerism. And what I mean by that is just like look around, there's more supply, or there's less supply than there is anything, especially compared to demand. So the question really is, why would you be upset in the sense of what would you want to buy, or what else would you do? Yes, you might have been able to buy more if you got it at a lower price, but 1 week later, 1 month, 6 months, you don't know. That could quickly and rapidly change. But the idea is, if you plan to hold certain things, and you wanted to get, and you made good investments, if you were trading momentum, I would be upset. But if you were able to find, stuff that you could actually invest in, I think it's good. It just goes back to what I said at the beginning of the year here. What else would you buy, right? Because at the end of the day, I think this highlights even some of the psychology that we see coming from a lot of people. It doesn't even matter where you stand on the political spectrum. People will get frustrated because you have to ask yourself, if you didn't buy stuff or you did buy stuff, aren't you kind of in the same position? If you compare March to today, right? If you got in early in January, like some of us, and even then we got some head starts on a lot of things, even especially like Bitcoin and stuff. We were in there, October and August 2020. But ask yourself that, what do you think about both sides? If you didn't buy anything or you did buy stuff, imagine if you were all cash versus heavily invested with little cash. I feel like both people would be equally as pissed right now, if that makes sense. Why? Because everything's still expensive. If I held, that's why I wanted to use my cash, because even if I waited from, imagine I didn't buy if I didn't buy Roblox, if I didn't buy the houses that I bought, and I just held my cash right now, I would have all the same amount of cash, but everything would literally cost me more money. Anything I would buy, from a house to I can't get a better house deal than I could have in January or February, sadly. I couldn't have got a better deal on Roblox, sadly. I look around, even Uber or Airbnb, I couldn't have got a better deal. Some stuff I could have, but for the most part, whether I had all cash or I invested even at higher valuations and took a loss, you're relatively in the same position. I would rather lose 20% owning something rather than holding all cash, having all my money, and then being priced out by 20% on everything I could have bought a couple weeks ago. So does that, I would love to hear your take on it. Everybody else, I know I did ask questions and then I proceeded to answer them, but I would love to hear your guys' take on this, because I think this is a real valid situation a lot of people are in. Hit the nail on the head. But how do you guys feel? Again, are you pissed or not? Like, what side are you on, and how frustrated are you? Are you on the side of bought a little too high and have been holding, or heavily invested? How pissed off are you? Are you on the side of all cash, didn't invest here? And if you're not pissed, that's good. Actually, please include that as well. I don't think you have to be pissed. That would be unfair. Worst economic. We're not pissed. Can't use capital and pissed. I agree. I'm happy. I bought rather than holding cash. Olaplex is going. Older. These people disgust me. Frustrated, but was prepared for it. That's a good answer. If you only knew I'm all gold. So how do you feel? The same thing applies to gold, my friend. That's what I'm trying to say. And we live in a world right now where demand is 10 times. Maybe I'm using hyperbole here, but demand is extremely high compared to supply. So same thing even happened with gold. Go look at gold futures. The same exact thing happened to you. Whether you bought real estate or gold, you had a similar effect, or even stocks. Again, let's see here. Let's pull up the 20-year. This is 2020. So here's the beginning of the year. If you bought at the beginning of the year, you lost money. If you bought in the beginning, even January through March, it went up. You're still at the same place. And then now everything is expensive. You inspire me to average down. I usually paper hand. Well, listen, none of this is a recommendation, but you couldn't see? Oh, my bad. See, this is what I'm saying. Again, but it shows everything we're talking about here, because take a look. You bought at the beginning of the year, it dropped. You had like March till April, it came back up, but then you're still at the same place. But now, again, if you bought gold at the end of 2020, beginning of 2021 instead of real estate, houses cost 37% more. Again, so do some stocks. Even the indexes are up at least, I think, 10% or so. So it's this is what it's coming. Every asset class performed this, and this is what I'm saying. It's like it just boils down to it's literally just boiling down to this idea of supply is so low compared to demand, where we've had these weird fluctuations. You got to look at that's the messed up part about gold. I haven't even factored in the premiums. I'm using spot price. I'm pissed because I'm cash heavy. That's why I want the market to crash. I feel you, but I don't want the market to crash. But like Morgan Stanley, big red, a little bit of a cheek lay. Check news. Interactive brokers face federal scrutiny in Venezuela. Money laundering probe, Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, I think. Morgan Stanley and Interactive brokers. Venezuelan funds through U.S. financial system. Venezuela probe. We're at 600. Bro, I don't. All right, can I talk about it? Because I think you guys know where I stand on this issue. I'm very biased towards it. So I hope I'm not trying to even hide that. I think that the monitoring of 600 accounts is the most draconian, craziest surveillance nuttiness. I could use so many more objectives ever. It's the wildest thing ever. But why does Yellen get so pissed every time one of the senators or the House members pressured or commented on it? Like, think about it. Like, bro, she got, like, livid every single time. Like, every single time. I know it's her pet project. Somebody just said that's how they're paying for it, maybe. But, bro, like, no, like, she is, like, super pissed. Like, it makes me, like, I'm even speaking more bluntly about it just because her response to it freaks me out. That's it. That's all. It's not like I was already, I don't know if you've been listening to me every day, you could probably notice the progressive worry regarding this situation, right? But like after today, watching her, like her reactions to it, I'm like, why is she getting so mad? Like, it's personal. Yeah, that's all. I don't know. That's my tinfoil, but I do not like it. And I honestly, I really make an appeal to all of you, regardless of whatever side or whatever you stand for. We're all humans, but that is just not. I mean, I really would never wish that in America. I hope all of you guys are, could at least see why it's a very aggressive. I'm all for taxing rich people. Let's tax the shit out of them, but let's actually enforce it. But this is going to be a tax on the average person, and it is going to affect the average American, and it makes things awful. And it's just a level. It's crossing a line that should not be crossed. I would say, do it for the big ones. Do it for the big ones. As someone else, I don't think it's wild. Her reaction was crazy. Fear is over. Maybe for the market. Again, pay attention to what I said with the VWAP, but it's not only just the technicals of the market here. It's understanding the events and how today is kind of organized. So again, we've been watching all week. We've been getting ready for it. So the thing is, you have an event still on the table, and the market's not going to move too much before then, even though we are at some key levels. So we could expect some movement, but it's not going to be like very aggressive. Just so we're clear, this is not popular among liberals too. It's just crazy and misses the point. Well, amen. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, I really hope that it's not like I don't even put myself into some of these discussions, even though I do talk on a lot of stuff and you guys have ideas of where I stand with it. I try to keep it real with you, but this is like, I don't see why anybody in America would ever want this. And like, especially if you want to like, I just know I know exactly what it would do to smaller, to the less fortunate, honestly, to middle class and lower, it would be a disaster. This is the problem. You have to think about it. The problem with taxes is, and Yellen will even say this, she'll say, how come W-2 gets sent to the IRS? That's why you're forced to tax it. So again, now, what do you think is going to happen in the future for people now who have to working W-2 jobs, but now their bank account is also monitored? Everyone's tax obligation, and especially those who are uninformed about it and have less money, they are going to get taxed to the T. And it is going to create, just raise the tax on the billionaires or just increase enforcement. But I hope it's not something that I just encourage you to look into the issue, honestly. You have to send under 600. No, because I didn't realize. I thought it was just about monitoring the transactions. Apparently, any bank account with more than $600 is getting reported. So if you put $600 in an account and it does not make a single transaction, it is getting reported there. That's literally everybody. But that's what I'm saying. Imagine how much of a burden it is to the average American on a W-2 job. The fucked up part is their taxes get reported and taken out instantly. And that's the problem. That's why self-employed and billionaires can find these loopholes. I agree with that. That is an issue. And that is the source of that's the source of the problem. They reward people who make businesses and they're punishing the labor directly straight from the payroll. But if you did that, if you add this sort of provision to your account, it's not going to make the problem better. It's now going to make sure even more that people cannot get around any sort of payments received or sent, meaning your tax obligation is going to increase for everybody, for the lowest level of people. That's why I think this is such an issue. To be fair, the average Joe is dodging dividend tax on their bank accounts. That is true, but that depends because E-Trade, I think if you receive less than $500 a year in dividends, they don't report it, but there is some level of reporting, but it's just not as enforced the same. But yes. If you receive 600 for selling goods, yes. Anything. That's all. I mean, again, Yellen she was saying we're not monitoring it, but I think the plan is anything $600 or more, a disclosure will be sent. I don't know how they're actively going to monitor or not, but any $600 payment or any account with $600, just like when you deposit $9,000 today, the financial institution is required to notify the IRS. That's why W-2s and even like 1099s, what they essentially are is that they're saying, okay, here's the money. This is the money that we gave to this person, but we're not claiming it. So we're saying, hey, we're reporting that this went here. So with the bank account, they're saying, okay, $10,000 came in. This is who has it. We have to report it. Anything above that amount. They're just letting you know. It's whether it gets enforced or how you recognize it, that's on you. Like you could get a 1099 saying you made X amount of money from whatever, but you could still report a less amount of money, and then it may not have the same obligations on you. You will be liable if someone finds it or you get audited, but it's something like that where it's like they will have the reportings all there. I don't know if they're going to quote unquote monitor it like it's the damn blockchain and their day trading, you know? You know, taxes are complex, and that's what I'm saying is that this seems like a solution. It's only going to make it more complex, but it will hurt the average American. I mean, I hope you guys remember what I said in December and January. I said this about real estate. I said I'm sad, but I took advantage of it, and I made sure that I told all of you guys, go buy damn real estate. I said if certain policies are going to go through it, I don't really care. I'm neutral because, you know, with the right education, you could benefit and protect your family and yourself regardless. I mean, I firmly believe that. But I said, you know, a lot of the policies, you know, related to some of the spending there, even in housing, I said it was going to lead to a massive run there, and it's going to be harder for the average person to buy a home. Now I think it went from 33% of home buyers are first-time home buyers. It's dropped to like 24% or 22%, given that right now younger people and minorities, they are having it's probably one of the hardest times in the last 5 to 10 years to purchase a home given the pricing scenario. So it's stuff like this where it's not like, you know, if you really do give a shit, put your ideologies aside, where it's like some stuff will affect the average person more than not, and this bank account thing is one of those. It's very brutal because it's brutal. I mean, again, like you know, my family grew up. I don't know how my parents did it. You know, the minimum wage was a couple of dollars. They had all these kids. They came from another country. You know, and they still at one point were able to still buy a house. That's why it's crazy with higher payments now and everything though. But some of these policies, or again, it's not even policy. Don't get distracted from the wording of it. Because it's not as much as it is policy, as much as it is simple supply and demand. More money in the system, more inflation, it's going to cause this amount. It doesn't, whether the policy led to this, whether it's not like a president causes prices to go up or down. That's not true. And I agree with that. It is everybody collectively, it is society, it's culturally, and then it is partly in response to the pandemic there. It is simply supply and demand of currency. That's all. As long as there's a lot of money in the system, the economic repercussions, especially as it doesn't, you know, it gets, as I showed you that personal savings chart, it has an effect. So that's fun though. I mean, isn't that funny? That was a nice little rant, all starting from, would you rather hold something or not right now? You know, how do you feel comparing, you know, holding assets at the beginning of the year to not? Excuse me. This is good. You guys, I mean, it was a good political lesson. Remember that political lesson we had last year about when I went over the different rights, left, the middle, and we talked about their economic policies? We did a nice educational lesson about which side prefers stability in currency versus stability in assets versus stability in labor. Remember that? So you're really getting to watch that play out around this time, you know, a year later. As long as it's done responsibly and not over leveraged. I agree, and that's why, too. I mean, I will tell you right now, if you want to do good in this market, if you want to even do good in the next year, the next few years, you need to have your goal in place. So don't buy stuff if you don't know your goal, because that's why, you know, the first question I'm going to ask is like, you know, if someone's like, hey, would you be mad if you're fully invested? Would you be mad if you didn't invest at all? It's what was your goal? Because if you invested and your goal was to own stuff and you're going over, again, you're worried about inflation, you have a 5-10 year target, you're going alongside that. I mean, a lot of stuff is very negligible in the terms of what's happening in the next coming months. So you have to be on board with that. That video, I don't know if anyone can find that lesson. We did it live on stream. Morgan Stanley's taking a second leg down. SPY wants to come down. TLT's literally basically break even right now. Do you take loans out against your assets? If I need to, but I do keep it. I mean, I have a lot of leverage in real estate, but I do keep it fairly, like I could leverage a lot more, but I don't really go too crazy. And then I don't borrow against my stocks anymore. I haven't recently. If anything, I have sold like portions of very large positions to fund other real estate endeavors. But other than that, TikTok announces NFT collection. Wow. Will people get into crypto with this bank entrapment? Yes, but the problem is most crypto places are going to be financial institutions regulated in the United States still. That's the problem. I think cash and crypto are going to go up a lot. Yeah, TikTok announces NFT collection. About UMC for the first time. It's good. I mean, I feel like I've seen a lot of purchases in the chat. I feel like a lot of y'all have y'all took this opportunity to dabble a little bit. You're like, let me get a little bit of this. Yeah, let me get some of this. Trades, Netflix, SPG. I like Netflix. That thing's still up, right? It was up a lot more, but yeah, they're killing it. They can't monitor cash value life insurance. You might be right. Low key. We'll see. I mean, that's what's going to happen, though. That's what I'm trying to see. Like, you don't think, even if they enacted the bank account law, you don't know what's going to happen? I mean, how do you think I got screwed over? I didn't know. Again, I came from a family, they never owned businesses. They never got to, they didn't know about this shit. They never told me this. No one taught me. I go and I make money. I've paid more taxes than Joe Biden. Like it's insane when I look at it. And again, it's just like I didn't know all that, but eventually I learned it. So, and that was because of I knew people, and I got to elevate, and I had to work really hard for it, and getting to know people, and then getting to learn and apply it. That's what's helped me understand the system now. But you have to really even thinking about it, like if they did do that bank account thing, what's going to happen 6 months later, a year later? The people with knowledge on it, people are going to figure out a loophole, whether it's life insurance, another corporation holding it in a certain place. You know what I'm saying? Like people will figure it out. People will figure it out. And there's people who get paid lots of money to figure this out. And then the people who don't, 90% of people, again, now you just started monitoring the average W-2 worker to an extent never witnessed before in history. Now they're going to get suppressed even more. It's going to be even harder to do anything, really, not to mention whatever, malicious intent could be used against you in the future based on your purchasing activity. Again, like the senator brought up, that's how China did a lot of stuff. China doesn't, China's big thing wasn't monitoring people with like video cameras and drones. It was all about monitoring people's bank accounts. What they're buying, where they're going, all of that. So gain knowledge before it's too late. It's never too late to gain knowledge. The point is, if you could avoid it, and if collectively as a society, if we could all say, yeah, that's wrong. We should be able to, even if it says this is going to help, we should be able to say that this is wrong. This doesn't really help people as much. Okay, pay your fair share. Let's get this popping. But that's just a wrong approach to it, and that's how you could prevent it. But otherwise, we will learn eventually. That's what I'm saying. Whatever happens with it, if it does end up happening, give me 6 to 12 months. I will find an answer to it. I'm confident, God willing, but that's usually how it's going to be. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a call. Jenna's real name is Jake. I won't reveal his last name because I have respect. And then he's been banned several times. You may have remembered it started a couple weeks ago. when I told him to get the F out over something he said. I didn't mean it as vulgar as it sounded. And now he has proceededly been coming in here every single day. And he just cannot let it go. So Jenna, Jake, whatever you want to go by, I love you, man. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think this is your right community. At the end of the day, go find one that you fit in with well, and that otherwise, is simple. Yes, not to be confused with Jake from State Farm. We like Jake from State Farm. No, Jake from State Farm is different. I know there's a lot of Jakes. Again, I'm showing respect, even though he may not respect our Chad on a consistent basis. I don't like to do that to people. He's like, Jake Paul? What? Opinion on Fubo. I like it. I like the company a lot. I don't own any. I remember we got put onto it. It's one of those, it's like Lucid where I'm like, I'm going to keep an eye on it. I don't think it's not ready for me just yet, but, I definitely, I'm looking at it. Got World Cup qualifiers. How about Chris Brazil? Is that another one? I think Fubo has it, though. Fubo has, a lot of members already. People know about it. They got a lot going for them. It's just, again, I'm very hesitant towards immature companies. Even if they're promising, I'm still just very, very skeptical, if anything. See people on Fubo. Oh, they have Fubo app on Xbox? Rolling up. Those October ones are the recent ones we got, but I still have a lot of January. I have January 22 and January 23 UUP calls. Time for Josh to do the lightning round, should we? Again, we'll see. If today chills out, maybe we could do that, or maybe we can't. Maybe we should do that again. Where you guys call in, have you guys call in and see what the stocks are. Let's see if you guys could sell me on a stock. Let's see what we got. And then remember last time I said I'll buy pretty much. If you could sell me on the stock, I'll give you the money to buy one share. But then y'all can't sell me the easy ones. It'll be like, all right, I got this new groundbreaking company. They sell everything and they could get it to your door in 2 days. It's called Amazon, Josh. How do you feel about that one? You think you could do Amazon? It's groundbreaking. It's crazy. Have you ever seen the FedEx trucks? You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, this crazy. You're going to love it, man. 2-day shipping. 2-day shipping. You ever thought, free. Groundbreaking. Groundbreaking. Marquetta, weren't they dropping earlier today? And again, we've chilled out a little bit. Notice this brought the VWAP down again. I think 433 flat is where it'll probably be. That was that first level that we called out when it broke here, and that's when the speed started to pick up. So notice we didn't do a lot of movement. That VWAP movement is coming back here. We're chilling out a little bit, so it's creating something. Marquetta's up 5. Or no, Marquetta's down 2. Fubo's up 5. Uranium, I think it's good, but there's been a lot of hype with it. There was a report the other day, and it was saying that a good portion of the run on uranium was simply because of retail causing that demand. But I do think it is. I think it's important. Big support. Watch this bounce. TZA. Where do we send the pitches? Usually I would just call people in. I'd say follow me on Instagram and call in, and then we'll go over it. So let me see. Let me go to the bathroom. We might be able to do it soon. Sooner than later. Sooner than later. You know what I'm saying? But, ladies and gentlemen, Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Oh, deal or no deal tomorrow? Oh, it's Friday, Junior. I just spun around in my chair. Hell yeah, we're going to play deal or no deal tomorrow. So if you want to win $1,000 giveaway tomorrow, you have to be here. And I should actually I should promote giveaways like everybody else on the internet. I should hype them up. I'll be like, you have to post. You got to post the code. Then you got to tag 18,000 friends. Then you got to spin around 4 times and then give me your bank account monitoring for every transaction above $600, and you'll have a chance to win $1,000. Wow. Wow. We should do something like that. Maybe I'll just give an honorary spot. I'll just do that. Whoever but between now and tomorrow, whoever brings the most people, if I need to see it. I need to see people in the chat. I need to see me tagged in posts and everywhere. Whoever gets the most, if you could stand out, your name will stand out. You will get an honorary spot. I will get to pick you instead of random. That's it. We could do it like that. That's it. But yeah, we are going to have deal or no deal tomorrow. I love that game. I had so much fun last week. I just want to give my money away, so I hope somebody could take it from me. You could win $1,000 tomorrow watching the stock market doing nothing. Wait, that is stock. Wait, okay, hold on. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom, though. Follow me on Instagram. And then say what's up to someone in the chat. Use this moment. Say hello. Say what's going on, man. Say what's up. That's it. Let's go. Say hello to someone. All right, let me go pee. Bro, deal or no deal? I'm so hyped. I am so hyped for some deal or no deal. You have no idea. Bro, what's in the case? What's in the case? This is hype. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. Hey, happy holidays. Man, I had to really go pee. That was a big one. Now I need a carb ball. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. Hey. I didn't hear the sync. It's a efficiency one. What's up? Who wins tomorrow? Just know that you're blessed. Amen. Amen. Hey, happy Honda days. I'm Hanbei, and I can't wait to play Deal or No Deal. Thanks to Honda, they got me in the game, and I won $1,000 because I liked the video and I watched the watch list. And my name is Hanbei. Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, the Decepticons. They're back again. And we didn't build back better Buzz Lightyear into beyond. Build a bear. Stop playing with Bed Bath & Body Works if you want to Bed Bath and build back better. It just doesn't make any sense. We got past the debt ceiling. I told you, raise the roof. Huh? How are they getting lit? And they're turning up. And we can't raise the ceiling? That's stupid. He's a clown. Come on. We got big, better butter. Otherwise, the future. What are our kids gonna say? Grandpop couldn't raise the roof. He was too busy building a bear back in better. You know what I'm saying. You all know what I'm saying. And we have to focus. Okay? I can't do Janet Yellen. I can't make demon noises. Dude. Yellen, I hit my tipping point with Yellen today. I'm telling you. I'm just telling. I hit my tipping point with after today. Yellen, I can't do it. I can't. Like, she just no. I'm just scared. I'm just scared of her now. Like, I was like, bro. I made a TikTok about her when she got elected. I was so happy. I was like, all right, beautiful. We gonna get somebody who's older with experience. She not gonna be as crazy. You know, like literally, like I was hoping the gray hair really brought wisdom. That's what the Bible says. It says gray hair brings wisdom. So I was like, okay, amen, Jesus. Thank you. We gonna have somebody who's gonna balance things out. She's gonna she has experience, all of this. And she's like, I wanna monitor your bank account. And I'm gonna get mad if you argue with me about it. What? Hold on. Makes you feel better about the couple grays. Oh, yeah, man. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's good. It's a good look nowadays, man. Gray hair. You make it look good. Square pop in. You clearly don't understand the proposal. Jake, go home, man. Okay, whatever, Jake. I'm just going to ban you. I'm no longer allowed to say anything about you. You were the only person to manage to get timed out today or banned. I love it. I love it. Just weird. He's been I have all his old emails, and he's like trying to he was trying to network and connect me with people in his family and this and that, and he would say all this stuff and go all of this, and then I think I said one thing about Biden, and then he started just getting hella crazy with me. And I was like, what? OPEC considering options for releasing more oil to the market next week. We already heard that earlier today. Fed repo rises to 1.6 trillion. Bro, 1.6? Wasn't it just that 1 trillion or one? That's 50%. Next week's meeting, OPEC possibility. That was discussed this morning, but there was also a report that they couldn't even get anything out. That some were worried and that some of the bigger countries with the production capacity would have to produce, and then the other countries borrow for them. Well, on the VIX under 25. I can agree with that. Again, and even today, we got enough events up front that are going to slow us down a little bit. It will make it so it doesn't go too crazy. Olaplex was 35 million is half the float. Otherwise, it's a 72 million float. We don't have enough capacity to produce more. That's what they're saying, or some people. I mean, it's a conundrum in and of it. There's some people who do. It's not everybody, but that's where they're saying let Russia produce more for some of the other countries, and then let Russia loan it out to the other people so we could get more supply there, and then chill it out a little bit. 35 or November expiry for put. If you want to buy it, if you want to short it, if you want to buy it, you do it. It's not bad. What's it at now? What did they IPO at? If they raise repo, it's not that. I mean, I think it highlights something even with the bond yields and everything else. But that's a note of. I remember we were just at 1.2 trillion. But remember, 1 trillion was the record. But I feel like it just jumped up. 1.6 seems huge. Again, I usually don't really. I usually even tell you guys it's not that big of a deal. And I still don't think it's like OMG, but that's almost a 60% increase from the top. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. There's so many of them, it's hard. Like they have reserve repo counterparty. They have like 3 of them when I go to look it up. Hold on. Viacom tweeting about the acquisition. That's one from yesterday. See, does anybody know? I mean, I need to find the original one. Is Viacom popping? But, like, look at, there's so many, like, reverse repos. There's the funding rates, but there's, like, Treasury and reverse operations collateral. You click on it, but there's, like, literally just a bunch of them. I forgot. I need to, like, it takes me a while to find the one that shows the trillion or whatever. I think this is it. Oh, my God. No. Kind of pumping bonds. Look, these are all the data. This is all the data you could get directly from the Fed. That's reported by the New York Federal Reserve. Is Viacom halted? No, it's up there. FAMI is just a pump play. It's a pump. It's like CEI. Again, like I don't know. Do you guys ever read the, like, that's why I tell you guys to post your watch list on the watch list. Like, I've seen people bring this up on the watch list 2 days ago. And even yesterday, I read the comments there. People bring, this is like a hype. I don't know if it's like a YouTuber play or just like Twitter, but it's this is like a runner hype play. So just like CEI. So like I'm saying, if you want to run it, go hit up, just keep it small. I'm not really want to, I'm not really in there. I don't think they're halted. It just looks like it's not moving. There's no way Viacom's halted, is it? I don't think it is. Yeah, I think that's just what happens with some of these plays. How it pretty much works is that people like just start promoting it. It's just like kind of like an NFT. And then everyone just keeps pumping it and pumping it and pumping it. And then eventually a decent sized financial influencer or Twitter account will pick it up. Then that gets it. It's like next wave. And then eventually it starts moving. Then all the traders start to notice it. And then it kind of plays out and does its thing and then comes back to normal. Yeah, it's not halted. Viacom, I think it's straight. I ain't done, but I don't know if it starts with, I think it just starts on Twitter, though. It just starts with random people who've just been going back and forth with it. Josh, I wait till tomorrow to buy Airbnb. I want to buy it now. I believe you posted last week. Let's go, baby. It's a decent time. I mean, at least it's came down now, but our deposit comes in tomorrow, so we're getting another deposit on that account and all of our accounts, and we're going to start making some purchases. But given the market here, I don't think I'm going to immediately buy anything on the long term. I mean, look at the trajectory of the market here. If anything, it's a good time to get a discount. But I want to wait a little bit till it chills out. But we will be making our purchases soon. So if you follow me on Instagram, we'll get it there, and then everything else will be there, even on the channel and here. And if you got the free long-term alerts, do I have to email to get unbanned? Nah, man, you're good. Look at that. See, look at that. The deposit on the new small account is going to be $200, and we made a deposit already for Colt's sister. We made that at the beginning of this month, but we never used it. So I have $200 in cash. The account is worth $1,700. We started with $1,500, $200 deposit, and then we got $55 in gains from Airbnb and Uber. So we're gonna get one more deposit, and then we're gonna be good. We'll have $400. Meg Pop. Montrose Environmental. Do we have margin on our account? I don't know. I do not know, honestly. Shut up, Meg. Let's do the stock call. I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to see stock call. Maybe we save it for tomorrow on Friday. Or we do some PHILO. But even then, I think the market could get interesting. Maybe we talk some tinfoil. I don't even have tin. My tinfoil is Yellen is terrifying. That's it. That's all. My only tinfoil is that Yellen is just scary. That's all. Yellen is up to something. That's all. Yeah, Janet is dangerous. 100. That's what I don't get. To say Powell is the dangerous one is just wild. Roblox, new clap. Come on, Roblox. 2.9. Oh, it's hitting the lower end of the range here. Very interesting. This will be sad. But then I get more. I like the Roblo. They pick 600 because it encompasses every citizen. Yes. I mean, 600. I mean, think about it. It's not only that, and then most purchases, and then it makes it such a small threshold that you can't even, like, it makes it harder to even get around it. But yes, it encompasses everybody. You know what stock I got? Oh, is it that one? It's that one real estate one, huh? Yeah, Vici. That's the one. He's I liked it. I think it's don't they own the MGM properties, or they own Caesars. So it's a REIT. And again, we got to see where the REITs end up, but they apparently own the land of the casinos. So it's a REIT. And I've never checked the yield on this. 5%. Not bad. Not bad. 5% at this level, that means it was probably yielding 9-10% not too long ago. Why is the market down? Market was up on the hopes of a debt ceiling, potentially, or the government shutdown. It gave us some boost, but then as things kind of processed, we got more Janet Yellen and all that, and then no other updates. We just kind of sold off. Otherwise, no news. It's been a very dry economic calendar. We did get some economic data. You got manufacturing numbers. Those came in kind of weak. The Chicago PMIs were a little bit below expected. PCE, core PCE, quarter over quarter is up 6.1, which is insane. Personal consumption came in at 12. GDP numbers came in slightly higher than continuous jobless claims. Those are a surprise to the upside. But not much made it go too crazy. I'm looking at the. See, I'm trying to see. I'm like, man, our continuous jobless claims. It just they dropped so much more coming into 2020, but then lately it's just like this is what's been holding us up here. This is the amount of people pretty much receiving some sort of like unemployment. But I was just comparing it throughout history, even the 70s. I wanted to see because it looks like we are still above our peak of when we first started to get here, which is kind of wild. But then I'm trying to see how long it took some of these other places to get. I guess it took like 4 years. So the recovery is pretty fast. And then in the 70s, it shot up. That's weird. That happened in 75. Interesting. $432. SPY's coming down. Again, we're at these key levels, so we got to keep our eye on this one. Depending on where it plays from here. I'm not expecting too much momentum, but notice it's bringing the VWAP down, and this is that level, I believe, right? 433.20, 433.30 now. So we are going to close. I think we might close around here unless anything changes, but take a look now. VWAP is lining up at the lows of last week and then where we dropped. This was that first level I talked about today. This is the second one. If we break below here, it gets crazy, but just pay attention how it's moving. We're slightly stair-stepping down. VWAP is below the 100-day. I think we are well below the 100-day at this point. I think it should be like 4347 or something. Yeah, I think it's 4347. But we are below the 100-day now, and that's the crazy part. That's two of the bigger support levels broken now. Last day of September, man. That's so bittersweet. Blah, blah. Think about it. Last day of September. It's October already. Where did September go? Like, think about that. Where did September go? And then fiscal year. Bill to fund government. Oh, wait. Senate vote on bill through December 3rd. Is it ongoing right now? Senate has votes to pass government funding bill and avert shutdown. So we'll see. That's coming in right now. Fund government through September. Senate has votes to pass the funding bill. Yeah, that's coming in now. That's good at the very least. We'll see. Again, everything is going to come down to I don't believe anything until I see it. That's what I mean again, but it sounds good for now. SPY is so liquid that there's usually multiple expirations within a week. Because just think about how much volume is being traded on it. October will be more redder. October. Can't believe it's already October. What's it saying? Hold on, I'm reading. Lil Knox will be the first one to drop official NFTs. Hold on, we even have the market wrap and a couple of other things here. Zoom. I'm trying to see. I want to find that reverse repo thing. I literally can't find it. I thought I had it in my favorites. Da 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 da. Warp. Buy puts in debt ceiling. Well, we'll see. I mean, again, if government shutdown gets passed, or if they're able to make sure the government doesn't get shut down, it'll be good. It's on zero hedge. I know I'm looking for the actual, like, the data. I could pull it up. I just don't know. Like, usually I have to search, like, a bunch of things to find it. Where is it? We'll see. A firm and square on the high. Last day of, bro, 1.6 trillion. Wolf to the oceans. A firm back to 120. Rand posting about 700,000 fine for the vax mandate. Very important to assess views on inflation. That's, I mean, again, Powell said till second half or by first half of next year. Yeah. Fed's looking into Morgan Stanley. That's old. Christmas worries hit consumer stocks. Worst performers slide S&P are all consumer-exposed firms like used vehicle seller CarMax, retailer Bed Bath & Beyond. Both reported surprisingly poor results. Concerns about the coming holiday season is beginning to show, piling into anxiety about supply chains, resurgent COVID, and global energy crunch. B of A economist Michelle Meyer says there's evidence consumers are spending earlier than usual as retailers are pushing shoppers to come early while inventory shortages continue. That could lead to a slowdown later. Meanwhile, China ordered top state-owned energy companies to secure supplies for this winter at all costs. Some may also be reacting to a report. Democratic leader Schumer has acknowledged a July memo from Manchin proposed spending limits on Biden's plan and seeking that the Fed end quantitative easing. Oh, what? I don't know. How is that? Wait, is Manchin trying to say Manchin's trying to negotiate ending of he can't even do that. Interesting. Maybe that's why the progressives don't like him. Maybe he's like, yo, this guy trying to change. Apparently it's saying, so some have been reacting to a report that Chuck Schumer has acknowledged a July memo from Manchin proposing spending limits on Biden's plan and seeking that the Fed end quantitative easing. So not only, Manchin, I thought he was just mad about the price tag, but apparently he wants that. I don't think they'll ever get that. I mentioned that 30 minutes ago. I saw the what's it called? I saw the Manchin 1.5 trillion top line news, but I didn't see the one on what's it called? On quantitative easing. But it was 20 minutes old. End of QE. I just think it's weird that a senator would want that as like a demand. Or if that's what's stopping him from, like, if I thought I understand like lowering the limit to spend, but I didn't know he'd put a stipulation on ending quantitative easing. That's pretty it's pretty aggressive. Well, Fed is independent. They can't even formally ask, right? Yeah, Manchin and Munchkin are two different people. Manchin. I call him is it Manchin, and then Munchkin. One munches and one Manchkins. I don't know. Manchin? Manchin. Manchin? Oh, hell yeah, I want Manchin. Let's go. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought this was Price is Right. A brand new mansion. Woo! Woo! Let's play some Plinko. I wish we could play Plinko with the Chad. Can we play in the Bloomy? Oh, we're going to do that tomorrow. It comes out tomorrow. It comes out at the end of the week. Maybe it's out right now. Yeah, the quiz starts tomorrow. We got to do it. What's up, Josh? How are you? I'm good, man. I can't complain. God is good. The market's exciting. We have a lot of stuff here on the table, and I hope America could get through this little speed bump here with the politics, and then it's going to lead us up for a holiday season. We got Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year. Oh, but the New Year's already starting today. Today, that's it. Today's New Year's Eve. I hope you guys realize that. I have a whole philo for it, honestly. I could probably give it to you now, but I'm curious as where the market's going to go. I hope you guys see I'm a little locked in here today. So wholesome when people say hi. I love it, man. I love it. It's good to see. It's good to see the chat, man. Being a believer in God, what do you think about Halloween? I personally, I don't even it's not that deep to me in the sense, I don't even care about Halloween. I'm not I don't even, decorate my house and shit. I'll try to, I was going to put out candy in front of my house, but my lights in front of my house don't even, I don't even turn my lights on. I don't even think they work. I forgot to install the light bulb. So, my lights are dark. I was like, well, but otherwise, I don't really, care about it. I wasn't allowed to trick or treat as a kid. So that, it just, in college, I partied on Halloween. That shit was fun, but other than that, it's just, I don't really take it that deep with it. But I remember my mom used to be, a straight up, haram, Halloween is devil. She said it's the day of the devil. The devil. They used to, bro, this is how I'm, so messed up. You could tell. We had to go to church on Halloween. That was the stupidest, wackest shit ever, honestly. I love Jesus. I love God. That's my guy, you know what I'm saying? God be the glory, finger to the sky. But, for, 4 years in a row, I had to go to they called it a harvest festival. Stupid-ass shit, man. I hated that. I would get so pissed. I'll be like, man, this is bullshit. I ain't get no candy. This is some weird high. I was like, aren't we still celebrating Halloween? I'm come on. What the? So it was very, very frustrating. But then my mom eventually shifted. I think it was 2 years ago. My mom, I remember, she's like, oh my gosh. She was like, I had it all wrong. She was like, I used to think it was so demon and devil, but she was like, it's just little kids dressing up. And then my mom gave out candy for the first time ever 2 years ago. I was like, what? I was like, you tortured me my whole life with this just to tell me that it's just just little kids just dressing up. And you're like, oh, and she was like, it's the children. How can children be evil? Oh, and I was like, Mom. I'm like, dude, we got beat. We got beat. Oh, man. So, you didn't say sorry? Oh, no, my mom's an OG. She'll even tell her. She'll be like, why should I say sorry for disciplining you? Why would I say no? Why would I be sorry? Look at how you end up. Why would you? Everybody, she said, I did what I knew how to do. She said, I made the most of what we had. I was like, okay, I'm down with it. I agree. Not every, some of my sisters, they're a little softer about it, but I feel it. I'm like, all right, I'm down. Kid cuisines are okay, too. I hope, man, one day. McDonald's bring back the McRib. Uh-oh. That's big. Okay, please hold. McRib is not even good. I don't think I remember last time I had it. But I think there's what's it called? I think there's a correlation between between the McRib and the stock, believe it or not. Interesting. Are you ready? A record 857 million pours into triple lever bullish tech bet. A miserable week for U.S. growth stocks is proving no barrier to tech bulls. Investors poured a record 857 million into ProShares Ultra QQQ, ticker TQQQ on Tuesday. The latest session for which data is available. This was yesterday. Huh? No, this is coming out. Yeah, it's coming out today, though. ETF aims to deliver 3 times the performance of the tech-focused NASDAQ 100. Using derivatives, injections of cash came on the NASDAQ 100's worst day since March. Rapid rebound. The tech age is still down around 3% for the week because of the cost of rolling over. Leverage strategies are generally intended to be used short-term. Tactical trades, nonetheless, TQQ has delivered a return of 38% this year versus 15% on the NASDAQ. TikTok, NFTs, yep. So here's the chart of that. The record inflow. So even 2020, September 2020, you saw that was the last time it hit that hard. Interesting. TQQQ. And SPY's still holding this level. Let me see the volume after I... Why can't I press Q? But I was glad to see in the chat that all of us live this same life of going to harvest festivals because our parents were crazy. But hopefully you guys appreciate your parents now, especially when you see how everything in the world plays out. I hope you guys could appreciate it. I hope you could appreciate the background, the culture you've been given. You know? That's good. But yeah, so Halloween's not that deep for me. I'm gonna drag my kids there too. I feel though, low key, if I had kids, I'd be like, man, you ain't going anywhere. We got a harvest festival this weekend. Are you ready to carve some Virgin Marys? Huh? We gonna carve up no pumpkins. You take a block of wood and you make Virgin Mary statues. Then we're gonna do crosses out of popsicle sticks. Oh, they're gonna love it. They're gonna love it. They're gonna be like, this is crazy. You know why they call it harvest? Isn't that this is the harvest, right? Like October. This is now where you harvest before winter. Senate passes bill to fund government to December. Now goes to the House. Wow. That's great, actually. Okay, debt ceiling. Let's see. It still has to get through House. We'll find out. But that is good news for now. It looks like more progress than the other day, but no, not yet because I don't know. We're going to find out really how the House feels, if there's still any division or what. Because, again, depending on what happens, we'll see what gets brought up. Pass the House, or has to pass the Senate. Now it has to pass the House. It's a continued resolution to keep the debt ceiling, or excuse me, to keep the government funded up until they have a decision. Oh, it's harvesting new souls to serve God via baptism through said event. Ah, I did not know that. That sounds like the plot of Squid Game. No, I'm kidding. kidding. I'm kidding. No spoiler alert. No spoiler alert. But no, that's interesting. I've never heard that. Goes to the House first. I believe so, usually. No, it's saying, it says now, the report saying now it goes to the House. The Senate votes 65-35 to approve temporary funding to keep government operating. The shutdown deadline is the report come out now. I mean, we could go over. Here it is. This just came out. Senate passed a stopgap spending bill aimed at averting a shutdown. House is expected to pass the measure and send it to President Biden for signature before midnight deadline. Bill passed after Democrats dropped an earlier attempt to attach a debt ceiling suspension to the bill in face of implacable Republican opposition. GOP senators blocked a version of the bill containing the debt ceiling language on Monday. Federal government will be kept open through December 3rd under the Senate measure. Bill contains $28 billion for states recovering from hurricanes. And, it has the disaster stuff too. I feel like there has to be something in this. But House Speaker Pelosi said it would take up the bill on Thursday and it'll get overwhelming support. It will be bipartisan. It'll be a big vote. Senator John Kennedy, Ravage, Louisiana, said particularly that Democrats uncoupled the disaster aid from the debt ceiling suspension. He had joined fellow GOP senators in opposing Monday's bill. So I realized we look like a bunch of school children fighting with make-believe lasers. So Republicans were playing games by blocking the debt ceiling. Stopgap is needed because none of the 12 appropriations for fiscal have been enacted into law amid a dispute between Democrats and minority Senate Republicans over spending levels. The stopgap bill does not include a proposed $1 billion for Israel's Iron Dome defense system. The House has passed a standalone bill providing that funding, and the Senate may take that bill up soon, according to senators of both parties. Interesting. So it looks good for now, but this is what I'm saying. There's just a lot of it seems like they're pulling a lot of this out of the hat all of a sudden. So I think it's good though. It's a really good sign, and that's what I was saying. Remember on Monday, that's even what the article was going over. Like since they had that one package bill on Monday, we should have shut down. So this is at least a pretty positive sign, honestly. If it does end up, if we don't shut down today, I think it'll be it's a good look for the debt ceiling, because then it will show that the negotiations may not be as bad as we're really thinking here. The Dems shut it down. They could. I mean, again, you have, like I said it the other day, like I wouldn't be surprised to see the government shut down for like a day, and then they quickly pass another bill, because that's what happened in 2013. 2013, I think it shut down for a couple of hours, or it was very, very short, and then quickly it got quickly resolved. Mm-hmm. This year also been clapped, but thank you. Oh, we still got to close it out, man. I can't believe it's October. I don't know how I feel about this. I really don't know how I feel about this. What happens if House shuts it down? Not mayhem, but it'll just be I think it'll highlight the issue. It'll highlight that the problem is more or less right now you have more fracturing within the Democratic Party than the Republican Party. So that would be an awful sign. So really the government shutdown is more, it's like a canary in the coal mine, right? So if you guys don't know, if you ever heard that phrase canary in a coal mine, what they used to do in coal mines, they would take a canary in a cage and they'd walk through it. And pretty much, since the canary's smaller and more receptive to the lack of like oxygen or chemicals or whatever, the canary would die first. So then that's how they knew there was a dangerous situation in a mine. So if you ever heard that phrase, canary in the coal mine, that's what it's referring to. So that's why it's like this, where it's like if the government shutdown happens, that's a canary to the coal mine of the debt ceiling, is what I'm trying to say. And then if it doesn't, so now if the fact that it's not getting shut down, that's a good sign. The canary's not dead. That means it'll be good. But if it ends up getting squashed somehow, then it's going to it wouldn't be mayhem, but it would signal something a little bit more worrisome. The shutdown in October went from 1 to, it was 17. I thought there was something that maybe it was 2014. No, but it was the same day. I didn't know it was 17. I thought it was literally one day. Mexico Central Bank raises overnight rate to 4.75. Again, this is what I'm saying with runaway inflation. We've seen a lot of different moves, but Mexico's raising rates now. The House always passes it. Well, that's the point, is that now the government, the continued resolution to keep the government funded and not shut down, it's been approved right now by senators. But if the House doesn't approve it, it just highlights the situation in terms of what's going on with the Democratic Party and how that's been adding, a lot of friction in the debt ceiling fiasco. Yeah, SPY little pop. Again, that level 433.20 or so, or even like 433 flat. This is the key level. Again, VWAP's down here, so we'll see. We got about, 2 hours left? Democrats kneel on Manchin's Fed request. Fed needs independence. 99.99 chance it'll pass. I don't know. I mean, again, on Monday it was supposed to fail. Like after that Monday vote, the odds of a shutdown skyrocketed. So, I mean, we will see, but it most likely will. I mean, I think there's always a little bit of creeping uncertainty right now, but it should. Yeah, hitting wires 3 minutes ago. And there's more headlines getting recirculated about the House passing it, or the Senate. Wait, that's a House? No, Senate. Why is TBT following the market? TBT's following bonds. I mean, it's just going to pick up or not when it does. I mean, you have a good sign here. Yeah, it shouldn't go up like that a little bit, but just look at TLT. I mean, TLT is now red again. You're getting these moves, but you haven't moved. You're staying put. So take notice. We've had drops, and then you've bounced right back up almost every single time. The difference is now you're watching the pressure start to weigh towards the downside. The only time you saw that was at the beginning of the year, but this is what I'm saying. You're going to spend a couple days. That's totally normal. As long as we don't come back up to this level, TLT is still at a danger zone, and it's snitching something for now. Again, that velocity is the key. It sounds like March when they were trying to pass the relief bill. I remember that. A lot of back and forth. Interesting. So somebody, I don't know the industry, but one of you works in something. I guess you have your manufacturers are from China, but they said that this we talked about this the other day. I don't know, and I can't confirm this, so take this with a grain of salt. But apparently, factories producing goods in China for the USA are having their power shut down 3 or 4 days out of the week. Because of the energy crisis, and so that they could quote unquote go green. But I mean, that could lead to a lot of tinfoil. That one's interesting. Any news on AMC? Is it moving? I know they've been doing that, and they've been like Foxconn, or not Foxconn. I think one of Apple's things, they got clapped, and another one. I don't know if it's just, I don't know if they're targeting U.S. manufacturers, though. Same thing happened to our suppliers in China. Yeah, there's nothing on the wire there. First, and the SPY follows. It goes back and forth. I mean, sometimes one leads the other, and those are like some of the little anomalies. Like even the other day, this is why people were worried about the VIX. Like the actual VIX outpaced the futures. So people are like, that is a sign of high demand in there. So yes. But it's hard to tell which one's which. Let me see. Again, the market wrap here. S&P slumps at end of dizzying quarter for stocks. Volatility continued to roil risk assets with energy prices spiking higher and U.S. equities sliding towards their worst quarter since the start of the pandemic. Economically sensitive companies led losses in the S&P with the gauge on track for its lowest level since July. A poor forecast at Bed Bath & Beyond and supply chain worries at Kohl's dragged retailers lower. Oil resumed its advance while natural gas spiked. Political wrangling in Washington is threatening to push the U.S. into default and force President Biden to scale back his spending agenda. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin wants the tax and social bill that would encompass the bulk of Biden's economic agenda, whacked back to $1.5 trillion, less than half the outline written by congressional Democrats. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is pushing ahead with the vote on a bipartisan infrastructure bill, despite threats from progressive Democrats. The old adage, the market climbs a wall of worry, is not lost on us, said Tom Mantione, managing director at UBS Private Wealth Management. Worries about China, the pandemic, the debt ceiling, and tax legislation are weighing on investors right now, but it's important to understand which issues may create structural change and which ones create short-term volatility that investors could take advantage of. China's central government's officials ordered the country's top state-owned energy companies, from coal to electricity and oil, to secure supplies for the winter at all costs, according to people familiar with the matter. Here are some events this week. Michigan sentiment tomorrow. ISM manufacturing and construction spending and personal incomes tomorrow for the U.S. And that's about it. That is about it. Oracle, SPY near VWAP. Is Oracle still clapped? Does the infrastructure, are they really going to have that in there? The per mile charge of 0.8? Bro, I think I drove like 30,000 miles or 20,000 miles. I don't even know. What would that be? If I drove 20,000 miles in a year, times that by 8 cents, that's $1,600. That's crazy. The miles surcharge more than the registration of the car. I know. That's crazy. But at least that taxes the billionaires. You know what I'm saying? Because I know, Jeff Bezos, dude, he drives so many miles. Like, he's always driving. Like, he goes back and forth to the headquarters. And then he goes to the warehouses all himself. You know what I'm saying? And he has to, drive through all of those. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I feel, dude. He has to pay his fair share. Oh, Airbnb woke up. I don't know if it's in there. I remember they struck out one of them, but if it is, that would be awful. His trucks do, but I don't know if it would be the same. I don't know if this is consumer related or business related. Remember, Jeff Bezos, the individual, is different than Amazon, the corporation. So it might probably lead to a higher, because you could write off your mileage under a company right now. So right now, if you, whatever you drive under your business, you can write off a certain amount of mileage for depreciation. PayPal popped a little bit. It's at the high right now. They're up 1.6. Spies at VWAP. Everything. Oh, whoa. No. NASDAQ flip green. That's a big green. Dude, that's a big move. Snap, pins, a lot of things just got a little pop right there. Pinterest is up. Snap too. Snap almost up 4%. Colombia and Mexico both raised rates today, 0.25%. So yeah, so here's so the bill will not be including a mileage tax. So to ease your mind here, the Biden-backed infrastructure bill contains a provision establishing a per-mile driving tax. That is false. The infrastructure bill would create a pilot program that studies the effect and viability of a per-mile driving tax among a group of volunteers. Participants would be fully reimbursed for any charges they pay. That's the report, or at least according to politifact.com. So I think part of the money is spending. They're going to make a that's what they do a lot. If you know how much, how many billions of dollars gets spent on these quote unquote studies and programs. So they're going to make a pilot program to test it out. So they're putting money towards that. So this isn't for individuals. It's not. It's for everybody, but it's not instituted. So let's say they vote on the infrastructure bill and it gets passed, there will be money set aside or designated to create a pilot program, a test program, a beta test of this mileage tax. And anybody that gets charged under it, any of the volunteers that participate will get their money back or whatever they pay. So Whole Foods CEO John Mackey will retire September 2022. Jason Buchel will lead Amazon-owned organic grocery chain. I'm going to ride my horse then. Ah, indeed, my friend. You have figured thy tax loophole better than any of these said billionaires. For our horses will ride with our chests to the sun. Calls on carjacking? Is that what you think that's going to happen? You think you're like, yo, man, I'm paying 8 cents extra a mile. I think we need to steal a car. This tyranny out here, man. We can't handle this. We better, you know what I'm saying? That'd be crazy. They banned the use of horses. I thought they only banned fires. That's stupid. $600 IRS in a personal banking being downplayed will turn to all gas cars needing tracking data for mileage tax. Oh yes, everything is a very slippery slope. I mean, it's just a political game. I mean, again, usually. It's society. If society's willing to accept stuff, that's all it is. It's just like inflation. What did Jerome say about inflation regime? It's all psychology. If people expect it, then it's going to go crazy. If people allow, the government has a strong history of seeing what they could get away with when it comes down to some of these bills and all that. They float a bill, if it gets a big amount of backlash, they don't come near it. But then if they float a bill and people don't go crazy and they're able to do it, they're going to push it in. And they'll try to until people don't like it. And that's with today, the crazy part of since the pandemic is that a lot of people have been, it's just like we as a society collectively, there's been a lot of people who have been willing to accept a lot of stuff without questioning to a degree. Yes, they're always going to test the waters. That's history has shown that. So the tax thing, I mean, again, we'll see. We will see. The 600, I mean, we went over it a lot, but we'll find. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, let's find out in the next day or so. You know, once they approve any of these bills and what is involved in it or not, that is what we're going to find out. And quite frankly, you don't know until it's too late, or we don't know until it's decided. And that's what makes these situations so confusing. But there's a lot of controversial things up here. And then what time is it? 11:15. SPY hit VWAP. We're going to come back down a little bit. But again, this is probably where I'm expecting we close. I mean, if we do somehow get a rally, we would just come back up to barely moving again. I mean, I hope you guys see that. Even if we rallied above VWAP today, you're going to be right. You literally pinned for the last 3 days. So a lot is weighing on some of these deadlines today. So we'll see. And then well, the China stuff, that's came up here, the China energy stuff. There's Snap. Again, tech rebound heavy, up 1/3%, but they were down almost 1/3. I mean, there's been even though the indexes, I mean, the Dow was down almost 2% at one point, but there's a lot of the round trip moves are really, really crazy right now. Is it positive for oil? What sense are you? What aspect? Oh, and I'm asking because I think oil's a good thing to watch right now, but oil is going to be very, very aggressive right now, even in the future. Again, there's 2 reports today from crude. Some people, there's a crazy bet by March 2022. I think a lot of people are looking at March 2022. So from now until March, there's been a couple of bets at $200 a barrel oil, and then one at $40 of natural gas. So it's very, very like crazy. No, $200 oil. It's a small bet. They said it was only a $150,000 bet on the futures, but there's a couple of future plays lining up at $200 a barrel, and then a lot at March 2022, $40 a barrel for natural gas. $40 natural gas is insane. Right now it's at like what, $4 or something? I don't even know. It's at 580 right now. Yeah, it's at 580, so keep that in mind. Don't they use that to bait the retailer to collect premium? I mean, yes and no, but I think it could go up, and there's a lot of things at play. I mean, just look at. I mean, do you see what they're saying? Like, do you guys see what's? It's funny because we're so American. We're just so caught up in our own little world. Like, literally, Evergrande had another bond that defaulted yesterday. Did you guys know that? So you know how last week there was all about that one bond? That was at 8 1/4. There's another 10% bond that defaulted yet last night in China for Evergrande. There's that, but then have you guys seen what's going on in Europe right now, like the United Kingdom? Like, they're making memes about it. You see, I got European friends. That's why it's funny, because I see what they talk about. They're all like, they're joking about the European gas crisis right now. They're literally going back and forth, and there's like memes of like people riding scooters to go get gas, and they're like, stop buying gas, look at what you caused, and shit like that. So it's like, that's a big deal. And then now coming into winter, and then now China and the reports you're getting. So I don't know how high energy will go, but even with inflation and everything else in these two situations, there is clearly a lot of, a lot of stuff here. Federal marijuana, the MORE Act is approved by the House Judiciary Committee. The Senate, listen, man. Yeah, I like some of the conservative stuff when it comes to, like money and saving and all of that. But the conservatives, those are the same Harvest Festival people, man. Senate ain't passing weed. They too old. They ain't passing weed yet. Mushrooms? You want to talk about mushrooms? I'm telling you no. Weed. I mean, again, I think the federal legalization, I would not be opposed to that, but I don't know. I don't know if they have it in them. But that'd be cool if it did get passed. That would be a very, very big shift. Yeah, marijuana or shrooms is not a partisan thing. I agree. Why is no one talking about a beef shortage? Everything's in a shortage right now. That's, again, back to the whole inflation argument. You don't remember? Bro, I waited a month and a half for 4 tires on my car. You know how scared I am to get a flat tire? Because I'm like, dude, I'll have to rent a car or something, or I'll have to drive something else if I get a flat tire. Cold winter, oil could be good. It is. A lot of people are expecting that. I could get you tires. This sounds like a parking lot deal, but I'm down. Toast on the high. That's the recent IPO. Toast is popping. I probably need to turn the volume down. Those pops are really loud. You sound scared? I'm terrified, man. You can man. Honestly, you realize like I'm a religious whack job. You know what I'm saying? Yes and no, but like God is good. I cannot be afraid of anything. I really cannot. Like at the end of the day, every situation, personally, I'll think about it. I'll get like in my feelings privately. And, like, I'll just get really, like, deep, crazy thoughts. But then I will always laugh. And I'll always be like, well, let's see what happens. God is good. You know what I'm saying? The term is religious kook. Thank you. That's what they called me. Before Wall Street bets got popular, that's what they used to call me. I was so honored. They're like, yeah, this guy is the religious kook. I was like, oh, stop. Stop. Thank you. Thank you. Because then I go to my religious kook friends, and they think I'm a heathen. I'm like, this is bullshit. I ain't accepted nowhere. This convo is tiring. I should have banned you last week, man. I should have done it. I had the chance. I knew I should have done it. See, you let him. Whatever. It'll be okay. See, I'll laugh about it. It'll be good. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the move, waiting for bonds. We got Saki coming up here, too. Yeah, get him out of here. Thank you. Not going to ban you, but just take a breather. Relax. You'll be good. You played a long quarter. We've been here for like 4 hours, man. Just get a little water break. You'll be back in the game soon enough. Sub. What happened to the Oh wait, that's it.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
There you go. I got it. I just haven't used it. We are entering fourth quarter, and this has been the worst quarter since the pandemic so far. Yeah, used car prices, they're already coming down, and that's why I think it's just going to be, I think it really depends on the type of vehicle you're looking for, but it looks like used car prices are coming, it's not only, I don't know if the prices are going to come down or if the sales activity is going to come down. That's going to be the real issue there. Can you talk about the firm you were going to work for told you had to stop this channel? That was a long time ago. That was years ago, and I had a good relationship with them, but it pretty much just like agreements of what you could disclose or not. So if I did take their offer with the firm, I would not be allowed to disclose what I disclose now. I would be under more stricter requirements. I have 20 cars. Why? Because I don't have to have 600 in my bank account. That's crazy. Yeah, it was a financial firm. It was good. I was gonna be a GP there. I mean, I know them very well. I'm still friends with them till this day, and we talk and laugh still. But I just I said fuck that. I'm like we gonna make a cult. That's it. I would have been in New York. I would have had a nice office in New York, Hudson Yards. I would have been chilling, bro. Oh man, I would have been with Como. You know, no Como with Como. Oh. It's crazy. Offer accepted. Gonna cash out half the long term for the down payment. Couldn't have saved this kind of money without you, baby. Thank you and God bless. Let's go, Mark. Let's go, baby. God bless you and thank you for your service in many ways, my friend. In many ways. Oh, man. That's amazing. Let's see. I'm excited, man. Land projects and building. That's going to be really, really exciting. You get to build your dream home. I want to see what happens. Josh wearing Tim's right now. New Yorker. So excited. It will be stressful. I mean, the best thing you could do moving forward is budget now. I mean, even the damn Bible says it. A builder doesn't, or if you don't count your costs before building, that's what you got to do and just look at that. I mean, the biggest issue you're going to run into, and like the one thing I would make sure you're on top of is securing the supplies, material costs and all that. Like as we're flipping houses, like we have a project we're working on, but like the cost to get the materials and the timing, that's the only thing that's like, ugh. So that's it. The Bible also says to kill your neighbor if he doesn't believe in God. Yeah, man, I think they gave you a different Bible, man. I don't think someone might have slipped that in there. They may be trying to trick you into something because I mean, just go with the simple, like, love your neighbor as you love yourself. I mean, it's that Bible bigger than Harry Potter. You know what I'm saying? So just love your neighbor as you love yourself. You're going to be good, man. But I think you got a bootleg version of the Bible in that case. He's like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it told me, all right. You might want to get that one authenticated. AMC popping. Damn, 30. Weren't we just at 50? Damn it, man. I got greedy with the cover calls. We could have cashed out again. Sony buys U.S. game studio to bolster PlayStation consoles. Got the boot testament. And again, clapping, tech catching the bait. That's counterintuitive. It's because the correlation right now is 0.4, right? So that chart that I showed yesterday on the watch list, and I think it's a really good thing to look at. Hopefully, if you guys didn't catch the watch list, I mean, you could see it, but I'll give you another explanation here. This right here. So what you got is, this is the bonds is in blue and the SPY is in white, but you don't really see them moving, but this correlation is very important because usually it used to be at some points, it was a negative 0.8 correlation. So, and even then 0.6. So for the most part, if stocks went up, bonds would go down, and then vice versa. Stocks went down, bonds would go up. But now the problem is, ever since the beginning of the year here, that correlation is flipped positive. It's not as strong as 0.6 nor 0.8, but it is showing you that there is a correlation. So pretty much if stocks go down, bonds go down. Stocks go up, bonds go up. That shouldn't happen. They should be inverse to each other. It should be a negative correlation. So this positive correlation right now, that's why some days stock markets, some days we're seeing it, right? Bonds go down, TLT drops, you're watching the stock market go down. That is a positive correlation, right? But then now a day like today, even the NASDAQ, you're like, wait a minute, it's dropping a little bit, but now the NASDAQ's up. So that could account for that remaining 0.6, essentially. You see what I'm saying? So the correlation is there, but it's not like fully. So that's why some days you are going to get some of this, the divergence between the relationship. Does that make sense? And are you guys understanding that? Do you see why the yield situation is so scary to a lot of people? Because, again, this goes against the traditional bond stock portfolio. This is why negative correlation is why people would buy bonds and stocks, because if your stocks go down, your bonds would go up. If your bonds went down, your stocks would go up. So this is why it brings a lot of pain. Literally, the title of this chart is Nowhere to Hide, because once they start going in a positive correlation, even your quote unquote diversification hedge starts to fail. So that's why it's a very interesting point here. How can that even happen? Bonds usually go into safety. This chart says that bonds are just another stock like Apple. Kind of, but this is a recent phenomenon. You see what I'm saying? It's not, look at how long it's occurred. It's pretty new. Yeah, AMC's rocketing right now. What about holding cash? Well, your prices went up. So again, if you held cash from the beginning of the year till now, regardless of what happened, so if you just didn't buy anything at January 1st till today, everything is more expensive. I mean, 372 to 430, that's like about, I think that's more than 10%, 15%. So something went down. You would have made more money even buying bonds. So there's the new negative. No, there's no negative correlation. It's a positive correlation. AMC is really popping right now. MP boosts rare earth quota to shield supply chain from U.S. What? MP's popping. MP. I think I like this one. CFA and CFP will do to guard people's investments. Well, it depends if there's any structural shifts, but essentially, you haven't gotten, that correlation won't remain forever. Again, because historically, there's a strong negative correlation between bonds and stocks. So this is, again, a phenomena. It's not really, but clearly when that phenomena comes to life, it has a lot of craziness. Zella was necessary. I know I took the United Steel play, but I kind of like MP. I forgot about them. Roblox. I just want China to be happy. Bro, China is so crazy. Uh-oh, did my thing freeze? Shit, do you guys hear me? My shit just sketched out heavy. Bro, China? There was another bond default yesterday. They've just been quiet. They've been cutting off energy and all this, and now it's like, shh. They're like, shh, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Shh. Nah, we chill. BB Pa, oh, the meme stocks are going again. What is this? AMC is crazy right now. SEC is looking at trades by Robinhood Smart Route. Smart Route or Smart Wow? I don't know if that's a person or what. Reverse repo. I mean, honestly, the one thing that I keep bringing up that I think is very key, and it sucks because it's like such a delayed reporting. Actually, is it updating right now? Wait, did it go higher? Oh, I think it's at 17. Oh shit, so it's going up right now. So look at that chart showing 16, but so surprisingly, credit default swap. It's the credit default swaps. This is a weird asset to go up. Like, think about it. Why would, again, if you think about the Big Short, they bought credit default swaps. That was part of it. Why are the credit default swaps on America shooting up right now? Again, and you could see how subdued they've been over the whole course of the year. Again, any of the inflation waves, they spike and come back down. But now this spike came back down, but now you're going to be right here. After this updates by end of the day, we are going to be higher now on the year. Yeah, people are buying it. The people are buying it and the spread is widening. This is what I keep bringing up on the watch list like every other day because I am looking at it like, what's it called? I'm looking at this related to the debt ceiling and all of that. So we can't compare it to 2008. So here's 2008. It shot up to 100%. But take a look at one point, literally in the beginning of 2008, we were actually lower than where we're at today. The ask price was 9. So then look at how 2008, by September 2008, that's when there was already defaults. Let me say that again. There was already defaults. And if you notice, they did not issue. This is the maximum chart I'm on. You realize that, right? So that means there was no U.S. credit default swaps prior to that. They had other formulations to do it, but literally it was at the same $17 price level, and the market was already pummeled by then. And then by January 2009, now you're 4 or 5 times above. But this is why I'm saying I've been bringing this up here with the debt ceiling. I mean, you even see 2020, it shot up a lot, and then even 2016, this was a emerging market crisis, or excuse me, Brexit. 2014, we dropped with the oil run up. It ran up a little bit before that in October, right? And then I think it was October 2014. We got a lot. Then this was China devaluation. But yeah, it's going too crazy. It's going crazy. How do you, if you buy it, you could buy it. I think I could buy it on here if I really wanted to, but you'd have to find you'd have to have a broker who would give you access to it. Most brokers would have it, but it's kind of complex. There's going to be like minimums, and then your cost. Again, the liquidity is a lot difficult too. That's why there's a big spread.
Calls this morning. He's open to having visitors. He's open to going places. But we're
so
going to make
loud?
those decisions hour by hour. So the weekend's a little bit away, but I will tell you that this is the president's top priority right now, getting relief to the American people, making sure we're lowering costs for the American people. We're addressing the climate crisis. We're rebuilding our roads, rails, and bridges. We've made progress, and we're still at work at it.
Last one from me. One of the president's central promises when he was elected was to restore Americans' ability to be confident in their government again, to believe in institutions again. What is the White House's message to the Americans right now who look at this and see a mess? Nearly a government shutdown, the debt ceiling is unclear, legislation not being passed, at least not yet, even though Democrats control the bodies of government, and those Americans don't feel that they can be confident in government. What's the White House's response?
Well, first I would say the president, the Speaker of the House, and the leader have more experience getting legislation across the finish line than any group of Democratic leaders in history. We're in the middle of it right now. It's messy, this sausage making on Capitol Hill, Policymaking is messy. There's negotiations.
Jan, what the
They
you
all have
just say?
representatives who are advocating for their points of view. That's democracy in action. What I can tell them is that we're on the path to keep the government open. You just saw that pass the Senate. It was going over to the House. That's not just keeping the government open. That's getting relief to make sure we can take care of refugees, people who fought by our side in Afghanistan.
I've never
That's to
heard
make sure
that
we get
as like
relief to the Gulf Coast,
a
additional
phrase.
relief to the Gulf Coast.
Like,
all
I've never
important
heard that in my
priorities.
life.
And we would also tell
What does that
them,
even mean?
that the president is going to stop it. He's going to use every lever at his disposal to fight to get this legislation passed. These two pieces of legislation that will have a make historic investments, and he's doing it because he wants to have an impact on their lives. But these type of packages, not a lot of precedent for them.
Like,
but
is
he's
that
gonna
a
work at it. He's
phrase?
gonna
Like,
get it
is that
done.
a common,
That's what he would
like,
tell
is
them.
that like
Go
a
ahead.
saying that people
Does
say?
the president see any strategic value in a
I've
vote
never. I'm
failing on the
sorry.
House
I'm
floor?
still caught up on this.
Well, as Speaker Pelosi said earlier today, we're on a path to win. I don't want to even consider any other options than that.
I don't
We're in
even
to
want
win
to Google it.
President's
I'm
also
too
in it
scared to
win
Google it.
That's what we're working toward. It's only 2:40 right now. Lots of time left in the day, and he's going to continue to stay closely engaged with her about the path forward.
You've repeatedly referred to this moment as an inflection point. How is the president viewing this moment, given where his caucuses are, where his members are?
This moment, as in this moment, 2:40 p.m. this afternoon, or just today?
As in, it's deadline day for an infrastructure bill. He doesn't have the votes. One member of the United States Senate is about $2 trillion below his top line number, and there's no clear way to bridge those gaps.
Well, I think the president views this as the last several days, and even longer than that. His views, we've made some progress. You've seen some members come down. You've seen some members come up. You've seen active negotiations. He's obviously been hard at work at them himself. And what we clearly see is an agreement about the need to get this done, whether it's the infrastructure bill or the reconciliation package, which has key priorities for the president. Key priorities, I think the speaker referred to it earlier today, as the cause of her, as her public life, as her time in public life. That's a bit of a paraphrase. I'll leave you to her words. So, look, he sees this moment. He knew that as we got closer to self-imposed timelines, which are important, often these timelines can help make progress. We've seen progress made. That more members would be out there advocating for what was important to them. That's happening. We would hopefully see more willingness to compromise. That's happening too. We're hard at work, and he's been through this before, so he's not too thrown off his game on it.
And then just one quick last one. Do you guys see a possibility of some type of framework agreement that could unlock the infrastructure vote today?
That's what we're working towards. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jim. You talk about self-imposed timelines as opposed to the other real timelines for debt ceiling and SCR. The progressives don't seem to feel any sense of urgency about passing infrastructure, and the moderates, like Manchin, don't seem to feel any urgency about passing reconciliation. The only Democrat that I can think of who really has a sense of urgency is Terry McAuliffe. Do you feel it? Does the president want this done in a certain amount of time, or does he also feel that this could play out over weeks and months and still come to the conclusion that he wants?
Well, as I said a little bit earlier, we know, and the president knows from his time in public office, that timelines can help make progress. That's often how legislating happens on the Hill. And as the speaker, we would disagree with that. You've seen a lot of members out there advocating for their viewpoints, being very vocal about what they want to see, some coming up, some coming down. That's a sense of progress, and we're working on it hour by hour here.
Does he feel that he needs it done by a certain time, like the end of the year?
I'm not going to set new deadlines here for you. Obviously, we're trying to get it done now. We're working on it as of right now, today, and that's what our focus is on in this moment. Go ahead. I'll go back to you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. To follow up a little on what Phil was asking,
yeah.
What does the president want, and what is he asking members of Congress to do on this infrastructure vote tonight? Is he calling progressives and Republicans even, asking them to vote for it? Does he definitely want this vote tonight, or is this all still this murky sort of trying to link these two things together and hope something emerges out of that?
There's nothing really murky about what's going on here. I mean, we understand what progressive members want, right? They've been out there vocally talking to all of you about what they want. It's clear we also need their votes in order to pass an infrastructure bill. They want to have a clear path forward. on a reconciliation package. The president wants both pieces of legislation to pass. That's what he wants, bottom line. He's also going to work with the speaker and the leader to get that done. So what he's been spending his time on over the last couple of days is having conversations with Senator Manchin, Senator Sinema, and others who have been very vocal about the fact that they're not quite there yet. And his objective is to try to get them there, because that's what members of the Progressive Caucus are looking for in order to support an infrastructure bill, many components of which they support.
I guess to put a finer point on it, if your choice is between a vote tonight that fails but sort of puts everybody on the record, or pulling the vote tonight and continuing deliberations despite it potentially upsetting moderates who feel like they've been promised this vote, what does the president prefer?
We're working towards winning a vote tonight. We have several hours left in the day.
All right, last one. What's the plan on the debt ceiling? I mean, Republicans have sort of made clear that they're not going to back any effort, so it would seem at this point that Democrats' only hope here is to turn towards a reconciliation process on the debt ceiling. I understand that you've made the point many times that Mitch McConnell's being hypocritical on this, that Republicans should support it, but it does seem now that the votes are on the table that you're kind of pursuing this political point at the potential risk of default for the U.S. economy.
Well, I think that's a bit of a shorthand of what's happening, which I understand. It's a bit of a complicated thing. But first, since you gave me the opportunity, it's not just Senator McConnell. Republicans are playing politics with an economic catastrophe, and they're treating a calamity for working families like a DC game. There are huge impacts here. You touched on the fact, but let me give the public a little sense of that. An instant recession, 6 million jobs lost, $15 trillion in savings wiped out, Social Security checks and payments to our troops blocked. Those are real impacts. Republicans in Congress are treating this like a game. Let me give you some examples. Senator Rick Scott, and this is a real quote, I will note, "This is going to be a ball. I'm going to have so much fun." That's about the debt limit. Senator Kevin Cramer, "It's sort of fun to watch." And Senator Cornyn said yesterday that Republicans would use every tool at their disposal to slow Democrats from doing this on their own. What we're trying to do right now is do it on their own, do it on our own. That is what Leader Schumer is working to move forward on. And obviously, as you know, Republicans have blocked that effort. So, of course, we're going to continue to press. We're not going to let up on that, on Republicans to do what's responsible, to protect the full faith and credit of the United States, as has been done 80 times in the past. We've also been working to do it on their own. We're going to keep working with Leader Schumer to get that done.
But you're not going to ask for Democrats to push on reconciliation?
I'm not going to get into additional mechanisms here. We're going to continue. I don't think we're not going to, nor should anyone let Republicans off the hook here, so we're going to continue to press them on it.
One of the things that Senator Manchin said today was that the kind of the concern that he has around the 3.5 number is about how it would impact inflation in the economy. And I'm curious what the White House thinks of that concern and what you've done to allay that concern.
Well, we've conveyed privately what we've said publicly, and what many, many economists have also conveyed publicly, which is that what these packages will do is they will address inflation and costs over the long term. That's one of the core reasons that people should be supporting them. So if you are concerned about inflation, that's exactly a reason you should support these packages.
And would the president sign a reconciliation bill that does not include negotiating on drug prices?
The president has obviously proposed that. He feels strongly about the need to make prescription drugs, I should say, more affordable to the American public. I'm not going to negotiate further from here.
One other thing, just on a different topic, Jake Sullivan's conversations in Saudi Arabia. Did rising oil prices come up in those conversations? What was his message to the Saudis about alleviating some of the concerns that people have as they're paying $1 more for gasoline now than they did a year ago?
Yeah, so I know someone asked about this the other day, and obviously the focus of his trip was on Yemen and working with the Saudis on Yemen, and our Tim Lenderking joined him in those meetings, who's our envoy to Yemen, to kind of figure out the path forward. He was, obviously the price of oil is of concern. We have been in touch with OPEC, and I believe it was going to be raised, but I haven't had a chance to get a readout beyond that. I can try to do that for you after the briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So putting the top line number aside, Senators Manchin and Sinema have been very opaque about what it is they want and do not want in this reconciliation bill? Without revealing details, does the White House and the President have a clear understanding of what it is each one of them wants?
We've had a lot of private conversations with both of the senators about what their priorities are, as they've said publicly, and I think as Senator Manchin said publicly today, what their priorities are and what that looks like in a final package, that's still an ongoing discussion.
Are they asking for the same things? Are the two of them on board with the same?
I'll let them speak for their priorities and how they line up with each other.
And then to build on what Justin was asking about,
Sure.
decoupling these two.
Yeah.
Is the president worried at all about eroding trust with Republicans who signed on to the bipartisan deal after he reassured them that it would not be conditional on reconciliation?
Well, let's remember what's actually going on the Hill here. Republicans in the House, led by Kevin McCarthy, are opting to vote against rebuilding roads and railways and bridges, despite the fact that the package was sent over with the support of 69 senators. So I think if you're asking about trust or whether people are delivering for the American people, you should direct it at Kevin McCarthy. Go
I'm
ahead.
asking because the progressives have made so clear that they refuse to vote on infrastructure without a vote on reconciliation first. Why doesn't the president ask them to treat them separately?
Well, I think the
Treat the two bills separately.
The president has made clear both are his priorities. He's also made clear he wants to get them both across the finish line. What we're talking about now is the legislative process and how you get the majority of votes to get both of them done. And that's what he's working to negotiate and working to unify the caucus around. Go ahead.
One more on a separate topic.
Sure, go ahead.
The National School Boards Association has sent a letter to the president asking for help from federal law enforcement agencies because of the violence and the threats that they're seeing across the country. Has the president received that request, and are you considering offering that help?
Well, first let me say we take the security of public servants and elected officials across the country very seriously, and obviously these threats to school board members is horrible. They're doing their jobs. Obviously there are going to be different law enforcement authorities that will be related to each community and where this is happening. So we'd certainly refer you to them about any specific threats, and we'd encourage individuals to report any threats they face to local and state law enforcement agencies. And we're continuing to explore what more can be done from across the administration. But again, a lot of this will be local law enforcement and how they can help ensure these school board members feel protected. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Has the president at all lost control of his party? Depending on which perspective you're looking at this from, you know, some people say that it appears that progressives are running the show, they're banding together and making their demands. Other people are saying, looks like Joe Manchin is playing president. So who is in charge?
Well, this is how democracy works. I know it feels foreign because there wasn't much that happened over the last couple of years, but how it works is the American people elect their elected officials. The President of the United States puts forward a bold and ambitious proposal, and then everybody negotiates about it. And they have different points of view. That's how democracy should work. We're in the midst of it right now. We're not trying to paint over how messy it looks from the outside. We know that. But what the good news is that there is agreement that among most Democrats, if not every single one of them, that we need to get something done, that we need to do more to rebuild our roads and railways and bridges, that we need to cut costs for the American people, we need to address the climate crisis. There's agreement on that. Now we're in the nitty-gritty details, which is very important, but that's the end stage of this process, and the American people should know that that's what the president's working on.
I want to follow up on Weeja's question. So if the bipartisan bill fails or is stalled or doesn't happen today, it would appear that these two bills, the reconciliation and the infrastructure, are linked. And the president, you know, made statements that Republicans should be able to vote for the bipartisan bill on its merits. He stood in front of the White House with a group of Republicans who negotiated that infrastructure bill. Is there a message that he has to those Republican senators who voted to pass that bill on its merits, that this bill is somehow not linked with the reconciliation because of what's happening in the House?
Well, if we're working towards victory here and a win. If it doesn't pass, it's because it doesn't have enough votes. I think Republicans in the Senate understand that and know how this process works. But that's what we're working towards now. That's what the president's been making phone calls about. That's what we have his schedule cleared for this afternoon. And I'm not going to make a prediction of what the outcome will look like several hours from now.
The vice president, I mean, she was a senator as recently as this year. Why isn't she on the Hill helping to broker this deal?
Well, the vice president had the CBC over, the CHC last week. She's been making calls herself, just like the president. If it's constructive for her to go to the Hill or for him to go to the Hill to have members down here, they'll do that. We're ready and willing. This is our top priority, all hands on deck. But a lot of what's happening right now is discussions at a staff level, a senior staff level, to get through these intricate details, and that's where the focus is in this moment. Go ahead, Kelly.
Since we haven't seen the president much publicly this week, and you talked about leaving room in his schedule, can you paint more of a picture of what's happening behind the scenes? Are these calls happening from the Oval? Is he inviting guests to the residence? Does he have a whiteboard with his own whip count? Can you give us a picture of what
I
it
like
looks
that
like
visual. I would say he does not have a whiteboard with a whip count. I can assure you he's more of a paper and pen kind of guy. But look, he's been meeting with staff. He's been getting updates from staff as they've been having engagements with the Hill. You all know who the senior members of his team are who are negotiating, whether that's Steve Ricchetti or Louisa Terrell, Brian Deese, Susan Rice. What he's asked his team to do, including the policy members, which people don't always factor this in, is be available to have conversations with members about questions they have, to help address any parts of it they have suggestions on. So he's getting regular updates. People are in and out of the Oval Office, providing him updates on their individual conversations, and he's picking up the phone and calling people as needed, whether that's the Speaker or Leader Schumer or other members, to have a conversation about the status, to check on where they are, to follow up and maybe a conversation they may have had with his staff. These conversations are happening from the Oval Office, but certainly he does some from the residence. Depends on what time of day it may be.
And are you running your own whip count, or are you relying on Hill resources to do that?
We're very closely in touch, as you know, with leadership on the Hill. The president himself is. Of course, we're certainly in touch with members ourselves about where they stand, where they may have concerns or any hesitations. Go ahead. I'll come back to you, Terry. Go ahead.
We finally learned today Senator Manchin's position on his top line number. Senator Schumer's been aware of it since late July, and Senator Manchin said that he told the president already this $1.5 trillion number. Why has the decision been made strategically to pursue Senator Manchin, Senator Sinema, and not try to, in the last couple of weeks, apply more pressure on progressives to take half a loaf and say, this is low-hanging fruit, it's a $1.2 trillion infrastructure plan, let's move on that? Why was that strategic decision made not to do that?
Both of these are huge priorities to the president. I'd also note that when Senator Manchin was asked, and he can obviously speak for himself, but just since I've read the whole transcript here, he also repeatedly referred back to a document that went back to July 28th. I'd remind you all that this is an active negotiation and discussion. And it is incumbent upon members to put out where they stand and where they are. And as we've seen over the past couple days, that's an ever-changing process. So before you make conclusions about what the end results will be, I would remind you to look at the last several days or even weeks about how these discussions have progressed.
Senator Manchin said today he believes his position is, it sounded to me like his position was firm, and he also said that if progressives feel that the Congress should spend $3.5 trillion, that they should convince voters to send more progressives to Washington. That sounded to me like he's saying that through the end of this Congress, he's not going to agree to $3.5 trillion.
We could certainly parse Senator Manchin's words, but I am certain he'll go answer questions again, and your colleagues should ask him more questions.
But why do you think that this is not, why do you think that Senator Manchin's position on this is not final?
Because this is an active negotiation, because he was pushed repeatedly during the gaggle that he did on Capitol Hill about where he stood. But again, I'm not here to speak for Senator Manchin. He certainly can speak for himself and what his points of views are, and I certainly encourage you all to keep asking him questions about where he stands. Go ahead.
Back on the deadline that was set at the beginning of the week, announced that this is the big week. Mm-hmm. Democrats are in charge here at the White House and in both houses of Congress. And they set the deadline. Democrats set the deadline.
To be clear, they just set the date of a vote.
All right. You called it a deadline. I was just using your.
Okay, fair. But thank you for the clarification. They set the time of a vote.
Right. Democrats set this vote. Now they're going to miss it, fail to make it. Why is
we don't know that. It's only 3 o'clock.
Can you tell us there's going to be a vote tonight?
That's what Speaker Pelosi indicated her plan was.
My question. My question is, why isn't it fair to see this as a failure of the president to get his own party to back him and his agenda?
Why isn't it, before we've even had a vote and we don't even know where it sits, a failure of the president?
It feels like we're farther away today than we were on Monday.
I don't think the president feels that way, and I don't think members of Congress feel that way.
You've talked about progress. Can you explain what progress is? You said it's people talking about where they are. That sounds like an earlier part of the process when you had set a vote for the end of the week.
Well, I would point you again to what Speaker Pelosi said earlier today. In the end stages, the later stages of a process, where we are now, when you get closer to a vote, a time of a vote being set, that's when the negotiations get serious. That's when people start putting down bottom lines of where they stand. You've seen some people do that publicly. A lot more of it happens behind the scenes. That's what I mean by progress. You've seen members come down in numbers. You've seen members come up in numbers. That's what we're working on, to get to an agreed upon path forward.
So there's progress, and it's people behind the scenes saying that with their numbers moving.
They've also said it publicly.
One more. A lot of Democrats are looking at what's happening, and they're saying Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema are holding this president and his agenda hostage. What would you say to them?
I would say we have 50 votes in the Senate, 50 Democrats in the Senate. So we need the majority to win. That's how a bill becomes a law.
They've got the leverage.
We need all 50 votes in the Senate to move this forward. That's where we stand now. Go ahead.
I just wanted to go back to the debt ceiling
Sure.
for a second. Democrats control all branches of government right now. Can you assure the American people and the financial markets that the United States will not default on its debt?
That is absolutely what we're trying to accomplish. And I'd remind you that we would have gotten that done had Republicans done what they've done 80 times before, supporting a bipartisan vote to do something that has been pretty standard in the past, or if they had allowed Leader Schumer to move forward. But absolutely, we're going to do everything to prevent the federal us from defaulting.
Does the plan involve changing Mitch McConnell's mind, Leader McConnell's mind in some way, or is there a plan to just go forward?
Well, Leader Schumer's already been working to move things forward, and it's been blocked by Republicans. Not just their vote. An effort to move it forward has been blocked.
But there clearly are ways, getting rid of the filibuster, for example, for this particular vote would be one way to move forward. And is that something that the president would consider to avoid losing, let's say, 10% of the value of the stock market?
I just outlined how concerned we are, which you just echoed different components of it. And that's an issue we take incredibly seriously. You've also heard Secretary Yellen on the Hill talking about this. We're not going to let Republicans off the hook. We don't think they should be. This is not a game. This is the full faith and credit of the United States. We're working with Leader Schumer on a path forward. But beyond that, I don't have more to preview for you.
You couldn't do it without Republicans if you got rid of the filibuster for this moment.
We could do it if they let us move forward, and they haven't. So I have no more details on the legislative process.
Just on the reconciliation package, is $1.5 trillion enough in new spending to cover Biden's president's priorities?
I understand that's a number that's been put out there. It's an active negotiation. I'm not going to weigh in from here on what is or isn't acceptable to the Democratic caucus. Go ahead.
Just a couple different topics. On immigration, there seems to be a real sense among advocates for immigrants, people who have been fighting for legalization, for pathway to citizenship. There's a real sense of gloom. People described as yesterday even crying about the latest parliamentarian ruling. What does the president, what would the president say, what does the president say if he is unable to move forward on any of the sort of big sweeping promises that he made as a candidate to finally be the president and get something done on immigration?
Well, we don't accept that. We're 9 months into his presidency, and we share the disappointment. Obviously, as you know and you touched on, the parliamentarian ruled twice in different ways that it could not be included in the reconciliation package, or components, I should say, of immigration reform could not be included in the reconciliation package. That's disappointing to the president as well. So clearly now we need to figure out what the vehicle forward is. I would say the president's plan is about certainly protecting dreamers, farm workers, and others. It's also about investing in border security, making sure it makes sense, and we're investing in it in a way that makes sense, and creating an asylum processing system that is actually functional, which I think we all agree it's not. So there are several components of what he's proposed, and certainly we share the disappointment of many advocates that this wasn't included, and the desire to find a vehicle to move it forward.
On one other separate topic, there have been a number of issues in the last, say, several weeks in which advocates, allies of the president, are describing him as Trump-like. Less in terms of his personality and sort of tone and tenor, obviously, but in terms of policy. Even today, Representative of the Cuban government describing the frustration with the president continuing to maintain Trump-era policies vis-a-vis Cuba. What's the president's reaction, and does he accept that in some areas of policy he is in agreement with the former president?
So just for the sake of argument here, not argument, but discussion, beyond the representative of the Cuban government who...
Afghanistan, immigration...
well, but who? Who were we talking about here? Who's saying that the president's like Trump?
Oh, I mean, I could find you quotes. There have been quotes in our paper and quotes in lots of folks have, depending on the issue, whether they are immigration advocates or, folks in the Afghanistan who sort of watch Afghanistan. There have been numerous on-the-record descriptions of the president embracing, and it's actually in some ways just a factual thing, right?
But like on what policy? On what policy, sir? I don't. You can name people, or what specific policies?
Well, I mean, for example, Afghanistan would have been the maintaining of the former president's decision to withdraw troops. On immigration, it's in maintaining Title 42 and keeping Title 42 in place. I mean, they're...
Summary.
Which one?
The summary.
Yeah,
the president was compared to Trump.
To Trump. Well, that's the French foreign minister compared him to Trump in terms of how he handled the AUKUS negotiations.
So, look, I take each one of these. On Afghanistan, the former president
that's
struck
a
a deal
violation
without
for
the
her.
Afghan
She's
government.
like, no way
we
you
heard,
just said that.
The military convey yesterday led to the demoralization of the Afghan security forces and the Afghan government, where he also released 5,000 Taliban fighters into Afghanistan. I would say the president took a pretty different approach than that in ending a war that the former president didn't end, something the American people strongly support. As it relates to AUKUS, I'm not even sure what that's referring to in terms of what they're comparing. The president worked with key partners, Australia and the United Kingdom, to come to an agreement that would help provide security in an important part of the world, in the Indo-Pacific. A priority that, frankly, getting out of the war in Afghanistan leaves space for us to spend more time addressing. What was the last one? Immigration?
Immigration, Title 42, tariffs on China. I mean, there's...
Title 42 is a public health requirement, because we're in the middle of a pandemic, which, by the way, we would have made progress on had the former president actually addressed the pandemic and not suggested people inject bleach. So I think we're in a bit of a different place. I'm happy to discuss more examples. I think people be pretty hard pressed to argue that the president has taken any aspect of the former president's playbook and used it as a model of his own. Go ahead.
Senator Manchin has also said that he wants to means test as much as possible of this reconciliation package. Without getting into, or speaking for the senator, as you've said, what is the White House's position on, I guess, means testing in this package?
Well, you can call it whatever you want. Sometimes when you say means testing, not you, but when it's said, it sometimes has not the right connotation or the wrong connotation. The president's proposals, many of them, have been targeted at the middle class, as have these proposals and these initiatives, which means there's a cap on income through which you can benefit. That's what you can call it, whatever you want. If you call it means testing, the president is very open to targeting by income many of his proposals, and that's something that you can see throughout many components of his agenda that have been proposed and many that have passed to date.
Does the White House believe that you all are currently in alignment with Manchin on what those thresholds would look like? Or?
It's an ongoing discussion, but again, our objective is to target and focus on bringing relief to the middle class. That's what the president wants to see this agenda accomplish.
In an op-ed for USA Today this morning, Senator Bernie Sanders defended the $3.5 trillion price tag, asking, please tell me what we should cut. This came out before Senator Manchin gave his line in the sand. Without speaking for either senator, does the White House believe that there's any provisions that if we are talking about getting somewhere between 3.5 and 1.5 that are absolutely you all cannot stomach not having them in the final package?
I'm not going to put anything on the table here. It's clear as numbers come down, which they will, that there will be cuts to different components. That's just the nature of the totals here. But we'll leave those conversations private. I know you're eager to know more, and hopefully we'll have more to share soon.
Finally, just one more point. As you all have said from here, the public polling has consistently found that many parts of both packages are very supported by the American people. The American people are also very consistently pessimistic about action in Washington. So, but ahead of what we're going to be seeing, whichever way this vote goes tonight, what is your message to the public as they look at the ongoing situation in Washington about? What is your message to the American people as they look at, as you've said, a messy situation, the chaos of democracy?
We hope we can prove them wrong. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. I know hour by hour is kind of the phrase of the day. Given that, can we expect to hear from the president today? Or what would have to happen for us to hear from the president today?
We'll see. I can't make a prediction for you now, but it is certainly possible. It's also possible he has more meetings. He'll certainly make more phone calls. Possible he moves. But I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And last night he went to the Congressional baseball game. Did he go specifically to do some arm twisting or lobbying on infrastructure? And he spent some time with Republican lawmakers, something he really hasn't done here at the White House. Can you give us a sense of what he talked about with those Republican lawmakers? What was the interaction like, the tone of those conversations?
I think you're undervaluing his baseball prowess and history, which he was honored for last night. No, look, I think what the president, and I saw him this morning, he was reflecting on how it was, and I think this is a tradition, the Congressional baseball game. You know, it's something that has been around for some time where Democrats and Republicans go participate in one of America's favorite pastimes. And you saw, I think you all saw in photos, but for people who didn't see, he visited with some Republicans down in their area, dugout, I don't even know what it's called, okay? Dugout, help me out here, thank you. He visited with my husband's gonna be really mad about that. He visited with some Republicans. You know, it wasn't meant to be a negotiation. It was a discussion about, you know, how things are going and work we're all committed to, and just saying hello to them. And sometimes, you know, that's important and powerful too, at a time where there's been so much division, where there's a view from many in the public, as per the question earlier, that people can't work together, can't get things done. And this was an opportunity to have a moment to visit with, to see people you've known a long time, to meet new people, and to move beyond partisanship, to celebrate one of America's favorite pastimes.
Response to you about getting booed last night? Any reaction to that?
He's been in public life long enough to know there's going to be some yays and jeers in most big public places. Go ahead.
Can I just follow up on that? In some ways, does his visit and the rituals of getting together sort of prove the point that the FaceTime doesn't work? I mean, you referred to Leader McConnell and the Republican Party not willing to raise the debt limit. He's had plenty of FaceTime with Leader McConnell for decades. Maybe it just doesn't matter, and people are going to do what their political interest or what they believe their political interest tells them to do?
Well, this is how the president views it. You're going to have strong disagreements, as he does with Senator McConnell about how he's approached the debt limit. You're also going to have areas where you may come to agreement on, as they do on infrastructure and the importance of rebuilding our roads, our railways, and our bridges. And it's important to maintain lines of communication and discussion to figure out where you can work together. That's also how he views and approaches diplomacy. We can call out and publicly and argue strongly privately issues we have with foreign governments. But we also sometimes still look for ways, most of the time, for ways to work together. That's been his approach. I would say that given the infrastructure bill passed with 69 votes, that's evidence of it working. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You mentioned at the top that on September 17, the president signed an executive order authorizing sanctions to be used against those undermining peace in Ethiopia. But right now, it doesn't seem the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, is interested in peace. He refused to meet with Samantha Power when she was there. He's expelling UN staff from the country. He's taking all the steps that prove that he's not interested in peace. Why not take the sanction now? Why not impose the sanction now? Or take more drastic action against not just him, but also the president of Eritrea, who still have troops inside Ethiopia?
Well, absent clear and concrete changes, we will. We're preparing to take aggressive action under this executive order to impose targeted sanctions against a range of individuals and entities. What we're communicating to the parties on the ground is that we must see meaningful steps within weeks to initiate discussions to achieve a negotiated ceasefire, allow unhindered humanitarian access, and ensure respect for human rights. Absent significant progress, we'll take action. And we have the methods to do that. That's why I talked about the executive order.
And then on Guinea, we've had so many coups in Africa. The president of Guinea has been overthrown, the president of Mali has been overthrown, and we just had the prime minister of Sudan who just survived a coup attempt. And the president promised to defend democracy around the world. Is he failing in that promise?
He doesn't expect that to be accomplished in 9 months. He expects that to be accomplished over the course of time for advocating for democracy, for human rights, for imposing steps when warranted, and as we are considering right now in Ethiopia, and obviously by having a strong national security team that can convey this on his behalf when he cannot. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Go ahead. I'll come back to you next.
Thanks, Jen. Just to follow up on Mike's question on what the Cuban foreign minister said, just to be specific, said it's a pity that President Biden couldn't implement his own policy toward Cuba. And I just wondered if you had a specific response.
I don't.
And there's a U.S. delegation, top officials going to Port-au-Prince. What's the goal of that visit?
Yeah, I have some details on this, including who is going. So let's see. So what they're doing, when we feel it's pretty pivotal to have high-level officials from here engaged and traveling back and forth to Port-au-Prince to have discussions with actors across the political spectrum to see what we can do to help support dialogue and development for the Haitian people. We know it's a clearly profoundly challenging time on the ground, and it's crucial that we meet with a range of stakeholders to help move this process forward or help support the process moving forward in a way that's in the interest of the Haitian people. So this is really an effort to be engaged, to be on the ground. I can tell you, and you may know this already, that our newly confirmed Assistant Secretary for Western Hemisphere, Brian Nichols, is on this as a part of this delegation. Our NSC Senior Director for the Western Hemisphere, Juan Gonzalez, are there. They're meeting with civil society groups, political stakeholders, the Haitian government, and they're, of course, as I noted, discussing a Haitian-led process charting the path to democratic elections. But that's the focus, as well as discussing how we can continue to help provide support for the migration response, security, recovery from the earthquake, and the COVID pandemic.
Last question. The Secretary Mayorkas had said he expected the results of an investigation on the Border Patrol officers on horseback by the end of this week. What's the status of that investigation?
I know he said that. As I understand, it's still on track, but I would really point you to the Department of Homeland Security on any update. Brian, why don't we go to you last?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I wanted to ask what the president's reaction is to Democratic lawmakers calling on him to lean more on Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema. What is the president's reaction to that?
Well, I would say first the president's reaction is he was in the Senate for 36 years. He knows, as does Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, what it takes at this point in negotiations. They've probably done this more and more successfully than any combinations of Democratic leaders in history. And his approach has been, yes, of course, it's listening. Yes, of course, it's conveying viewpoints and having sometimes, direct and candid discussions, but he knows how to do this. And a lot of people who are throwing stones aren't a part of these negotiations. They're one-on-one, so I think they should leave it to him and others to get them done.
There are members of his party that want him to be more actively involved and come out publicly and said, we want to see the president more actively involved. What's his response to that?
I would say that, as I would point to something Congresswoman Jayapal said yesterday, right now it's not a secret about what is the holdup. The holdup is that we need to get 50 votes in the Senate to move the infrastructure, to move the reconciliation package forward in order for members of the Progressive Caucus in the House to feel comfortable that there's a path forward. As many of them have conveyed, the president's role in communicating with Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema to help get that done is probably one of the most constructive roles he can play, and that's what he's been focused on over the last few days. Thanks so much, everyone. Okay, last one, because I promised you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Jen, the president of Angola, President João Lourenço, was in D.C. last week, and he met with Jake Sullivan and Madam Speaker of the House. And I just want to check with you if the president made any comment about this visit, because Jake Sullivan, on the day that he met my president, he said he would brief the president on that day. So I'm trying to check with you if you heard any comments from the president.
I don't have any additional comment. I think we put a readout out about Jake Sullivan's meeting, but I don't have any additional comment. Thanks so much, everyone.
If he's indicted by JEROME, will he step down amidst reports that he's under scrutiny from this investigation?
Oh, they muted it. Damn, I wanted to hear. Damn, they muted it they know. Jen don't even care anymore. She just don't want you to hear it. Okay, Jenny. I see you, Jenny. Damn, they did that. They said mute it. Cut the audio. Cut them. You could talk, but they ain't gonna hear you, son. What do you mean? Oh, my God. Olaplex on the low, but there was some GM news even during that. AMC had a weird little rip there. I don't know what caused it, but we're waiting. We're trading around a range we were kind of expecting all day today. As we've been looking, this is that key level from yesterday, and it's really, placing us in a very interesting spot coming into Friday. Again, this is still below Tuesday and Wednesday, and this is where the first, big rout started to happen on Monday, last Monday. So very interesting here. We got about 40 minutes. I mean, if you think about it, you got to hear from Hood and Citadel News. Got it. But you got to hear from Psaki during that whole moment. But if you really think about it, we haven't got any updates yet on the voting or anything going on. So that's what she talked about a little bit. Clearly the president said it. Clearly the president stated what he. But we're waiting on that. We're waiting on that. So whatever happens here in the next few hours, the deadline is tonight. Again, debt ceiling still unresolved, but government shutdown looks like it might be. So we're just waiting on that. Again, the bill is. I think the infrastructure bill is tonight. Yeah, I don't think Friday. I think it needs to tonight. I think Friday, huh? So get ready. Get ready. Get ready. The voting, they have till midnight. They have till 9 p.m. Pacific time. So 12 a.m. Eastern moment. That's it. Tonight at midnight is the deadline. Chapter 7 USA in 45 minutes. No, that's not how it works. Again, that's been the most ironic part to all of this is that the debt ceiling fiasco started in August. So let me say that again. The debt ceiling fiasco and this whole we're running out of money, we're going to default, that has been a risk since August. So the debt ceiling was enacted in August, and that's when we couldn't spend any more. Then Yellen and the Treasury, they enacted extraordinary measures to facilitate funding up until this moment. So the point is, on or around October 18th, we run out of money, and that's when any potential would happen. So technically, yes, I mean that's the stupidest part about all of this. They had time to argue about this over 2 months. Even Senator Manchin, what he's been saying it, again, he could point even to July on some of the comments he's made. Even Psaki brought that up. So the debt ceiling has gone on for a very long time. That's why. But you don't get automatically defaulted on Friday. Tomorrow means nothing. Today means nothing for the debt ceiling, except for the fact that however they negotiate some of these other stuff, it's going to give you an idea of where the debt ceiling issue will end up being. So that is it. Gap up, are you saying on AMC? Someone's locating shares? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But yeah, pretty much. I mean, but it has been something. I mean, that's the part that I think is, it's so wild because I just feel like so many people are kind of, they're not, they're not really up to date with this stuff, but it's been going on for so long. So it's just interesting how with the deadline and the headlines that have been coming up, it has people now thinking, again, if you hear catastrophe, default, and all of that, people think it's going to happen tomorrow. But again, this has been the problem of the debt ceiling started in August 2021. The chances of the bill not passing tonight is very low, well, as far as the continued resolution to keep the government funded. However, for the infrastructure bill, I don't know, because the weird part is Pelosi is bringing it to vote, even though the progressives, Bernie Sanders, all the way down to that one lady and then AOC and her gang, but they said they're going to fight it. But the thing about Pelosi is not dumb. Pelosi does not bring a bill to voting unless she knows it's going to pass. So she doesn't like how it looks, and she usually has a way to get it done. So some people with a political background and looking at what Pelosi has done, usually if Pelosi is bringing it to a vote, it's going to pass. Otherwise, she wouldn't. She would separate them, and she would do these little tricks that she's known for. She's really good at it. So the infrastructure bill, I don't know, but it is coming to a vote. So if history and Pelosi is a guide, it should pass. But you do still have a hardline approach coming from the progressives. So it's good. Well, it's about optics as well as, why waste time? Pelosi knows how to get shit done when it comes down to what she wants. She's really, really good at it. Like, it's not like, again, she's been in this game for years. It's made me an animal. There's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your bank account monitored, not your taxes lower. Rule nombre uno, never let no one know what you gonna tax, because Okay. Anyways, but yeah, so she knows. She's been in the game for a while, and she knows to. You don't want to waste time, because if you bring a bill and it doesn't get passed, you get stuck in this little limbo. You got to do it all over again. So she's pretty smart about it. But we will see. Again, the government shutdown, that should get passed here, but we will find out real quickly. We will find out very, very quickly. What do you think they'll do about the debt ceiling? They're going to default or vote? I don't know. It's funny because I know Psaki says Republicans, she quoted some of the Republicans who said that they want to watch this and it's going to be a ball, but there's also Democrats who are saying the exact, like Bernie Sanders says he wants it to fail. And, if anything, I don't know. I feel like the progressives, this is their moment, quite frankly. If I was a progressive, I wouldn't back down. Because you are not going to get this opportunity to grab the United States by the balls and get whatever you want passed. So I don't know if they'll back down. They shouldn't. Even though I don't support it and even though I'm not a fan of what they're doing, if I was a progressive, I would not back down, because this is the only leverage you got right now to get whatever you want in place. But then vice versa, if the Republicans really wanted to shit on a progressive agenda right now, you could just go let it, but the costs are too high. That's what I'm saying. It's like, even for the progressives, like, you got leverage, but do you want to pay that cost? And then vice versa, you could make the progressives look like idiots right now, but the question is, do you want everybody to suffer for that? Everybody is. So it's like, it's pretty wild. That's why I think this time around is so, it's a giant game of chicken. Both sides have a weird set of leverage, but so we'll see. We will see again. Like right now, I mean, they asked a good question. They said, who is president? Like right now, Manchin and the progressives have a little bit more control than not. You have to think about it. If Manchin isn't down, all of what Biden advocated for goes out the window. And then if those progressives aren't down, than all of what Biden. Imagine all the infrastructure bills, the first time we got to hear from him, all of this stuff he campaigned for. He said, this is my goal, this is my priority. All of that would go out the window. So it's like, it's a very high cost, and then you're going to make some enemies depending on how it goes out from here. Hopefully half of the House votes are in. Yeses are well ahead. That's not the problem. I mean, you just need, it's 4 people. It's 4 or 5 people roughly. Happened many times before, just less Fed printing. It has, and people bring that up, but I think they forget to realize that the times that it's happened, it's only happened 3 times in modern history. Meaning with a night like in the 2000s. So with this debt ceiling debacle, it has definitely been handled many, many times, but it's only came up 3 times from 2000 to today. If you really want to look at it. So there's been the government shutdown and all of that, but let me find the chart again. Or I may be speaking on the government shutdown. Let me double check. Not this one. That's another chart. You see, I got a lot of pretty pictures here. Yeah, that's another pretty picture. Hold on. There you go. Okay, no, government shutdowns, excuse me. So debt ceiling may be a little bit different there, but that I think they correlate pretty accurate. Let me see if I can get a debt ceiling chart for this. But even then, like I'm saying, a lot of this stuff, it hasn't happened since the 2000s. It's happened a lot before then, 81, 82, 83, 84, 84, 84, 86, 87, 9. See what I'm saying? But in recent times, this is still, it's a relatively new issue if you want to look at it. Let's see. So here's the history. So debt ceiling, these are just the history of increases and by how much they did it. And then they suspended it in 2013. But since 2000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. So about once a year. But again, it seems like you had, I think the government shut down one, but this, I think most of it really was pretty much even then around the crash and I think attending to modern monetary theory. So yeah, every year pretty much though. The government shutdown is the one that hasn't happened too often in modern history, even though it's talked about a lot. TBT dump. That's probably because of bonds shooting up here. But yeah, bonds are pretty much break even though. House vote live stream. Which one is this for the?
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McCall, the great state of Texas,
is this
pursuant
infrastructure?
To House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on H.R. 5305.
Wait, is this infrastructure? Or is this the government shutdown? Oh, no, they already got that. Temporary government funding. Wait, what? So McConnell vote no on the stopgap? What? That's, again, look at how many people voted yay on that. Or I guess there's 137 no's. Jeez. Really? Really? Ooh. Damn turtle.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler, Pennsylvania, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote nay on H.R. 5305. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote nay on H.R. 5305.
I like this. We just keep this on in the background. They're just going to come in anytime someone says no or not. But the votes are, it's 199 yes, 144. So this is interesting. This one's going to be interesting. I don't know why. I don't know why McConnell would vote no on that. Merch ship it quickly. Place the order early. Oh, yeah. Shout out the supply chains, baby. Ooh. This is for the government. This is for the government shutdown, the continued resolution. Yeah, bro, this is just like Squid Game. You guys want to end it? You guys want to end the shutdown? We just need a majority. Uh-huh. We just need a majority. That's all. They want to use them reconciliation because they can only use it once. If they burn that option, they won't be able to use it for the infrastructure package. Ah, very smart. No, you have 18 Republicans voting yeah, so it's kind of good there, but it is wild. How many votes do they need? It's not 220, is it? 250? Mm-mm-mm. 218? Oh, 210. 2/3. So then, yeah, they're almost there. They're going to get it. It's going to pass. If it doesn't, I'd be surprised. No, due October from Evergrande. Since they can't pay, how it affect? It's still the same situation from 2 weeks ago. Another bond defaulted last night. Western markets aren't really as worried. You have literally BlackRock buying the dip on it, but I still think it's going to be a bigger effect. I think it's just going to be longer and drawn out, but clearly, I think China is getting clapped right now, but we're just not getting the reports, but I still think it's up there. Even then, I showed you guys I was looking at the credit default swaps. You guys want to see another one? So I showed you America's credit default swap, and then again, I was looking, but here's China. So China's is the highest on the year. Where is it at today? 47. So right now it's going to be at 47. I think it's printing 45. No, it's printing 47. So theirs is up here too. So it's rocketing up, but it's definitely not as bad as it could be. But again, this is getting to that pre-level prior to COVID. You're getting that credit default swap movement. And then let's see, what can we put the max on? Again, here's them in 2008. It's a lot lower. They've had worse times. Pretty much like in 2015, there was a much higher chance of a default of some sort, or just risk to the country. So, but I still think, I think these credit default swaps are key to watch. I thought you said 210. This is for the stop. This is for the continued resolution.
This is the gentleman from New York rise.
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the motion to concur. The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the motion to concur.
Yeah, I think it's passed. That's good. That is a very good side. Very good side. I wonder. This is an interesting split. Why should we watch the credit default swaps? Because they are like that's like a last-ditch effort in a way. Like it's like a UV. Again, think it's harder to access. Not everybody is buying into that trade. It's not as crowded. And it's just like, it's like the last-ditch effort of like, okay, you got some real risk going on in whatever you got going on in your country, more or less, right? So that's why it's like, it's very it's weird to see that go up again, especially when you look at them. They don't really move too often, and they'll stay lower. A credit default swap is a finance. Wait, is that Margaret Robe? Oh no, it's Troy. Never. This sound like Big Short. No, it's a credit default swap agreement that the seller of the CDS will compensate the buyer in the event of a debt default or other credit event. The seller of CDS insures the buyer against some reference asset defaulting. This is achieved by the issuer of the bonds ensuring the buyer's potential loss as part of the payment. Insurance against against government default or any credit risk. So that could even accompany a downgrade, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I think the government is going to stay open. Good work. Good work. You see, they still got stuff done. I'm in a bathtub right now, drinking champagne. The market does not take this positively, we could be in trouble. No, we're good. If the government doesn't shut down, that's a very good sign. The next question is the debt ceiling. But like it's literally, it's up to 4 people. It's Manchin, Sinema. I don't think Sinema is that big of a risk as much as Manchin. And then the like 4 or 5 progressives, the leader of the progressive caucus. I don't know what her name is. I forgot, or I can't pronounce it. But those are the only people, and then maybe even Bernie Sanders, who could clap it. That's why it's a very interesting scenario where we're at. Jayapala, yeah, her, Jayapala, that's who it is. Her, and then the rest of the squad, plus Bernie, and then Manchin and Sinema. Everybody else, everyone's figured out. There's a lot of unity besides that. That's what makes it so weird. And all of the Republicans, I guess we're forgetting they're supposed to do their jobs too. Well, I mean, it's everybody collectively. It's just saying what's going to stop the vote or not. I mean, the point is, if you had 4 Republicans willing to switch sides, then yes, then you don't need the Democrats and all of that. But it just there's not a chance of that happening. I just don't see it. No, this is gonna pass, the one we just watched, but that's good. But they have 2 weeks to figure out the debt ceiling, and I think they're putting a vote next week. But again, they're running out of time. It passed. That right there, that's the continued resolution. I'm confused. You say it's a good thing. Are you bullish right now? I'm not. I mean, no, I'm saying there's like 5 moving pieces. Some stuff is good. Some stuff is bad. Manchin's talking. Can someone get me a link? But I'm saying, like, the debt ceiling, bad. Government shutdown, good. Debt ceiling, still unresolved. And then energy crisis, bad. That we need to figure that out. Powell inflation, bad, right? So we don't know yet. It's stuff like that. That's where. So it's not like I'm not picking sides based off this one event, but there's just a lot going on.
As the chairman of that
here's
committee,
our guy.
I took that allegation seriously. I wanted to find out, did she lie to us or not? Each nominee that comes before the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources is asked whether he or she has ever been investigated, arrested, or charged with a violation of law. Ms. Stone Manning responded, no, I have never been arrested or charged, and to my knowledge, I have never been the target of such an investigation. She then went on to disclose that she testified before a federal grand jury as part of a tree spiking investigation in 1989, and later testified at the tree spiking trial. This allegation seems to be that her response was false and misleading because she was subpoenaed, because she was asked to come and testify, and had been required to give fingerprints and hair samples to the grand jury investigating the tree spiking in 1989. Being required to testify or give physical evidence to a grand jury does not make someone the target of a grand jury investigation. Just doesn't. And again, I go back to the rule of law, which is unique in this world today.
What is he talking
we're
about?
Still able to treat everybody as
Manskin,
innocent until
we're
proven
not listening.
guilty. And
Come
there
on.
was no evidence, and she was not involved. The Justice Department defines a target as someone the grand jury is considering indicting. That's the target. They're considering to go after you. The federal prosecutor in the case asked the Forest Service's criminal investigator. They asked the criminal investigator whether the investigation in 1989 had identified possibly anyone as a subject in the investigation. The Forest Service investigator replied under oath, I repeat, under oath, no. Nope, didn't happen. She could not have been a target of an investigation that had not identified her or anyone else as a subject.
All right.
Her response is
someone
further
listen and see if he
corroborated by-
starts talking about. I have no idea what he's talking about. I think maybe that's why the market's going down. This is the guy who it rests on, and he's just like, yo, man, they spiking trees. You know what I'm saying? I know you're worried about this debt ceiling thing, but these, man, come on, man. Funding bill to avert government shutdown has cleared Congress. That's a surpriser there. I'll take it. So that's a good sign. It makes one less issue to worry about. That's why. But the market is selling off on that. Interestingly enough, or it could be reacting to what's his name again. Default swaps are still climbing up here. That's one thing I've been watching them here all day, but they're coming up here. I think it was a little bit higher. No, that's on the 1 year. Yeah, 17.6. But that's interesting. It doesn't worry you that the government not shutting down is making the market going down? No, not at all. No, because I mean I think it's a natural. There's still other problems. It's like one of those things. It's the difference between what's going to create volatility, what's going to be a structural shift, and you still have some of the other risks on the table. There's just, I mean, think about this whole month. There's a lot going on, especially in the last 2 weeks. So it helps ease the wait till the good news starts coming around, and then you'll start to see it factor. But this is still small, and I think today we are just reacting to what we're having. If anything, I'm just more surprised we're not closing around here and kind of going to close lower, because if we close lower, that's an ugly level, and it sets us even lower than where we started last week, and then maybe some of the other fears might be coming back into play. The China news is worse. Again, that's why I think it's that's why I think the irony is pretty funny in all of it. Airbnb got pummeled. They finished the vote for the debt ceiling. It passed. Yeah, get ready. 4 minutes. This 10-minute rig will be important. Down Friday, down Monday. Well, we didn't. Did we have a down? I don't think we had a down Monday this week, or only like one index. Tracy Manning considered some sort of eco-terror. Well, see, if he starts talking anything bill-related or spending bill, well, we want to listen to that. Scared money won't go into bonds. Not if you're expecting a massive amount of inflation, or if you're I mean, honestly, you would go into a credit default swap, believe it or not, to a degree, but that's a bigger trade. But it's not, right now, you're not really getting that. You're getting some of it, but there's still a lot of other risks on the table. That's what makes this move so interesting. Chinese stocks re-rating due to growing risks. Chanos. 10-minute rig, 2 minutes away. Let's see, man. I mean, again, we're at a very crucial level. This is what we were talking about earlier today. We were a little lower, but you see it. I mean, everything from there. I mean, again, just think the message the market is sending. If we end up lower than where we were 2 weeks ago in the center of that, the center of the Evergrande crisis, growth, inflation, post-Powell, all of that, like, keep that in mind. Shout out King Joe and his henchmen. They push you out of your job. Everything will always work out, my friend. Don't you worry. Some way, one way or another. The 3-month chart, yeah, this was the worst quarter since the pandemic. Been a very, very ugly quarter, and we're ending it here. And even then, you're not even getting that much rebalancing today, even though today's a decent move. But people have said since a lot of the rebalancing occurred middle of the month, you're really even getting a smaller effect here. TLT both ways. I think we still have an old play in there, but I don't think bonds are going to come down. And if they do, I mean, we could react to it. I mean, I don't think it would hurt, but I'm not really down with it too much. 10-minute rigged. We're coming down. Volume is high today. I didn't even think it would get this high. It looks like we're going to be like a couple days ago. What a day. Apple is red. Apple went red earlier. I don't know why AMC's holding up. See if Facebook was a little stronger. 6.5 billion sell side end of the day. The market on close. Let's 4-time anything this week. I mean, again, it is the end of the quarter here, so let's see. I mean, if we get an after-hours move, this thing could be crazy. You're about to go 1% on the spot. Again, NASDAQ has been making like 2% round-trip moves. Up 0.5%, down 0.5%. We're about to hit another low here. This is key. Again, earlier you saw the velocity there, so if that picks up one more time, not too good. There's UVX. There's TLT. Yeah, UVX, look at, but UVXY is sedated because of the slow. Isn't that crazy, that move? But it's the UVXY is just not feeling it. That's why the velocity is slowed down considerably. It could be an opportunity for Ocean's 11 for sure. We will see. Activate the 200. No, we're not going to hit. I mean, again, if you hit the 200, that would be the last level, but you know, somebody said you're either going to get a golden cross or a death cross, but it's like 411. I guess it's kind of close. We could be there in maybe by next week, but that would be nuts if you did break. I don't even think Bitcoin broke below there on some of their drops. Ocean's 11 is on a Friday or a day, you know, since SPY could have options expiring today. So if you get a big after-hours move, certain indexes could be traded after hours, and you could get some crazy, wicked deals. But it's like, it's pretty much gambling on 15-minute options. You know, there's dailies, there's weeklies, but then there's 15-minute options that a lot of people don't know exist. But it's like, it is something you've never seen before. It's wild. It doesn't happen to opportunities like it don't arise too often. If it does, we'll see. So we're holding this level. I mean, if we hold up here, could lead to a gap type of move. I don't think the market wants to decide. We'll see. Very interesting. It's Thursday. Yeah, but there's some options that expire on Thursday, I believe. Even like UVXY. It just depends on the ETF and how liquid it is. We got 10-minute plays to 10-year plays and everything in between, baby. Everything you need to be flying these streets. Everything. Congress passed the continued resolution, and that is related to the government shutdown, not the debt ceilings, but that is a good sign. I did not buy Olaplex. I have used it in my hair. It's really good. You know, for my luscious locks, it has gone a long way. This is the first close. Yes, the other days we went below the 100-day, but we never closed below it. This is a pretty clean close below the 100-day. Almost like half a point. Nasara, I have no idea what that is. RLYB. We're making another move here. Again, you got about 6 minutes left. It's not, I mean, it's 1.5% on the Dow, 1% on the SPY. Tech, not as much. It's going to get really interesting here. This at least looks like a more extended drawdown, though, finally. You've not seen that all year, so this changes the scope. Head and Shoulders. There was a report on that. Some people are worried. Apparently, the Head and Shoulders is forming. It's not good. $6 billion. All right, you're hitting a new low. Watch if we close with a 429, that's going to be awful. Please look into it. What is it? Man, if y'all get me on some fucking watch list, I'm going to clap y'all. That's it. I answered a question in the chat, and now my bank account transactions are all monitored. This is crazy. SPY coming down. Uh-oh, 429. Here it is, 429.80. You're still not below Friday. That low is 429.46. But you're pretty much closing right where we were on Friday. This man, they just wanted to rob our premiums. Scammers. Should have got Novembers on some of those plays. It's okay. It's okay. Showing us something though. Yeah, because a lot, I mean, think about it. If you had a little, even the October 15th are still in play, but now you need a move almost the same size as this to get that volatility premium back. I have the UVXY calls are clapped. They're down like 80%. We hit the move if we got more time, but I didn't expect it. You're down 90% on that. I'm very, very surprised. I mean, I kept it small, but that, thankfully. And then the only ones that were bigger that are kind of in the middle are the China place. And then that was like XPEVs and NEOs, but I think those had till I once set with more time. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. And please make sure all seatbelts are fastened. It is a little bit rocky out here. We're getting some turbulence coming into the landing. And in case of a water landing, although it is extremely rare, you can use your long-term chair as your flotation device. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in Indiscriminate description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 83 degrees and sunny. A lot less clouds than the last few days, so your vacation should be nice on this Thursday Junior, or Friday Junior, excuse me. But as we make this final approach, you guys know we love you and appreciate you. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. And if you are unaware, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure you exit one row at a time and make sure all masks are worn. As always, we appreciate your guys' business, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. 1 minute! Eight? 8? What sort of credit default swap is this? Oh, 8? Oh my God, 8? An 8? Oh, wow. Oh, 8? Oh man, 8? Oh, we'll take it. You know, only God could judge me. Only God could judge me, baby. Wrap it up. You got about 10 seconds left here, maybe a little bit less. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Orn. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. GG. Bro, my platform just disconnected. That's weird. Let's see. Oceans, we might get some moves here, so keep your eye on it. But GG, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. GG, if you spent all day here. This is the worst monthly sell-off since March 2020. Wow. No way. It didn't feel like that. Uh-oh, that's not good. You did survive September. You survived the fiscal year. So let's get a GG for that. Come on. We need a GG in the chat. If you spent all day with us, man, we need a GG. Come on. That means you were here all day. You put in the work. You were here with some of the same names you see. Some of these beautiful people, man. Look at the chat go crazy. Look at it. GG in the chat, baby. Come on. What's the like button looking like? Oh, it's not scrolling. Oh, 2,000 likes. 2.2. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Wow. We did it. We made it. So, ladies and gentlemen, before you head out, I know some of you got to get going, but listen, I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for being so loving. Thank you for being so kind, but thank you for giving me the opportunity. If you played me in your car, your speakers, wherever it was, man, you gave me an opportunity, and that's all I need. So whether you like me or not, whether you are a disruption or a contribution, it didn't matter because we got the opportunity. I know that's all me and my Chads needed. You gave Chad the opportunity. Shout out to all the Chads who posted plays, information, sourced it, facilitated an environment of productive learning, and had something to contribute. And some of y'all gave some good laughs as well. So God bless you, though. But ultimately, thank you. Shout out to all of the members, baby. They rocking the badges. They support the channel, and they've been in here for years, man. Some of them, couple of months, and some of y'all, you don't got the badge, and we understand that, and we appreciate you still too. But big shout out to my members holding it down. Huge shout out there to the stream alerts. That's the first link in the description. We make sure that they don't miss anything. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. But God bless everybody on those stream alerts. Hopefully, we've been keeping you locked in. And guess what? If those markets get volatile, you are not going to miss anything. Oh, yes, they know. Stream Alerts was born in volatility. You know that. Oh, they don't feel me. But again, I got some MVPs, man. Big shout out to my MVPs. My first set of MVPs. Them people posting the stream. Those people sharing the stream. They posting it on social media. They posting it on the chat. They go to all the other chat rooms and post it. They hold it down for the cult, and it's just beautiful. So tomorrow is, you could call it Bring a Friend to Cult Day, but listen, we're going to give away $1,000. So I'm just saying, if you could show up as an MVP, if I see you spamming the code or I see people with your name in here and they're like, oh yeah, Arena brought me, Rodney brought, anything like that, I'm just saying you're more likely to get picked. But God bless you regardless, man, because, we never, even when we do giveaways, we don't try to promote shit. We don't try to get you guys to do stuff like that. So that's why I'm saying it's the MVPs, because the people who go out of their way to share the stream and just share it and promote and just put on for the cult, man. God bless you guys and thank you for that. So appreciate you. And all the people all the people without a membership badge, we still appreciate you guys too. So God bless you guys. This is a big shout out to the people who've been here for a good amount of time without the membership badge. We still appreciate you, and I'm impressed to have people who come in here every day, show love. Regardless, you are part of the cult. Okay, it's all about your behavior. A lot of people talk a lot of things, but what you say don't make you anything, man. It's what you do. So God bless you, membership or not. I hope you realize we appreciate all of you. And one big thing, man, because there's still, all the people in here. I don't know if you guys are new or not, but I'm just saying, man, I appreciate being surrounded by people where we could share ideas, and it's good to know that a lot of us are on the same page. So I hope you guys could take heart in that and realize, the power of all of us together. And then, you got a lot of people here on the same team, and a lot of people here just want to benefit their family. They want to benefit themselves. They want to work hard. We all got these dreams and desires, so it's good to be surrounded by a higher level of thinking there. So I love it, and God bless you guys. So thank you for that. But that is it, man. That is it. That's it. Today is over. It's over. GG. So make sure you check out the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. We go over everything. Everything gets covered on there. Did I make any plays today? Wait, did I make any plays? Oh, I got X. United Steel. That's the only one, I think. Yeah, I did. So we're going to go over the plays there. We're going to go over what we're expecting tomorrow. Third link for that membership badge, baby. Shout out the members. Fourth link for that merch. And then all the new channels, Cult PHILO, Cult Real Estate, Cult Cars, Cult Music. And then follow me on Instagram. Let's go. Post it on Instagram. And if I remember your name and I see you in that Zoom tomorrow and I see what you have done, you're more likely, I get one honorary spot. I'm giving away one honorary Deal or No Deal spot. So I'm saying run it up everywhere. Let me see it on Reddit. Let me see it somewhere. Let's see, Colt. I remember every name, dog. Let's go. Run it up. That's it. Let's go. I'm so excited for Deal or No Deal tomorrow. You have no idea. I hope the market is whack. I hope the market does nothing so I could just give away, so we could play 50 games. Yeah, there's no way. I'm not going to lose 50 in a row. You know what I'm saying? I'm down. I'm so down for it. So excited. So check out the Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And then if you ever want to learn options, this is a great tutorial. It's free 99. This is very good. It may seem a little bit advanced, but I promise you, if you don't know anything about options, this is a great way to start. It covers almost everything, all the way down to how to find 1,000% options, baby. Okay? All the way down to 1,000% options. So check it out. How option pricing works, that's in the description. And then how we have set up our long-term portfolio. So stop playing around, man. Why you robbing yourself of a future? If you ain't got the long-term, I don't know what you're doing, man. You will get a lot less value from here. And even in the long run, because those in the long run, you build that long-term. I hope you guys realize, for all of you who built the long-term, before you know it, you are going to get exposed to more short-term opportunities. Oh, they don't feel me. Have me elaborate that tomorrow. If you want a good rant, let me elaborate that tomorrow. Okay? I'll leave you with that. So get the long term, baby. And then finally, very, very simple. The prayer request wall, baby. The prayer request wall. Me and my mom love to pray for you. So I don't care what you believe. It's not that deep. Even Halloween's not that deep. A lot of stuff's not that deep. I don't know. That's why I appreciate a lot of the people in here, because if you spend enough time with me, I think you'll realize kind of my attitude towards a lot of things and my attitude towards life and humans. I got love for everybody, man, and we are all children of the Lord, but even if that seems like too religious type talk, I feel you, G. It's all good. You could say the F word. You could say anything around. I don't give a fuck. What? Don't say it. But just listen, man. All I'm saying is it's all love here. We want to show support. That's why it's all about education. Hopefully, we could give you something to learn. I mean, listen to me on that long term. We are gonna get you on a very nice path. Trust me, I do not doubt it. Some plays are not a recommendation, but you get the long term, we will make you a success. I could guarantee that. Not really, because any guarantee in business is bullshit. But what I'm trying to tell you is there's a higher chance you're gonna walk away a boss than not, and walk away with actual productivity than spinning your wheels. So that being said, though, I love all of you, man. God bless you, okay? Just God bless you. Fill it out. We just want to root for you, man. That's all it is. We want to put your jersey on our back send some good vibes your way. The philosophy is, man, if it can't flow through you, it's not going to flow to you. So it's very simple, man. I hope you can wish blessings on everybody you can. And honestly, man, if you're in a position to bless somebody, do it now. Don't wait. And honestly, if you're in a position to clap somebody, show some mercy, okay? Just show some love, man. Best of your abilities and take care of yourself, okay? I'm praying for all of you and your mental health to be able to let more things go because I'm doing it myself, okay? I hope you could see it as a living example and just vibe with the world. Don't get caught up. I don't want you guys distracted with stuff. Honestly, even the moderators, I love the mods and thank you for the moderator service. Even then, I don't even want the mods. Don't even worry about timing people out for over stupid shit. I'm telling you, I don't want you worked up about anything. Just live and let live. Let it go. Let the trash take itself out. Let the people do. Let the people represent themselves how they want to be represented, okay? That's all. I want everybody focused and calm and chill because we live in a land of blessings and a time of opportunity. There's more opportunity now than ever. You know what? Is the tax plan fucked? Yeah, it is. Is the monitoring your bank account fucked? Oh, it's awful. I'm telling you, it's wild. Is the path we're going on, it's disgusting. But you are living in a time of opportunity. Don't forget that. Come on. You think I care? You think some old person is going to get up and mess with my future? Pfft, get out of here. We got opportunity left and right. It's for the educated. It's for the people who want it. It's for the people who seek. It's for the people who are not getting distracted. Amen? Come on. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I could talk about it. I could get involved with it. I could get passionate. I could get angry, but that shit don't matter. I know I'm here for me. I'm here for my family, and I'm here for my code. That's it. That's it. So we know how to, nothing else matters. I'm just telling y'all remember COVID, huh? Y'all remember COVID? The world was going crazy. How did you perform? You did great. I feel like you were ahead of it before everybody, huh? And you were okay, and you were in the right place mentally. And even though it got tough, you were still able to, right? That's it. That's how we're going to do it again. So don't even trip. That's all I'm trying to tell you, man. Have some peace, okay? So I'm praying for all of you, and I hope you pray for me and my family as well, too, okay? That's all it is. That's all it is. So that's today. Go read Richest Man of Babylon. Go read Proverbs New Living Translation. Go read The Stranger's Secret. And go read Leader Without a Title or even Lead the Field. But listen, you didn't have a philo today. But I hope you just got that little mini philo right there. Okay? Why? We don't have time to get caught up in any of it. That's why I just want peace. And I want peace, but I'm not peaceful in the sense of like, I'm saying we need peace so we can focus on our opportunity. I'm just telling you, the world, everything's messed up right now. Everything's wild. I don't care. Don't ever hear that statement and get in your feelings and feel sad and think about the future and feel like you got robbed. No, I'm saying that in a positive sense because you have opportunity. I know this is a time with a lot of things going on. I am not denying that, but I'm just saying the time for opportunity is here. You are going to look back at this one day and be like, wow, that was the era. That was the era where this was created, the era. And what are you going to do in that time frame? Don't get lost in the sauce, baby. Don't let them get you. Don't let them get you. I'm not going to let them get you. I'm sorry. You know? I know sometimes I'm quiet. Sometimes I play the middle. Sometimes, but I'm just telling you, when it counts, just watch. I'll tell you when. Okay? I'll tell you when. I'm just going to but that we need to stay focused. I want the opportunity. I want it. You know what I'm saying? Not only do I feel it, not only do I know it, because fuck what you feel. Go with what you know, not what you see, right? But I just know the opportunity is there. And I want it. Do you understand that? Well, y'all don't feel me, huh? I don't think y'all feel me. You don't want it. You want to argue with somebody more than you want it. Oh, you want to let people know how you feel more than you want it. Oh, come on. Come on. Do you want it? Do you want this opportunity in 2021 where they're just fucking throwing money everywhere? Money is everywhere. You could get rich selling a fucking JPEG. Do you want it? Oh, you could change the whole trajectory of your family name. You could build a dynasty today. Do you want it? Do you want it more than you want this bullshit? Do you want it more than yelling at someone? Do you want it more than getting caught up in whatever's happening? Come on, dog, I'm being real with you. Let's go. I'm saying, I know there's opportunity. I can look at the numbers. I can look at the data. I can look at the facts, and I know there is opportunity. But I'm just saying, you got to want it. That's all I'm trying to tell you right now. Do you want it? That's how I just don't get distracted. That's all. You're not allowed to get distracted. I'm just saying, you're not allowed to. I'm not going to let you. If you've really been with me and you've been rocking with me, I'm not going to let you get distracted, okay? But I'm just saying, you got to want it. I can't want it more than you do. You know how bad I want it? I show up every fucking day. Every day. I'll be right here in the morning. Some of you might beat me, and God bless you. But I'm just saying, for years, even this year is almost, I want it. I don't care if it go up or down. You could clap me on Sam. You could clap me on this, clap me on that. I don't care. Because I want it. I'm going to show up every day. I'm going to be in the game. That's all I'm saying. Oh, I need you to want it. You can't let me want it more than you do. You cannot let me want it. Do you understand what I just said? How are you going to let me want it more than you do? Oh, don't let me want it more than you do. Please do not. Please do not. Yes, Colt New Year is tomorrow. Why do you think I'm saying this? Oh, I'm getting hyped. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I got my Chads. I got my exclusive core group. It's not based on not based on stream alerts, not based on men. It's based on real activity and the people who are involved and ready to go. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen it all. You've been here. You've watched it. You've listened. You're involved. You're seeing it right now. So let's go. It's for you. You got to want it. And I mean that in the sense of the focus, though. I'm not saying you want it and then get tempted and go do this and go do that. Or I want it, so I'm just going to step on the gas pedal. That's not what I'm saying. No. I'm saying so you know where to focus on. You got to pick your battles, my friend. You got to be a good leader. You cannot take every battle. You cannot take every battle. That's the wisdom. You got let it show. Let it show. You got more experience than you think. It's on you. You've been through this before. You don't even need to trip out. I'm just saying, pick the battles. Stay at peace. There's a lot going on, but we've been in storms. Oh, that's a storm is a blessing. I'm just saying, you gotta focus by having peace. You can't I've never seen somebody focus who ain't got peace. Exactly. You want me to say that again? I ain't never seen someone focus who ain't have the peace. You got to be at some level of internal peace to focus on something. Yes or no? You may be stressed out a little bit. He's not saying I have zero stress in my life. I have zero stress when analyzing stuff. No, that's bullshit. It's saying you got to have more peace than not. Otherwise, you are not going to focus on the goal. That's all I'm trying to tell you right now. I really hope you could pick it up. I really hope you can. That's why the world's crazy. The future implications are scary. It don't matter. Your opportunity's right now. Your opportunity is right here. Do you want it? Do you want it, or do you want to feel and do you want to fucking play situations in your head more than you want a real life change in front of you? Oh, come on. Come on. Do you want to argue with someone more than that? Pick your focus. Pick your focus. So let's go. I'm excited. I'm excited, and I hope you are. I hope you are. It's game time, and you know what? Your future self is going to thank you for it. You know that? I was thinking about my future self because I was proud of I was thinking, I went and I was like, man, I remembered I wanted jalapeno poppers. And it reminded me of a couple years ago, I would go and get these jalapeno poppers. And I just remembered my life. And I remember myself. And I remember what I was focused on. And like I just said, I was like, wow, I am the future version of that jalapeno popper kid. And I remember, and I'm like, wow, this is where jalapeno poppers got me. And now I'm thinking, well, shit, I'm going to look back and be like, oh, this is when I was doing this. This is when you were doing that. And I was like, oh, shit, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. So make your future self proud, baby. And I hope all of you could take pride in how far you've came, even from 1 year ago, even from 2 years ago, even for 3 years ago. Don't forget that, all right? Just don't forget how far some of you have came. Please, please. You see why? Because you're not focused. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Don't focus on what you lost, where you forget what you still got, and then you forget how far you've came. You know what I say? Please, don't lose the focus. That's all. Oh, it could be a lot worse. You know that everything could be a lot worse. It could be a lot more confusing. Oh, we are blessed. We are blessed. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Offer accepted. Let's go. Seeking ye shall find. Let's go. Put yourself in that position, even if you don't know it. Don't keep going. Fail into success. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you're ready. I do. I'm gonna be screaming it. I'm telling you, we're getting a new year started. I'm gonna be yelling you, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's focus. We throwing lifeboats off. Just take it. Let's go. Come on. Woo. Woo. It's game time, baby. It's game time. Let it marinate for a little bit. Focus on it a little bit and have peace. Have peace. God is good, okay? God is good. You are good. Everything's going to be good. Show some love. Watch. I'm telling you, use all this energy you have. You are a natural vessel of energy, and I want you to put it in the right place. You are not going to spend any energy on stupid shit. You understand that? You understand that? This is your energy savings, your energy long term. You get that in focus and watch. You are destined for greatness, so don't let them take the gasoline you need to get there. That's your energy. Take it. That's yours. Focus on it. Focus on it. It's game time. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. So, Chad, I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. I don't need to tell you anything else. You know what I'm going to say. You know what you need to do. You know what you need to do with everything that has been divinely handed to you. You know the effort you need to give. And watch. Every day, baby. Every day. Watch. Because one day, I'm going to tell you, man, one day, this effort you're putting in is going to feel like nothing. You know why? Because you're going to love it. You're going to love it. That's a different type of commitment. That's a different type. You're going to love what you do. Trust me. So whatever you have to handle, do it well. Do it 1,000,000%. Do it 1,000,000%. Make it a habit. You will be unstoppable. I'm telling you right now. Right now. You know that. Watch. Watch, Colt. Watch. Oh, you don't feel. You know why? They're going to get tired. And what's going to happen? You're going to be excited. Oh, because you got commitment. You got that dedication. You're in the game. Oh, you don't matter what the scoreboard look like. I'm just because you're going to keep grinding and keep going and keep going. It's a different type of mindset. It's a different type of strategy. I'm just letting you know. So you know what you got to do. Handle it. Handle it well. Wake up and drive. Do what you need to do, baby. I don't even need to say it. You already know it. You already know it. Let's go. Make it a habit. Whew. I love it. I love it. So, ladies, that's it, man. Y'all feel me? You feel me or not? I'm not even going to say, do you feel me? Do you feel? I'm not even saying y'all don't feel. Do you feel me or not, Chad? Come on. Oh, we don't get tired. It's not even Kevin Gates. You got the spirit, baby. Trust me. You be surprised. They say I lean on the Lord for my source. You be surprised what the little Sky Daddy could do. A little invisible Fred. You be surprised what a thought could do. If you just believe something, you be surprised what you could do. If I just believe, oh, you would be surprised. You would be surprised. You don't even got to believe in the God I believe in. If you just believe anything, they don't feel me. Come on. Woo! Wow. I gotta slow it. I can't go crazy. It's Friday tomorrow, baby. I can't go too crazy. Oh. That's it, baby. That's it. That's it. At least believe in yourself, and we need belief. Oh, I feel it. I hope you feel it, Chad. I hope you feel me. I hope you feel me. Get ready for Friday, and I hope you're ready no matter what it brings, because you know why? Your expectation, I want you to lower it. Nothing's going to happen tomorrow, okay? Nothing at all. Everyone's going to be a piece of shit, too, and nothing really crazy. Look at, watch. Now your expectation is lowered. That's all, because anything can happen. We're going to love it either way. You know why? Because we're going to be here. We're going to wake up either way. It don't even matter. Do you understand that? I don't think y'all feel me on that. I don't think y'all feel me on this level of it's a sickness. You got to be so sick to just, it doesn't even imagine just showing up with an intensity and being ready to play no matter with a little expectation. Come on. Let's go. Come on. That's an animal. Let's go. That's all I'm saying. Oh yeah, fuck it up, baby. Full, undivided, pure, peaceful. You know what I'm talking about. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm leaving it there. You already know the books. You know what you need to do. You know how you got to wake up. You know what you got to do for the rest of this beautiful day that you've been blessed with such an ample amount of opportunities in such a fucking pivotal moment in history where opportunity surrounds you. Oh my God, don't even get me started, please. Again, I gotta go. That's it. I'm leaving that. But put it in dry. You know what you need to. I'm not telling you. You know what you need to do. You know what you need to do. That's it, man. That's it. So God bless you, and don't ever forget, baby. Why do we show up? Why do we keep going, huh? Why do we keep going? What do we do it for? Why do we have this weird, wicked sense of energy? Where does it come from, huh? Where? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, stay focused, stay peaceful. It's game time. I love you all. I will see you all on the watch list, and I will see you tomorrow morning, baby. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I want a focus pony. Okay, love you. Bye.